Hey everyone, and welcome back for another deep dive. Today we are going to be going behind the curtain on Confucius.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, so we are not tackling his famous philosophies. You've probably heard enough of that.
Yeah.
But instead we're going to be digging into his origin story.
His origin story.
Yeah, trust me, it's way more intriguing than your average history lesson. Think social claving and unexpected twists, but ancient China style.
Sounds juicy. I'm in. What are we talking about specifically? Like, what's the focus of this deep dive?
Well, we are going to be peeling back the layers of the wise sage image to reveal a more human and more complex Confucius.
Okay.
So this deep dive is about how someone born with the odds stacked against him navigated a rigid social system and rose to become an aristocrat.
Wow, that's quite a journey. So where do we even begin to unravel this story? What sources are we looking at?
Well, our guidebook for this journey is Simmer Can's Records of the Grand Historian.
Oh, okay.
It's like the source on Confucius.
Right.
But even this text has some head-scratching contradictions.
Really?
Especially when it comes to his parents.
Interesting. What kind of contradictions are we talking about?
Well, for example, the records use this phrase, wild combination, to describe Confucius's origin.
Wild combination. What does that even mean?
Right. It sparked endless debates among scholars.
Not bad.
Some think it implies something scandalous, you know?
Oh, I see. So like maybe his parents weren't married or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. But if we look closer, the reality is much more nuanced.
Okay, so let's dive into this wild combination mystery. What clues do we have?
Well, for a while, people pointed to Han Dynasty tomb art, which can be pretty, shall we say, open-minded,
I've heard about those. Pretty wild stuff.
as proof of a more liberated ancient society.
Ah, I see. So they were using those as like a parallel to Confucius's time.
Exactly.
But I'm guessing that interpretation doesn't quite hold up.
You got it. That interpretation misses the mark.
Why is that?
Well, first of all, those tomb scenes likely depict rituals or symbolic things,
Okay.
not everyday life.
Right.
And second, if we look at Confucius's birthday, traditionally celebrated on September 28th, that date was calculated backward from old texts.
Interesting.
The timeline just doesn't add up for a literal wild combination.
Okay, so if it's not literal, what does wild combination actually mean?
That's the million-dollar question, right?
Yeah.
What does it actually mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, scholars have looked at the historical context
Okay.
and different interpretations, and a more plausible explanation emerges.
What is it?
It refers to relationships that were socially unacceptable back then,
Okay.
like extramarital affairs,
Okay.
or those that crossed class lines.
Ah, that makes sense. Especially when you consider the strict class system during the spring and autumn period. You were pretty much stuck in the social class you were born into.
Exactly. You were basically born into your fate,
Right.
marrying outside your class.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
But of course, I imagine relationships still happen regardless of those rules.
Oh, of course.
People are people.
These relationships existed, but they were kept hush-hush.
Right.
And they definitely couldn't lead to marriage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Confucius's parents were involved in a relationship that bucked social norms, making him a wild combination child.
So that explains why he grew up poor despite his father being an aristocrat.
You got it.
It really sets the stage for this incredible journey we're about to unpack, how he claimed his lineage and rose above his circumstances.
Exactly. And this completely changes our understanding of who Confucius was.
Yeah.
It reveals a side of him that's often overlooked. Let's meet Dad.
Okay.
Kong He,
Kongi.
a low-ranking nobleman. But imagine him like a Don Quixote type.
Don Quixote type.
Dreaming of military glory, even though his reality was far from glamorous.
I can picture it. So do we know anything about his life? What kind of guy was he?
We actually get a glimpse of his adventurous life in the Huan,
Zuozwan.
another historical text.
Okay.
He was known for his strength and bravery on the battlefield,
Oh, wow.
pulling off some seriously heroic feats.
Sounds like he had some stories to tell.
Oh, yeah. And he even managed a small area called Chongping Township,
Chomping Township.
just outside the Lu state capital.
Okay.
This is likely where he crossed paths with Confucius's mother.
Makes sense. So tell me about Confucius's mother. Where did she fit into all of this?
Well, Confucius's mother lived in a village called Yanjiazhuang,
Yanjiazhuang.
where most people had the surname Yan,
Oh, interesting.
probably related.
Yeah,
And Kong, he was probably there on official business when they met.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that could explain why Confucius initially went by Yan Q, his mom's surname.
Exactly, instead of Kong Q.
It really highlights how deeply social constraints impacted his life.
Right.
He couldn't claim his father's name or status because of this taboo relationship.
Exactly. And if we look at the Analects, Confucius's own words, he talks about experiencing poverty as a young man.
Really?
Even doing manual labor.
Wow.
It makes you wonder how this hardship shaped his later philosophies.
Absolutely. It seems like those early experiences, poverty, social stigma, they probably gave him a unique understanding of class, society,
Right.
and the human condition.
Right.
And maybe that influenced his thoughts on ethics, government, social harmony.
We have young Confucius labeled a wild combination, born into poverty, seemingly destined for a life far different from the one he ultimately led. But things took a dramatic turn when his mother passed away during his teenage years.
Okay.
This is where things get really interesting.
How so?
Instead of a typical burial for someone of their social standing, Confucius makes a decision that changes everything.
What did he do?
He decides to bury his mother in his father's grave.
Really?
A joint burial. The strange part,
What's that?
he claims he doesn't know where his father's grave is.
Wait, what? He doesn't know where his father is buried. That seems strange, considering his father was nobleman.
It's one of those contradictions that makes you question the historical record.
Right.
Would Confucius truly not know where his noble father was buried?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't he have learned that from his mother or someone in the community?
You'd think so. And even if he didn't, couldn't he easily ask someone in the Kong family?
Yeah, you'd think they would know. Something's definitely not adding up here.
You're right. It seems unlikely he wouldn't have this information, which leads to a fascinating theory about his true intentions.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What's the theory?
His actions point toward a calculated strategy, a bold move to force the Kong family to acknowledge him.
Interesting. So he was using this burial as a way to get their attention.
Exactly. This whole coffin stop by the roadside, asking strangers for help finding the grave, it was a public declaration.
Like a public plea for recognition.
Designed to pressure the Kong family.
That's pretty clever. But it was a big gamble.
It was.
If they ignored him, they'd look heartless. But acknowledging him meant accepting a wild combination child into their prestigious lineage.
Big risk, big reward, right?
Yeah, exactly. But why would the Khan family even consider it? Why risk their reputation for someone outside their social circle?
To understand that, we need to consider the Kong family's situation at the time.
Okay.
Historical records are patchy,
Right.
but we get clues.
Like what?
Well, it's mentioned that Kong, his cousin, inherited the family name,
Okay.
suggesting a lack of direct male heirs.
Ah, so the Kong family might have been dwindling.
They might have been, making Confucius's claim suddenly attractive.
So they might have been desperate for a successor, someone to carry on the family name.
Precisely. The records of rights even mentions a mortician's mother,
Okay.
acting as a go-between for Confucius and the Kong family.
Oh, wow. So there were actual negotiations happening.
This suggests they were open to negotiation.
Okay, so Confucius created a stir, putting the Kong family in a bind. But public pressure alone wasn't enough.
He needed proof. He needed something concrete to back up his claim.
I see. Something undeniable. What did he have?
Well, he had one very compelling piece of evidence. His striking resemblance to his father.
Ah, like inheriting a family trait.
Both Confucius and Kong, he were described as exceptionally tall, towering over everyone else.
Interesting.
In a society obsessed with family traits, this shared physical characteristic would have carried serious weight.
It's amazing how something as simple as height could be so pivotal. In this case, it was almost undeniable proof of Confucius's lineage.
And against all odds, it worked.
It did.
The Kong family accepted him, allowing his mother to be buried with Kong Hill. This was a major turning point, catapulting him from the bottom rungs of society into the aristocracy.
That's incredible. Such a dramatic change of fortune. It just goes to show how much social mobility was possible during that period.
Well, not really. This kind of social mobility was incredibly rare in the spring and autumn period. It speaks volumes about Confucius's cunning and his ability to seize opportunities, maybe with a dash of luck thrown in.
I mean, he did have to have some luck on his side for this to work out. It's a pretty remarkable story. And it completely changes our perception of Confucius, doesn't it?
It really does. We think of him as the scholarly idealist, but this story reveals a shrewd, pragmatic side.
Right.
He knew how to work the system,
Yeah.
how to use social expectations to his advantage.
It highlights this fascinating duality within him. the blend of idealism and pragmatism,
Hmm.
which I'm guessing becomes a hallmark of his philosophy.
Exactly. Even his decision to pursue a joint burial for his parents, which wasn't common then,
Right.
shows this unique mix of traits.
It's like he was consciously crafting a narrative, solidifying his place in the Kong family, and ensuring society recognized his new status.
And this desire for recognition didn't end there. Even later in life, he continued to emphasize his Kong family connection. He did things like adding a mound to his parents' grave to make it more prominent.
Wow. So we see young Confucius not as someone passively accepting fate, but as someone actively shaping his destiny, navigating a complex social landscape, using his intelligence and awareness of social dynamics to overcome barriers and pull off a remarkable transformation.
It's like a real-life underdog story. He starts with everything against him, facing prejudice and societal barriers, but through clever tactics and a bit of daring, he manages to rewrite his own narrative.
And this transformation from a marginalized wild combination child to a respected member of the Kong family raises so many questions about what shaped his later philosophy.
Exactly. It makes you wonder how those early experiences, the challenges he faced, the strategies he employed, how all of that might have influenced his views on ethics, social order, and the role of the individual in society.
It's an intriguing thought. We're not just listing historical facts here, we're gaining a deeper understanding of the person behind the philosophy.
Absolutely. And it's important to remember that becoming a nobleman was just the beginning for Confucius. He still had to prove himself within this new social circle, navigate the complexities of aristocratic life, and ultimately forge his own path.
It makes you wonder if this experience fueled his ambition, made him even more determined to succeed, to rise above the limitations of birth and social status.
We see hints of this drive in his later actions, his relentless pursuit of knowledge, his dedication to teaching, and his unwavering belief in the power of education to transform individuals and society.
It's certainly possible. And speaking of wild combination, let's take a closer look at that concept. Might sound strange or even offensive today, but it's crucial to understand it within the context of ancient Chinese society.
The spring and autumn period was all about social hierarchy. Your lineage determined your place. Marriage wasn't about love. It was about maintaining order, preserving bloodlines, and consolidating power.
So wild combination wasn't just a label. It was a social barrier that could severely limit a person's opportunities and potential.
And remember, it wasn't just extramarital affairs. It also included relationships that crossed class lines, like the one between Confucius's parents.
Exactly. This highlights an interesting tension in ancient Chinese society. The rigid rules around marriage versus the reality of human relationships that often ignored these boundaries.
This is why Confucius's story resonates even today. It's about overcoming adversity, challenging norms, and creating your own path themes that are universal and timeless.
It reminds us that history isn't just boring facts and dates. It's woven from human experiences, filled with triumphs and struggles, contradictions and complexities. By exploring these stories, we gain a richer understanding of ourselves and the world.
All right, so we've established Confucius as a wild combination child born into poverty and obscurity, but his mother's death presented a chance to change his fate. Let's dive deeper into that pivotal moment and his strategy.
The stopping the coffin tactic was brilliant. It was a public display of filial piety, a highly valued virtue in ancient Chinese culture. By claiming he didn't know his father's burial place, he put the Kong family in a moral dilemma.
They couldn't ignore him without looking cold and uncaring. Refusing to acknowledge him would have been a PR nightmare, damaging their reputation and potentially hurting their social standing.
Exactly. It was masterful social maneuvering, leveraging societal expectations to force their hand. But we should remember, this wasn't just about personal gain for Confucius. He also wanted to honor his mother, ensuring she had a proper burial beside his father.
It's that blend of pragmatism and idealism that makes him so compelling. He was ambitious, no doubt, but he was also guided by a sense of duty and a desire to do what was right.
And this duality is reflected in his later actions, too. Choosing a joint burial for his parents, a practice uncommon then, and later adding a mound to their grave to elevate their status and his connection to the Kong family.
It's almost like he was building a legacy, not just for himself, but for his parents, ensuring they were honored and their place within the Kong family was secure.
And this desire for a lasting legacy might have fueled his dedication to teaching and his belief in the transformative power of education to shape individuals and build a just and harmonious society. He might have seen his own journey, his own transformation, as proof of the potential of knowledge and self-cultivation.
It's incredible how his mother's death and his actions set off a chain of events with huge implications, not just for his life, but for Chinese thought and culture for centuries to come.
It all comes back to wild combination. This label, intended to marginalize him, ultimately became a catalyst for his rise, fueling his drive to challenge social norms and leave his mark.
It shows us that even labels meant to limit us can become sources of strength, pushing us to defy expectations and forge our own paths to success and fulfillment.
What's especially fascinating is that while Confucius successfully joined the Kong family, there's a curious silence in historical records about any interactions he had with them. We have detailed accounts of his relationships with his mother, his disciples, and various political figures, but there's a strange absence of information about his interactions with his father's side of the family.
That is a great point. You'd think there would be some mention of reunions, family gatherings, or even conflicts. It's as if once he secured his place within the Kong lineage, that chapter of his life was somehow closed off.
It makes you wonder, did he maintain a close relationship with the Kong family? Or was his acceptance more of a formality, a necessary step to legitimize his social standing, but not necessarily a deep personal connection?
It's a tantalizing mystery, one that historians have debated for centuries. Some speculate that he might have had strained relationships with his paternal relatives, perhaps due to resentment over his wild combination status, or even conflicts arising from his sudden elevation within the family hierarchy.
Others suggest that his focus shifted entirely towards his philosophical pursuits and his growing circle of disciples, leaving little time or inclination for familial ties. It's also possible that records of these interactions simply didn't survive, lost to time, or deliberately omitted from historical accounts.
Whatever the reason, this silence about his paternal family adds another layer of complexity to Confucius's story, a reminder that even the most detailed historical accounts inevitably leave gaps, unanswered questions that invite us to speculate, to fill in the blanks with our own interpretations.
And that's part of the allure of history, isn't it? The challenge of piecing together fragmented information, of grappling with ambiguity, and of acknowledging that we may never have a complete or definitive understanding of the past.
It's like solving a puzzle where some of the pieces are missing. We have to use our imagination, our knowledge of the historical context, and our own insights into human nature to create a coherent picture. And even then, we have to accept that there will always be aspects of the past that remain shrouded in mystery. But hey, that's what makes it so fascinating to explore, right? We're uncovering the hidden layers, the contradictions, the complexities that make history come alive.
Exactly. And in the case of Confucius, these hidden layers reveal a much more nuanced and intriguing figure than the one we typically encounter in textbooks. He was a master strategist, a social climber, a man who defied the odds and remade himself. But he was also a devoted son, a passionate teacher, a visionary thinker who believed in the power of virtue and education to transform individuals and society.
It's a story that continues to resonate today, reminding us that even in the face of adversity and societal limitations, we have the capacity to shape our own destinies and make a meaningful impact on the world.
It really makes you rethink that typical view of Confucius, right? Like it's just this, philosophical figure. He was also a master strategist, someone who understood the power of social perception. And he knew how to work within that system.
Yeah. He totally pulled off a real-life underdog story. He starts off with everything against him, facing those societal barriers and prejudice. But then he uses these clever tactics and a good dose of daring. And he ends up completely changing his fate.
It's amazing when you think about that transformation, right? From this wild combination kid to becoming a fully accepted member of the Kong family. It raises so many questions about what really influenced him, the stuff that shaped his philosophy later on.
I think that's what makes this deep dive so interesting. We're not just listing out historical facts, We're really trying to understand the man behind those famous ideas, the guy who lived these experiences.
Absolutely. And we can't forget that becoming a nobleman was just the beginning for him. It wasn't like, okay, I made it. Now he had to prove himself all over again within this whole new social circle. That world of aristocracy was so complex, and he still had to find his own path.
It makes you wonder if all of that fueled his ambition even more, right? Did he become even more determined to succeed, to rise above those limitations that people are born with?
It's definitely possible. You can see hints of that drive in everything he did later on, his relentless pursuit of knowledge, how dedicated he was to teaching, that strong belief that education could really transform people and society as a whole.
Let's shift gears just a bit. I think we should unpack this wild combination idea a bit more. I mean, that label sounds so strange, maybe even offensive to us today. But we've got to remember the context of ancient Chinese society to make sense of it.
Right? During the spring and autumn period, social hierarchy was everything. It decided your whole place in the world. And marriage. Marriage wasn't about love back then. It was this tool for maintaining order, preserving bloodlines, and holding on to power.
So being a wild combination, it wasn't just a label someone would throw around. It was a serious social barrier, something that could really limit a person's chances in life and hold them back from reaching their full potential.
Exactly. And it wasn't just about extramarital affairs either. It included any relationship that crossed those strict class lines. Like, remember, Confucius's parents couldn't officially marry because his dad was a nobleman and his mom was from a lower social class.
It's almost like you see this tension playing out, this clash between the super rigid rules about marriage versus the messy reality of human relationships. I mean, people don't always follow the rules, right?
And that's why Confucius's story resonates with people even thousands of years later. It's all about overcoming adversity, challenging those norms, and finding your own way. Those themes are universal no matter what time period you're in.
It reminds us that history isn't just a bunch of dates and names in a textbook. It's a tapestry of human experience, woven from real people's stories, and those stories are full of triumph and struggle, contradictions and complexity. It's by getting into those details that we understand ourselves and the world better.
Absolutely.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I think we have a much deeper and more complex view of who Confucius was. He's not just a wise sage spouting eternal truths. He was a real person who lived through some crazy times, dealt with a messed up social system, and used his experiences to create a philosophy that has impacted the world for centuries.
And even though we might never fully uncover all the mysteries surrounding his life, I think those unanswered questions just make him even more fascinating. It's a reminder that history is alive. It keeps changing as we find new evidence and reinterpret the past, looking at it through the lens of our own world.
Absolutely.
Today, we're diving straight into the early life of Confucius, a huge name, obviously.
Absolutely. Still resonates today.
And we're looking specifically at this really interesting period just after his mother's death. We've got some great source excerpts on this.
Yeah, it seems like a real turning point. He's starting to sort of navigate the aristocratic world of Lun.
Exactly. So our mission, if you like, for this deep dive is to get a handle on those first hurdles he faced. You know, how did he even start to find his place in this totally new social scene?
And it's fascinating because I think if you're interested in how big figures overcome obstacles, how they get the knowledge they need, well, Confucius's early story has some surprises.
Definitely some early struggles you might not expect.
Right. I mean, the image we often have is the wise old sage, right?
Yeah.
But his entry into the aristocracy, it was anything but smooth. He gets the title, changes his surname to Kong.
The official aristocratic name.
Right. But coming from a peasant background, through his mother, he was still very much an outsider. Adapting wasn't easy.
Okay, so let's dig into that. He gets the status, the name, the outward signs are there, but not quite enough.
Not really, no. And the sources highlight this key moment, this banquet, hosted by the Jisun clan.
Ah, the Jisun clan. We should probably explain. They were the real power players in Luoyang then, weren't they?
Totally. Basically running the show. A bit like, Cao Cao later on in Chinese history, holding all the real power.
So for Confucius, this new nobleman getting an invite, that's huge.
It's a massive opportunity, a sign he might actually be accepted.
And he even goes in mourning clothes, right?
Yeah.
Simple white belt, observing the customs after his mother died.
Exactly. It shows he's trying to do everything right. He's clearly anticipating this being a big step forward.
But then things don't quite go to plan.
Not at all. This is where Yang Hu comes in, another young nobleman, but maybe more established or just more aggressive.
And he confronts Confucius.
Pretty bluntly, according to the sources, he says something like, Jisun's hospitality this time is for Shu, not you.
Ouch. And she here means, like the proper nobles.
The insiders. That's the likely meaning, yeah. Basically saying, you're not really one of us. Directly challenging his status.
Wow. So how does Confucius react?
He just swallows his anger and leaves. What else could he do, really?
Yeah, I guess so. But it's more than just a personal snub, isn't it? It says something about that society.
Oh, definitely. It shows how rigid that spring and autumn aristocracy was. It was almost like a caste system. Birthright, especially who your mother was, matter immensely, more than just the title you inherited.
Which brings us to that question, and I bet you're wondering this too. Why wasn't the inherited title enough? His father was noble.
Exactly. And some later scholars, Tang Dynasty folks, they suggested maybe he was too young, like hadn't done the coming-of-age ritual at 20.
Okay, is there anything to that?
Probably not. Our sources lean towards dismissing that idea. Customs were a bit more flexible then, especially inheriting a title after a father's death. Plus, Yang Hu was likely around the same age anyway.
So it wasn't about age. What's the more likely reason then?
It really seems to come down to his mother's side, the maternal lineage.
Ah, okay. His mother was a peasant, and crucially, not even a concubine, which would have still been lower status, but yeah, a peasant.
So in their eyes, impure blood.
That's the thinking, yes. Society put this huge emphasis on pure noble bloodlines, especially through the mother, kids of the main wife. Much higher status.
And wasn't Confucius's noble status only, formally recognized way later, after he died?
That's right, which just adds to this ambiguity about where he stood at this point in his life.
So Yang Hu's put down, it's rooted in these really strict social rules, and maybe a bit of rivalry between ambitious young guys.
I think that's a good way to put it. It's this clash within a very hierarchical system.
And this encounter, it seems like it really stuck with Confucius.
It definitely seems so. There's this Han Dynasty text, the Luoyang, that mentions Confucius apparently got nervous, even broke out in a sweat if he saw Yang Hu later on. Tried to avoid him.
Wow, so Yang Hu became this kind of imaginary enemy.
Yeah, like a lifelong rival, someone who maybe pushed him, fueled that drive to get recognition. That's a more interesting take than just seeing Yang Hu as the bad guy opposing the great sage.
Exactly. It shows how these personal setbacks, these difficult interactions can actually be powerful motivators. They can really drive ambition and self-improvement.
Okay, but here's a twist, isn't there? Their families weren't total strangers.
Not at all. And this is fascinating. Both the Kong family, Confucius's family, and Yang Hu's family were actually part of the same wider social circle.
Really? How so?
They were both connected to the Meng Sun clan, a really powerful, high-status clan in Luoyang.
Okay. And Yang Hu's connection?
His family was a more distant branch. Think of it like, in Dream of the Red Chamber, those distant relatives who share the name but aren't part of the core family's wealth or power.
Gotcha. A less prominent branch, but still connected.
Right. And the Kong family, Confucius's family, they were actually subordinate to the Meng Sun clan.
How do we know that?
Well, the sources mention Confucius's father serving in war under Meng Jianzi, who was a big figure in the Meng family.
Ah, okay. So it shows that feudal system in action. You have the big lords like Jixun and Meng Sun, and then lesser nobles like Confucius's dad offering them service.
Exactly. It's that whole lord-vassal pyramid structure of the spring and autumn period.
So Yang Hu probably knew about Confucius's background, his mother's status, because of this shared network.
Very likely. They moved in the same circles, or at least their families did. Their fathers were, you could say, old colleagues and comrades through their ties to the Meng Sun clan.
So it wasn't just some random insult out of the blue. It was personal, based on knowing the family history.
Precisely. It came from within that intricate social web.
But it wasn't all bad, right? Did his father's network offer any help at all?
It did offer some advantages, yes. Confucius wasn't completely cut off. For instance, he became good friends with the son of Qin Jinfu, another associate of his father's, so there were some positive connections too.
Okay, so it's complicated. He gets this big rejection from Yang Hu, highlighting the barriers.
Yeah.
But he also has some existing connections through his father.
Exactly. And that whole experience, especially the Yang Hu incident, must have really hammered home the need for him to, learn the ropes.
Learn how to be an aristocrat.
Pretty much. His mom's family, being peasants, couldn't help him navigate courtly manners and rituals.
No, of course not.
And while his dad's network offered some links, it probably also just highlighted everything he didn't know.
So he urgently needed to become a, quote, qualified nobleman.
That's the challenge. He needed the cultural knowledge, the social graces, how to behave, everything.
Which leads us to the big question. How on earth did he learn all this stuff? Coming from his background, how did he get so knowledgeable?
And that's a question people asked even back then. His own disciples were curious.
Oh, yeah? What did they say?
Well, there's that famous bit from Zigong in the Analects. He says something like, the sage doesn't have one regular teacher, he learns from everyone.
If 3 people walk together, there must be a teacher for me. That's Confucius's own line, isn't it?
It is. And it fits perfectly. The sources basically confirm he didn't have formal schooling, no regular tutors. It was mostly self-study, learning from observation, asking questions.
Which makes sense given the options back then. What were the educational routes for nobles?
Well, those big court schools from the earlier Western Zhou dynasty, they were mostly gone by Confucius's time.
Okay, so what was left?
Mainly 2 things. family heritage and private education.
Family heritage.
Like
knowledge passed down in the family.
Exactly. You had families who specialized in certain things, like the Shi families, the scribes, or historians. They'd pass that knowledge down generation to generation.
And private education.
That was tutors. High-ranking wealthy nobles could afford to hire private teachers for their kids.
But Confucius couldn't tap into either of those, could he?
Nope. His immediate family didn't have that kind of specialized knowledge legacy.
Right.
And he definitely didn't have the money for a tutor, especially when he was young and just starting out.
So he had to be resourceful. Sort of hitchhiking knowledge.
That's a great way to put it. Learning from any educated noble willing to share, watching ceremonies, asking questions, piecing it all together himself.
So when did he actually start this intense learning process?
Well, Confucius himself says in the Analects, at 15, I set my mind on learning.
15. That actually sounds kind of late, doesn't it, for someone who became Confucius?
It does seem a bit late compared to what you might expect, yeah. But then there's this other account from the historical records.
What does that one say?
It mentions him as a child playing games that involved setting out ritual vessels like Zhu and Du, mimicking ancestral ceremonies.
Okay. So was he learning from childhood, or did he start at 15? How do those fit?
Well, the 15-year-old mark is generally seen as when he started his serious, dedicated study. The childhood play, maybe it was more like a psychological thing. Growing up without a father, in a single mother home, he probably missed out on the usual family ancestral rites. So maybe playing with those ritual objects was a way for him to connect with that missing piece of his heritage. Unconsciously, perhaps?
Oh, that makes sense. And it fits with how important family ethics and rituals became for him later.
Exactly. But it wasn't formal learning. So it doesn't really contradict him saying he focused on learning from 15.
Okay, so compared to other aristocratic kids who grew up immersed in this stuff,
Yeah,
he did start relatively late.
he did. Which means he must have worked incredibly hard to catch up.
And we see evidence of that drive, right? Like that story about the temple visit.
Oh, yeah, the visit to the Imperial Temple of Lu. That's a great example.
It was the Imperial Temple, exactly.
It was the main ancestral temple for the rulers of Lu. Kind of like, well, maybe like a museum today, but a sacred one, displaying family artifacts and ritual items. Only nobles could go.
And Confucius went.
Yes, and apparently he was just relentlessly curious, asking questions about absolutely everything he saw. Non-stop questions.
Which didn't go down too well with everyone.
Not exactly. Other nobles there started criticizing him, like, who said this kid from Zhu knows etiquette? Look at him, asking about everything.
Kid from Zhu. Why Zhu?
Because his father had held a position in Zhu, which was a smaller state or area within Lu. It was a way of identifying him, maybe slightly dismissively.
Even though his mother was also from Zhu.
Yeah, but the nickname likely referred to his father's connection, highlighting that patriarchal focus again.
And how did Confucius respond to the criticism?
His defense was brilliant, really. He basically said that asking questions was the proper etiquette, that asking was how he was learning the correct Zhu rituals.
Ah. So he turned it around, acknowledging he was learning, but framing it as the right way to learn.
Precisely. It's an implicit nod to his non-standard background, but also a statement about his dedication to learning the right way.
And the fact they called him the Zhu man's child, that suggests he wasn't well known yet, right? Still just this young guy trying to figure things out.
Exactly. Later, he'd be known as Confucius, Master Kong. But here, he's still defined by his father's origin. It really shows his intense desire to learn, to absorb everything about this aristocratic world.
So, summing up this part, he basically had to teach himself.
Pretty much. The culture was monopolized by the aristocracy. He didn't have the family knowledge, couldn't afford a tutor.
Started late.
Started relatively late, yeah. So he relied on his own diligence, observation, and asking questions. Incredible self-reliance.
And that really sets the stage for what happens next, doesn't it? Which maybe we can get into in our next deep dive, his first actual job as a nobleman.
Absolutely. It's a crucial foundation. I mean, the key takeaway here is just how challenging his start was. It wasn't just handed to him.
Right. Social obstacles, that rejection from Yang Hu, which probably lit a fire under him.
Unexpected connections, too, through his father.
And this relentless, self-driven need to learn starting from behind. It's not the simple picture you might have had.
Not at all.
So maybe a final thought for you listening. Think about how often societal barriers and personal drive collide in the stories of influential people.
Yeah. What can we learn from Confucius's early days about adapting, about the sheer power of self-education, even when the odds seem stacked against you?
Something to reflect on. Maybe dig a bit deeper into the spring and autumn period, or just Confucius's early life. There's clearly a lot there. Going to be looking at the early life and career of Confucius.
Yes.
But not the Confucius you might find on those, inspirational posters.
Right, exactly.
This is going to be something a little different.
Yeah, we're diving into a lesser-known chapter of his life using this really interesting lecture transcript and some additional reading we did on the aristocracy of that era.
Okay.
And I think people will be surprised to find out what the revered philosopher's very first job was.
Okay, now you've got to spill the tea.
Okay.
We're talking about Confucius, the guy whose wisdom shaped Chinese thought for centuries.
Yeah.
What could be so surprising about his early career?
All right, so picture this China, 771 to 476 BC.
Okay.
A time of warring states, powerful noble families,
Yeah.
constant power struggles. Into this world enters a young Confucius, and his first job is a humble clerk managing warehouses and livestock.
Wait, hold up, a clerk. Like counting sheep and bags of grain. That doesn't exactly scream philosophical mastermind to me.
Right. It's a far cry from, that image we have of the sage dispensing wisdom from like a mountaintop.
Right.
But to really understand Confucius, we need to understand the world he lived in.
Okay.
So, starting with the political landscape.
Okay.
Really powerful families called the Three Huan,
Okay.
who basically controlled the state of Lu.
So, kind of like powerful mob bosses, but with better manners.
Well, not quite mob bosses.
Oh.
They were descendants of Duke Huan of Lu, and over generations, they divided the state's land amongst themselves.
Okay.
You had the Ji family, the Meng family, and the Shu family, each with their own power base.
Okay.
The Ji family held the most sway, followed by the Shu, and then the Meng, who were, let's just say, not having the best time.
Now, this is where I need some serious clarification.
Okay.
Confucius had a connection to the Meng family.
Yes.
But instead of helping them out, he goes and works for the Ji clan, the top dogs.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
It's a move that really makes you think about ambition and loyalty in that era, right? Even his rival, a guy named Yang Hu, who also had ties to the Meng family,
Oh, wow.
chose to work for the Ji clan.
Okay.
So it seems like opportunity trumped family ties even back then.
Wow.
What does that tell you about the pull the Ji family had?
I mean, if even your rivals are jumping ship to join them,
Yeah.
they've got something going on.
Exactly.
But let's get back to Confucius and this junior clerk gig.
Okay.
We're talking ancient China here. What did that actually entail? Was he like an ancient accountant with a side hustle in animal husbandry?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Think of it as being in charge of a large estate. He was responsible for keeping track of grain stores, managing the livestock.
Right.
Basically ensuring that this part of the Ji family's holdings was running smoothly. Not exactly the stuff of, like, philosophical debates, right?
Okay, I'm starting to see why this isn't the Confucius story everyone knows.
Right.
But I am genuinely curious. How would this kind of job have been perceived back then, especially for someone who'd later be considered a wise sage?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
You have to remember, this is a society obsessed with status and hierarchy. The sources contrast Confucius with someone like Ran Kui, who was born into the aristocracy.
Okay.
For Ran Kui, this kind of job would be unthinkable, almost insulting.
Wow.
But for Confucius, it might have been a different story.
So was he maybe seen as a bit of a trailblazer, someone willing to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty? Or would people have thought he was crazy for taking a job like that?
That's where things get really interesting.
Okay.
Actually, Confucius's dedication and success in this role.
Huh.
They talk about his meticulous record-keeping and how the livestock thrived under his care.
Wow.
It seems like he took real pride in his work, regardless of what others might have thought.
Okay, so maybe there's more to this junior clerk thing than meets the eye.
Yeah.
But before we go any further,
Yeah.
I've got to ask about something I read. Wasn't there a whole controversy about Confucius supposedly becoming a high-ranking minister early in his career? Did historians get it all wrong?
Yes, the Zigong debate. This is where things get really interesting, and they show how archaeology can turn history on its head.
Okay.
So for centuries, scholars believe that Confucius had like this meteoric rise to power based on the writings of Sima Qian,
Okay.
the famous Han dynasty historian. And he claimed that Confucius became the Zigong,
Okay.
which in Sima Qian's time was a powerful ministerial position.
So did Sima Qian just make stuff up? Was he trying to spice up Confucius's life story a little bit?
It's not quite that simple.
Right.
Remember, Sima Qian was writing centuries after Confucius lived. It's possible that the meaning of Zigong changed over time.
Okay.
But then in the 1970s, archaeologists unearthed something incredible, the sleeping tigerland kin slips.
Okay. These bamboo texts shed new light on the term Zigong, and guess what they revealed?
Don't leave me hanging. What did these ancient bamboo texts say?
The term Zigong wasn't just reserved for high-level government positions.
Okay.
It was also used for lower-level administrative roles, even within private estates, like the ones owned by the Ji clan.
Oh, okay.
So Confucius's Zigong role was likely much closer to his junior clerk duties than to a powerful minister.
So no overnight success story for Confucius.
Right.
Just good old-fashioned hard work and a healthy dose of accounting skills.
And this discovery really makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If Sima Qian misinterpreted this detail, what other parts of early Chinese history might need a second look in light of new archaeological discoveries?
That's a great point. History is always being rewritten as we learn more.
Exactly.
But to fully grasp what Confucius's early job meant for him, we need to understand the system he was working within.
Yes.
The lecture transcript calls it the military fief system.
Yes. And makes it sound like the backbone of the entire aristocracy.
You could say that.
Yeah.
It was the glue that held this complex social structure together.
Okay.
Imagine it like a set of those Russian nesting dolls, each one fitting inside the next.
Okay.
At the very top, you have the King of Zhu, the theoretical ruler of all under heaven.
But below him, things get a little more complicated, right? It's not
No.
like he was directly managing every little detail across the whole country.
Exactly. That's where the vassal lords come in.
Okay.
Think of them like powerful regional governors. They ruled individual states, and while they owed allegiance to the king, they had a lot of autonomy.
Okay.
They commanded their own armies, made their own laws, and were constantly jockeying for power and influence.
So kind of like mini kings within their own territories.
Yeah.
But they still had to answer to the big guy, right?
Absolutely. They owed military service to the king,
Okay.
meaning they were obligated to provide troops and support in times of war or conflict. It was a delicate balance between independence and loyalty.
And then we have the dafu, right? These are the high-ranking nobles who basically served as the vassal lord's right-hand men. Kind of like a cabinet, but with fancier rows and a lot more swords.
You could say that they received land grants from the vassal lords in exchange for their loyalty and military support. They also held positions of authority within their respective states, advising the rulers and wielding considerable influence.
Okay, so we've got the king vassal lords and the dafu. And then at the bottom of this aristocratic pyramid, we finally reach
Yes.
the shi,
The Shi.
which is where our friend Confucius comes in.
Exactly. The Shi were the rank and file of the aristocracy.
Okay.
They formed the backbone of the military forces and held various administrative and managerial positions, often serving the dafu directly.
So it's this intricate web of obligations and relationships that defines the spring and autumn period. But what's fascinating to me is that this whole system seemingly worked without a huge centralized bureaucracy.
Right.
Was it really that simple?
It's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Efficiency of the military fief system. There was no need for a complex administrative structure or a standing army.
Sure.
Each level of the hierarchy took care of itself, relying on personal loyalties and obligations rather than intricate legal codes or government institutions.
And the sources actually draw a parallel with the feudal system of medieval Europe,
Yes.
pointing out the similarities in social structures and how both systems relied on a relatively low level of social development to function.
Yeah, it's a great example of how seemingly disparate cultures can arrive at similar solutions to the challenges of governing large and complex societies.
And let's not forget the importance of titles in this system.
Right.
We briefly touched on the Kemeline, those elite officials chosen from among the dafu.
Yes.
These other titles for vassal lords, Gonhel, Bozinan, they sound more like ingredients for a mystical potion than actual titles.
You do.
What's the deal with those?
Those titles are a great example of how seemingly rigid social systems can have a surprising degree of fluidity and complexity.
Okay.
While there were some distinctions, these titles weren't strictly hierarchical.
So you're saying it wasn't as simple as saying one title automatically outranked another.
Right.
There was more nuance to it than that.
Exactly. The context to the individual's achievements and even their personal relationships with other nobles all played a role in how these titles were perceived and how they influenced social dynamics.
Okay, so it's not just about the name. It's about what you've done and who you know.
Right.
Sounds familiar.
Exactly.
But there's one title that clearly stood above all the rest. King.
Yes.
That one had to carry some serious weight.
Absolutely. King was reserved for the true ruler, the Son of Heaven, the embodiment of legitimate power. And this is where things get really interesting, because as the Zhou dynasty weakened, several vassal lords started calling themselves king.
Whoa. Talk about a power move.
Yeah.
That's like straight up challenging the authority of the king.
It was. It was a bold declaration of independence, a clear sign that the old order was crumbling and a new era of fragmentation and conflict was emerging.
Okay, so we've got a weakening king, ambitious vassal lords, and a whole lot of social and political upheaval.
Yes.
But there's one last piece of this puzzle. I want to understand the concept of reserved land.
Okay.
This wasn't part of the fief system, right?
That's right. These were lands held directly by the king of vassal lords, and even the dafu providing them with independent sources of revenue and resources.
Okay.
The sources point out that the decline of the Zhou kings was directly tied to their loss of control over these reserved lands.
So it wasn't just about military power or fancy titles.
Right.
It was also about who controlled the purse string.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
But how did all of this impact our friend Confucius, the humble clerk, working for the powerful Ji clan? That's what we need to unpack next.
Yeah. Well, you have to remember that Confucius wasn't working for just any branch of the Ji family.
Right.
He was working directly for the head of the clan.
Okay.
A young man named Ji Sunsai,
Whoa.
who took over leadership when Confucius was about 17.
Okay, now that's interesting.
Yeah.
Two young guys, both in positions of authority, navigating this crazy world of warring states and shifting alliances.
Right.
Kind of makes you wonder what their relationship was like.
Yeah.
Was it a mentorship, a rivalry, or just two ambitious guys trying to make their way in the world?
I wish more juicy details about their interactions.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they focus more on the big mixture stuff.
Yeah.
What we do know is that this Ji Sunsai guy was known for being pretty ruthless and ambitious.
Which probably means Confucius had to be pretty sharp
Yeah.
to navigate that kind of environment.
Right.
I mean, remember, we were talking about the guy who would later preach about ethics and moral leadership.
Exactly. It really makes you think about how his early experiences might have shaped his later philosophy.
Right.
Imagine, instead of being surrounded by scholars and philosophers, he's dealing with shrewd politicians, power struggles, and maybe even some shady dealings.
Talk about a real-world education.
Right.
It's a side of Confucius we rarely get to see.
Yeah.
But I'm still stuck on this junior clerk thing.
Okay.
What would a typical day have looked like for him? Was he literally counting sheep and measuring grain?
Well, I'd imagine he probably had assistants to help with the day-to-day stuff.
Right.
So yeah, maybe he was spending time in storehouses, making
Yeah.
sure the accounts were accurate
Right.
and the grain was properly stored. And then there's the whole livestock management side of things.
Okay. I'm trying to picture Confucius out in the fields overseeing the shearing of sheep
Right.
or negotiating the price of oxen.
Yeah.
It's definitely not the image most people have of him.
It's almost comical when you think about it.
It is.
But remember, this was a rural society. Agriculture was the backbone of the economy.
Right.
And managing those resources effectively was crucial.
So maybe this unglamorous job actually gave Confucius a deep understanding
Yeah.
of how things really worked, the importance of hard work,
Right.
and the value of everyday people.
Precisely. It's a perspective you don't get from just reading scrolls and debating philosophy.
Right.
He was directly involved in the lives of farmers, laborers, and artisans. He saw firsthand how their work contributed to society and the challenges they faced.
It's almost like an ancient internship in social dynamics.
Right.
It makes me wonder if those experiences planted the seeds for his ideas about social harmony and the importance of ethical leadership.
It's a compelling thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe seeing those everyday struggles and the impact of decisions made by those in power fueled his desire for a more just and harmonious society.
It's a far cry from the image of a philosopher coming up with these profound ideas in isolation.
Right.
This is Confucius getting his hands dirty, literally,
Yeah.
and seeing the world from the ground up.
And it's a perspective that's often missing when we talk about great thinkers.
Yeah.
We tend to focus on their finished works, the polished theories,
Right.
and the grand pronouncements.
Yeah.
But we forget that they were also shaped by their experiences, their struggles, and their interactions with the world around them.
It makes you wonder what other hidden gems might be lurking in the historical record.
Yeah.
Waiting to be uncovered and challenge our assumptions about famous figures.
Exactly.
We dove deep into the complex social and political structures of the spring and autumn period, a time of warring states and shifting alliances, and we explored how Confucius's early experiences, especially his time as a junior clerk, might have influenced his later philosophical ideas.
It's been a fascinating journey, and we've only scratched the surface. There's so much more to discover about this era and the life of Confucius.
Totally.
Yeah.
But for now, we'll leave you with one final thought to ponder. Considering everything we've discussed today, how do you think Confucius's humble beginnings and his first-hand experience working with everyday people might have shaped his vision of an ideal society, a society based on ethics, social harmony, and the importance of virtuous leadership?
It's a question worth pondering as you continue to explore the fascinating world of ancient China and the enduring legacy of Confucius.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We hope you found it enlightening and maybe even a bit inspiring. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep learning. So today we're going to take a look at something I know a lot of you have been wanting to know more about, which is the family life of Confucius. We have this really great excerpt from an academic lecture, and they really go into the social context of his time, which I think will really help us understand all this.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even with all this research, scholars have done a lot of work on this.
Right.
There's not a lot of information out there about his wife and son.
Yeah.
It's sort of a historical mystery.
Really is.
It's like a puzzle with missing pieces.
Yes.
But what we do have is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because some of it kind of goes against what people commonly think about Confucius.
Right.
So that's what we're going to look at today.
Okay.
So most people know about Confucius the philosopher, but not a lot is known about his personal life.
Right.
Especially his wife. It's like history just decided to focus on his teachings and his travels, and his family kind of got left out.
Yes. It's very strange, isn't it?
It is. It's so weird.
We have these detailed accounts of every conversation he seems to have had with rulers and disciples.
Right.
And then when it comes to the wife...
Nothing. Crickets.
Yeah. It's so strange.
Yeah.
So this excerpt that we have...
Yeah.
goes into some of the claims that are out there. And what's amazing is that we can learn a lot by what's not said.
That's right.
So, for example, one source is this Confucian Analects of Confucius from the Three Kingdoms period.
Okay.
And they say that Confucius's wife was from this noble family named Huan in the state of Song.
Okay.
Sounds plausible at first glance.
It does, yes.
But when you look at it, and you dig a little deeper into the social customs of the time.
Right.
During the spring and autumn period. When Confucius lived, that claim starts to fall apart a little bit.
Sure.
Because back then, imagine the society where marrying someone with the same last name as you, even if you weren't closely related, was like a huge no-no.
Think of it like instead of just avoiding marrying your immediate family, you had to consider your entire extended clan.
Wow.
Going back like generations.
Okay.
And this was called no marriage between people of the same surname.
I see.
It was like one of the most important parts of their social structure.
Okay, interesting.
So even if you weren't really that closely related, just having that same ancestral surname was a total deal breaker.
Wow.
So that's where the Analects claimed it doesn't really make sense because Confucius and the nobility of the state of Song share the same ancestral surname.
They did?
Z. So you'd have been like a major social taboo for them to intermarry.
I see.
So it's like trying to solve a riddle where the answer just doesn't fit the rules of the game.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And remember, this is when Confucius is like in his early 20s.
Okay.
He's just starting out as a low-ranking official. He's not the famous sage that he becomes later on.
Right.
So it's unlikely that he would have had like the social status to marry into a noble family.
I see.
From another state.
Okay.
Especially with these really strict marriage customs.
Yeah.
So when you look at it that way, that account in the Analects is kind of questionable.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So if she wasn't from this noble family, then who was she?
Right.
And the lecture makes this point that maybe the lack of information itself is a clue.
Oh, that's interesting.
So think about it. If Confucius's wife was from a prominent family, wouldn't there be some record of her lineage?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the fact that there's silence surrounding her suggests she was probably from a more ordinary background.
Right.
maybe even connected to his mother's side of the family.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So perhaps someone from the Yan village area
Exactly.
where his mother was from?
Yeah, someone whose family history wasn't considered important enough to actually write down.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think about the social dynamics of that time. It was way more common to marry within your social circle, especially through like family connections,
Right.
than to try to find like a high status match from outside your community.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a good reminder that even someone like Confucius, who we sort of think of as almost this like mythical figure,
Right.
was still a product of his time.
Absolutely.
Like he was living within the same social structures as everyone else.
Right. And that brings us to another really interesting part of Confucius's family life, which is his son, Kong Li.
Kong Li.
You might be familiar with the literary allusion Tao Pei Li Dui,
Oh, right.
which refers to this carp that was given to Confucius.
Right. Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, so the story goes that the Duke of the State of Loom gave Confucius a carp as a gift.
To celebrate Kong Li's birth.
Exactly, to celebrate his son's birth.
Okay.
But I have a feeling this story might have some layers to it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Just like the account of his wife.
I bet.
You're picking up on something really important here. Remember at the time of Kong Li's birth, Confucius was just a junior clerk in the Jisun family.
Okay.
So like a low-ranking official.
Right.
So we have to remember his social standing when we're thinking about these historical stories.
Right. And speaking of social standing, there's also that story of Yang Hu,
Yes.
who was another clerk, and he openly questioned Confucius's abilities.
He did.
So this makes it seem like Confucius wasn't super respected by everyone at that time.
Yeah.
Especially not to the point where the Duke would send him like a personal gift.
Right. It seems a little unlikely, doesn't it? So it's much more believable that this carp was a gift from the head of the Jisun family, Confucius's employer.
Right.
Maybe just like a gesture of goodwill to someone who works for them.
Okay.
And then as Confucius becomes more famous over time,
Right.
the story might have been embellished
I see.
to kind of elevate his status.
Right, to make him seem more important.
Exactly, and to imply a closer relationship with the Duke than there actually was.
Okay, so it's like historical telephone.
Yes.
Where the story changes a little bit each time it's told.
Precisely, but that doesn't mean the story has no meaning.
Right.
The carp, even if it wasn't from the Duke, still has this symbolic weight.
Okay.
It shows how important gift-giving was in ancient Chinese society.
Right.
Even seemingly simple gestures carried a lot of social and political meaning.
Okay.
And then there's how Confucius chose to name his son.
Right, he named him Li.
Yes, after the carp.
So at first glance, it seems like a simple detail.
Yeah.
Even kind of quirky.
Mm-hmm.
But I bet there's more to it.
Oh, there's always more to uncover.
Okay, tell me.
Naming his son after the carp, regardless of where it really came from, was likely a really smart move on Confucius's part.
You mean like a way of showing respect to his superiors in the Jisun family?
Exactly, like saying, hey, I appreciate this gesture, I'm loyal to you.
Right.
And that kind of thing would have been really valuable for someone like Confucius, who was navigating this complex social hierarchy.
And trying to climb the ladder.
So it's like a subtle form of social strategy.
Exactly.
Hidden in a simple act of naming his son.
That's right. It's amazing how these little details can tell us so much about power and ambition in that time.
Yeah, it really is fascinating.
It is.
Makes you think.
It does.
What else is hidden in history?
Yeah, what other stories are waiting to be told?
Exactly, and maybe we'll find some of those.
Maybe we will.
As we keep going through this material.
Okay.
So let's take a quick break.
Sounds good.
And when we come back, we'll continue our deep dive into the fascinating world of Confucius.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it really does make you appreciate how complex history really is. I mean, we think about these figures from the past, and it's easy to think of them as almost mythical.
Right.
But they were real people, you know, making decisions within these really specific social structures.
Yeah.
And even something like naming a child could have these ripple effects that we might not even think about. Absolutely. And that's why I think this deep dive into Confucius's family life is so fascinating.
Yeah.
It gives us this much deeper understanding of the man behind the philosophy.
Right.
It's like we're peeling back layers of time to see him not just as the sage, but as a husband, a father, a member of a community, dealing with all these social complexities that everyone else was facing.
And it makes you wonder what other choices in his life might have been influenced by those social dynamics.
That's a great question. It really is, and it takes us back to Confucius's pragmatism,
All right.
which seems to have been like a defining trait for him.
Right.
Even in his early years, I mean, think about it, the spring and autumn period, that was a time of huge upheaval and political intrigue.
Yeah, not exactly a peaceful time.
No, not at all. And for someone like Confucius, who
Yeah.
was born into this declining noble family,
Right.
social mobility wouldn't have been just a personal goal.
Right.
It would have been vital for survival.
So making a good impression on powerful people would have been super important.
Yes, even through these small gestures.
It makes the mystery around his wife even more intriguing.
Yes, it does.
If she was from a more humble background.
Which seems to be the case.
Like the evidence suggests then, her life and her experiences
Right.
might not have been considered worth recording by the historians at the time.
That's a really good point.
It's a reminder that history is often told from the perspective of the elite.
It really is.
We don't often get to hear the stories of everyday people, especially women, in these ancient accounts.
Right. Their voices are often lost.
Yeah, it's like they just disappear.
And that's why it's so important to examine those silences in the historical record,
Yeah,
to look for those missing voices and try to piece together their stories.
it's like being a detective,
Yeah.
but for history.
Absolutely searching for clues to bring those forgotten lives into focus.
And maybe those gaps in the historical record, those silences, maybe they're the most interesting parts of the puzzle.
In a way, they are, because they force us to ask questions, to dig deeper,
Yeah.
to consider perspectives that might have been overlooked.
So what does all this mean for someone listening today?
Right. What's the takeaway?
Why should these details about Confucius's family life matter to us centuries later?
I think it comes down to this: by understanding the social context of his time and the complexities of his personal life, we get a much richer understanding of his philosophy.
Yeah, it's like we can see his teachings not just as these abstract ideas,
Right.
but as the product of a real person
Absolutely.
who is dealing with the same challenges and aspirations as people throughout history.
Exactly. It humanizes him
It does.
in a way that just reading his philosophical texts might not.
Yeah, you see him not just as this wise sage,
Right.
but as a husband, as a father, as a part of his community,
Mm-hmm.
trying to make his way in the world.
Yeah, and by seeing that,
Yeah.
by recognizing his humanity,
Mm-hmm.
we can approach his teachings with this whole new perspective. We can appreciate not just his words, but the life experiences that shaped them.
Right. It's like realizing that even the greatest thinkers
Yes.
are influenced by the world around them.
Absolutely, by their relationships, their struggles, even the smallest decisions.
And by understanding that context,
Right.
we can understand his ideas better,
Yeah, and how they might still be relevant to our lives.
even all these centuries later.
It's a good reminder that even though we're separated by time and culture, we share this common human experience.
How about you?
And learning about people like Confucius
Yeah.
helps us connect with that.
It's like we're all part of this big story,
Rare.
this grand narrative of what it means to be human.
And it encourages us to keep asking questions,
Right.
to challenge our assumptions,
Yeah.
and to look beyond the surface, because there's always more to discover.
Exactly. Wow. It's like we've been on this amazing archaeological dig, right?
I know.
Brushing away the dust of centuries to see these little glimpses into Confucius's life.
Yeah, and they're not insignificant.
Right. And the thing is,
Yeah.
they don't take away from his story.
Yeah.
If anything, they make it more interesting,
They do.
more real.
They make him seem more human.
Exactly.
Instead of this distant figure,
Right.
they show us Confucius as a man of his time.
Yeah.
Someone who had to deal with the same social pressures as everyone else.
Right.
You know, he had to navigate this complex hierarchy. But even within all of that,
Right.
he was still able to develop this philosophy.
Right. These ideas that have lasted for thousands of years.
It's amazing.
Really incredible.
It is.
And it makes you think
Yeah.
that big ideas don't just come out of nowhere.
No, they don't.
They come from lived experience.
Right. They're forged in the fires of real life.
Right. So maybe all of Confucius's teachings about family,
Yeah.
about social harmony,
Right.
about leadership, maybe they were at least partly shaped by his own experience.
I think so.
As a husband, as a father,
Yeah.
as someone trying to figure out how to succeed in the world.
Absolutely. And that brings us back to why it's so important
Yeah.
to understand the historical and personal context of any idea.
Right. Because it's not just about what someone said or wrote.
No, it's not.
It's about who said it,
Right.
why they said it,
Yeah.
what was going on in their life.
Exactly what influenced their thinking.
Okay, so as we wrap up this deep dive into Confucius's family,
Yeah.
what's like the one thing
Right.
you want our listeners to remember?
I think the big takeaway here
Yeah.
is the importance of questioning assumptions and really digging beneath the surface. Just because a historical narrative has been around for a long time
Right.
doesn't mean it's not open to questioning or reinterpretation.
Right. It doesn't mean it's necessarily true.
Exactly. We have to be willing to look beyond the accepted versions of history
Right.
and consider other perspectives.
So be critical thinkers.
Yes, be curious.
Ask questions.
Yeah, don't just take things at face value.
Exactly.
And as you continue to learn about Confucius and his teachings, think about what do these glimpses into his family life?
Right.
His pragmatism, his ambition.
Yeah.
What do they reveal about him as a person?
Okay.
And how might that have shaped his philosophy?
It's a great question to think about.
It is. And who knows, you might discover something new.
Maybe even about ourselves.
Right, because in a way, history is a mirror.
It is.
It reflects not just the past, but also who we are.
Okay, so thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Yes, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
And we'll be back soon to explore another fascinating corner of history.
All right, so we're diving deep into the life of Confucius today, and we've got these excerpts from a lecture that are really fascinating, focusing on a period you might not know as much about his early career, before he became like the Confucius, the philosopher.
Yeah, exploring those early years, I think, gives us a much deeper understanding of how his ideas actually developed.
Right.
And his real impact on society.
Exactly.
Because he wasn't, born a legend, right?
Yeah.
He became one.
He became one. And I think we tend to picture him as this wise, older sage.
Right.
But he had a whole life leading up to that.
Exactly.
And our source material takes us back to like his 20s and 30s working as a clerk. Not exactly the image of a world-changing philosopher, is it?
Not at first glance, no.
Right.
But this is where we start to see, I think, the seeds of his greatness.
Yeah.
Confucius was a keen observer.
Yeah.
And he noticed a need.
What need did he notice?
Well, many rural people in his area lacked basic skills.
Okay.
Needed for better jobs.
Right.
And, instead of just seeing a problem, he saw an opportunity.
Yeah, it's so fascinating how he recognized that and decided to address it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just about like personal ambition, was it?
I don't think so.
Like, was there something more driving him?
Absolutely.
What do you think it was?
Well, Confucius really believed in the power of education to uplift individuals and to strengthen society as a whole.
Okay.
And he saw this gap in practical skills as a barrier to social mobility. Something he felt deeply about.
So he starts his own school.
Right.
Well, it's more like a practical training program.
That's a better way to put it.
What I find so fascinating here is the tuition.
Oh yeah.
Our source mentions it was a bundle of dried meat.
That's right. Yeah.
What does that tell us?
I mean, that speaks volumes, I think, about Confucius's commitment to making education accessible.
Yeah.
It wasn't about profit for him.
Right.
It was about sharing knowledge and empowering people.
Okay.
Regardless of their economic background. So in a way, he was kind of challenging that existing social hierarchy.
Right.
Where opportunities were often limited, by birth.
Yeah, it's a powerful reminder that education can be a great equalizer.
Right, absolutely.
But it also sounds like he was strategically building his own network. Our source mentions that he often trained his students, many of whom were relatives to be potential assistants.
Right. He was definitely a shrewd operator.
Right.
By equipping his students with valuable skills. He was not only helping them to advance, but he was also creating a network of loyal and capable individuals who could support his own work and ambitions.
So he's not just teaching, he's building a team.
He's building a team.
But this raises an important question. Wasn't there like a rigid social hierarchy in ancient China?
Yeah.
Was he subtly challenging that by teaching those who were typically excluded from education?
That's a great point.
Right.
You're hitting on a key point here.
Yeah.
Confucianism, from its very beginnings, really promoted the idea of meritocracy, that advancement should be based on ability and virtue,
right?
Not just birthright.
Yeah.
And by offering education to those who are typically overlooked,
Yeah.
Confucius was putting this principle into action,
Right.
planting the seeds of social change.
It's amazing to see how these early experiences really shaped his philosophy and his impact on the world.
Yeah.
But his story doesn't end there.
Right.
Our source mentions that all this hard work
Mm-hmm.
and this innovation gets him noticed by a powerful nobleman.
Yes.
Meng Shixi,
Right.
head of the Meng Sun clan. This is a pivotal moment.
Yeah, this is a pivotal moment.
Think of it like catching the attention of a Fortune 500 CEO today.
Yeah, exactly.
Confucius is hired as a tutor for Meng Shixi's sons, bringing him into the elite circles of Lu.
Exactly.
It's a huge leap forward in his career.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this detail about the Meng family is interesting.
Right.
They had a history of accepting children born outside of traditional marriages.
Mm-hmm.
Could this have made them more open
Possibly.
to someone like Confucius,
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
who didn't come from a purely aristocratic background?
I mean, the Ming family's values
Right.
might have aligned with Confucius's own belief in merit
Okay.
and individual worth, regardless of social standing.
Right.
It's a reminder, I think, that open-minded individuals and families can create opportunities for those who might otherwise be excluded.
And from this point on, Confucius's journey takes an even more fascinating turn.
That's right.
He embarks on his first trip abroad, accompanying his student to Luoyang, the capital of the Eastern Zhou dynasty.
Right.
And what's striking is that this is the first time he leaves his home state of Lu.
Yeah, it's a major life event for him.
Right.
And we even know the exact date of this journey.
Really?
Thanks to some historical detective work.
Oh, wow.
Historians were able to use records of a solar eclipse
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
to pinpoint the year and even the month of his departure.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
But this trip wasn't just like a sightseeing tour, was it?
No, not at all.
They had a specific purpose, right?
Absolutely.
What was it?
They were traveling to Luoyang to report the death of Meng Shixi
Okay.
to the royal court.
Right.
A duty that blended politics and family obligation. And while we don't have his personal diary from this period, we can imagine the impact this journey must have had on him.
Yeah.
I mean, Luoyang was a melting pot of culture and ideas.
Right.
A far cry from his home in Luoyang.
It's as if he's stepping onto a larger stage, encountering new perspectives and challenges. And what's fascinating is that he doesn't return from this journey empty-handed.
No, he doesn't.
Our source mentions a very special gift.
Yeah.
He receives from the Meng family his very first carriage.
Yeah, this wasn't just a mode of transportation. This was a symbol of status and mobility in ancient China.
Right.
Imagine the feeling of getting your first car today.
Right, exactly.
This carriage represented a significant
Yeah.
step up in the world for Confucius.
It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of the carriage, but I think it's worth pausing here to consider what it really represents.
Right.
It's not just about material possessions, is it? No. Like what does this gift symbolize for Confucius's journey?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The carriage represents his growing influence.
Right.
His expanding network and the opportunities that are opening up to him as he ventures beyond his familiar surroundings.
Right.
It's a physical manifestation, I think, of his upward trajectory.
Yeah.
In a way.
We left off with Confucius receiving this incredible gift, this carriage, a symbol of his rising status and the opportunities that were opening up to him. But this trip to Luoyang was more than just a chance to climb the social ladder, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what else was he doing there?
I mean, Confucius wasn't just there to, just to perform a duty. He was eager to learn.
Right.
And to soak up everything that this new environment had to offer. He was like a sponge.
Yeah.
Absorbing new ideas, meeting influential people.
Right.
Remember, Luoyang was the capital of the Eastern Zhou dynasty. It was a hub of culture and politics.
It makes you wonder what it must have been like to witness those discussions firsthand.
Yeah.
What kinds of things were people talking about back then?
Yeah.
Was it all tortly gossip and political maneuvering?
I'm sure there was plenty of that.
Right.
But the issues of the day went far deeper.
Okay.
One of the biggest concerns was the declining power of the Zhou dynasty.
Okay.
You know, for centuries, the Zhou kings had been the symbolic rulers of China, but their authority had weakened.
Okay.
The various states were becoming more independent,
Right.
and were often at war with each other.
So it's like this backdrop of political fragmentation and instability is shaping Confucius's experiences. And for someone who valued order and harmony,
Right.
this must have been deeply concerning to him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was witnessing the breakdown of the very system
Yeah.
that he believed in. And it forced him to confront this question of how to restore order.
Okay.
And create a more just and harmonious society.
If we connect this to his philosophy, is this where his emphasis on Ren starts to take shape? This idea of benevolence, or of putting the needs of others before your own as a way to heal those divisions.
That's a very insightful connection.
Yeah.
While Ren was always a part of his thinking.
Yeah.
I think this trip likely deepened his understanding of its importance.
Okay.
You know, he saw firsthand how self-interest and power struggles were tearing society apart.
Right.
And he believed that cultivating this deep sense of humanity was the key to restoring harmony.
Okay.
It wasn't just about following rituals. You know, it was about transforming individuals from the inside out.
It sounds like he was advocating for a more ethical approach to leadership and social interaction.
In contrast to the self-serving behaviors he was witnessing.
Exactly.
Did this make him more traditional in his outlook? Like wanting to return to a more idealized past?
That's a good question.
Or did it push him in new directions?
That's a question that scholars have debated for centuries.
Yeah.
Some argue that this trip made him more determined to restore the traditional values and rituals of the past.
Okay.
You know, he saw firsthand the chaos that resulted when those values were neglected.
Right.
But others suggest that this experience also exposed him to new ideas and ways of thinking.
Okay.
Prompting him to adapt.
Okay.
And evolve his approach.
So maybe a bit of both.
Yeah, I think so.
A deep respect for tradition, but also a willingness to adapt to changing circumstances. Like that saying that the only constant is change.
Right.
But did he just observe these political dynamics from afar?
Well, or did he actually engage with them in Luoyang? Like, did he have any direct experience with the rituals and ceremonies of the Zhou court?
We know from historical accounts that he did visit the Zhou royal court.
Right.
And observe these rituals firsthand.
Yeah.
This must have been an incredible experience for someone who was deeply interested in the traditions and proper conduct of society.
Right.
He wasn't just a passive observer.
Yeah.
He was actively engaging with the cultural and political landscape.
This brings us to another important concept in Confucianism.
Yeah.
This idea of Li, ritual propriety.
Right.
Could you elaborate on how Li relates to Ren?
Sure.
And how this trip might have influenced Confucius's understanding of both concepts?
Yeah, so Li encompasses the rituals, the ceremonies, the social norms that provide structure and order to society.
Okay.
While Ren is the inner virtue.
Okay.
The moral compass.
Yeah.
You know, Li is the outward expression of that virtue. And Confucius believed that by performing rituals with sincerity and understanding, individuals could cultivate their inner Ren and contribute to a more harmonious society.
It's like Li provides the framework, the guidelines for ethical behavior, while Ren is the driving force, the motivation behind those actions. Exactly. So he wasn't just advocating like blind adherence to tradition.
Right.
He was emphasizing the importance of aligning outward actions with inner virtue.
Precisely. And his experiences in Luoyang, observing the rituals of the court while also witnessing the political fragmentation
All right.
and moral decay.
Yeah.
Likely deepened his understanding of this complex relationship between Li and Ren.
All right.
He saw that rituals alone were not enough. They needed to be grounded in genuine morality.
Okay.
And a commitment to justice.
This journey to Luoyang really seems to have been like a turning point for Confucius.
Yeah, it really was.
He's gone from being a local teacher and clerk to someone with a much wider perspective,
right.
a deeper understanding of the challenges facing his society.
Absolutely.
But he eventually returns to Lu, doesn't he?
He does.
Well, what happens next? Does he go back to his old life, or does he take this newfound knowledge and do something different?
He returns to Lu, but he's not the same man who left.
Right.
This trip has changed him. He's seen the bigger picture.
Right.
And he's got new ideas brewing.
It's like coming back from an amazing study abroad program.
Right.
You've got all this new knowledge, and you're ready to make your mark on the world.
Yeah, exactly.
How does this shift in perspective manifest in his teaching?
That's where we'll pick up next time.
Okay.
Join us as we continue our deep dive into the life of Confucius and explore how his journey continues to unfold.
All right.
We'll see how he applies his newfound wisdom, the challenges he faces, and the lasting legacy he creates.
Welcome back to our deep dive into the early life of Confucius. We left off with him returning to Lu, transformed by his experiences in Luoyang. He's seen the bigger picture now, grappling with the complexities of his time and carrying new insights about the relationship between ritual and virtue.
Yes, this journey has profoundly impacted how Confucius approaches education and his role in society. He returns to teaching, but with a renewed sense of purpose.
So it's not just back to business as usual. What's different about his teaching now? Does he have like a new curriculum, or is it more about like a shift in emphasis?
It's both. He still teaches those practical skills, reading, writing, accounting, but there's a greater emphasis on moral development.
Okay.
This is where his concept of Ren, translated as benevolence or humanity, really takes center stage.
This wasn't just like some abstract philosophical concept, was it? How did he actually teach Ren? Did he have like a 10 steps to benevolence program?
He wasn't about giving, easy answers or step-by-step instructions.
Right.
Instead, he encouraged his students to cultivate Ren through self-reflection, studying ancient texts, observing virtuous role models, and engaging in ethical conduct in their daily lives.
Okay.
It was about integrating this ideal into every aspect of their being.
So he was emphasizing a holistic approach to education, nurturing both the mind and the heart. And it wasn't just about personal growth, was it? He saw this as essential for creating a better society.
That's the key point. Confucius believed that a harmonious and just society could only be achieved if individuals cultivated their inner virtue. He saw Ren as the foundation for strong relationships, ethical leadership, and social harmony.
Yeah.
It was the antidote to the self-interest and power struggles that were tearing society apart.
Yeah, it's a powerful idea that resonates even today.
Yeah.
But promoting such a radical concept in those turbulent times couldn't have been easy. Did he face any pushback?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not everyone embraced his ideas.
Right.
Some saw his emphasis on virtue and ethics as a threat to the established order.
Right.
They were comfortable with the status quo, even if it was riddled with injustice and inequality.
Yeah, it makes you think about the challenges anyone faces when they try to bring about change, especially when it involves questioning deeply ingrained social norms and power structures.
Right.
But Confucius didn't give up, did he?
Not at all. He continued to teach, attract new students, and refine his ideas. He was a master communicator, using stories, metaphors, witty sayings to make his points memorable and accessible.
Right.
This is part of what made his teaching so enduring.
It's fascinating that even though he didn't write any books himself, his ideas were preserved and passed down through generations. It speaks to the power of his message and the dedication of his followers.
Absolutely. That's right. It was his students who compiled his sayings and conversations into what we now know as the Analects.
Right.
A collection that has had an immeasurable impact on Chinese thought and culture for over 2 millennia.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the early life of Confucius,
Yeah.
what are the key takeaways? Why should we care about this guy who lived thousands of years ago?
Well, Confucius's story reminds us that even amidst chaos and uncertainty, individuals have the power to make a difference.
Hmm.
His emphasis on education, ethical leadership, and the cultivation of inner virtue continues to inspire people around the world.
Right.
His teachings are a testament to the power of ideas to shape history
Yeah.
and offer timeless wisdom for navigating the complexities of human existence.
It's been an incredible journey exploring his early years, seeing how his experiences shaped his philosophy and understanding why his message continues to resonate today.
Welcome back, everybody, to another deep dive. This time, we're going way back to 5th century BC China
Oh, wow.
to explore the life and choices of the legendary Confucius.
Okay.
Specifically, we'll be examining his decision to leave the state of Lu and travel to Qi on this period of Confucius's life.
It's a period that's often misunderstood.
Yeah,
People tend to think of Confucius as a purely academic figure,
right.
removed from the political realities of his time.
And our deep dive today will unpack just how intertwined his life was with the politics of the era.
Yeah.
We'll look at the historical context, his personal motivations, and maybe even debunk a myth or two along the way.
One of the most common misconceptions is that Confucius fled Lu out of fear during a period of political turmoil.
Really?
But as our source points out, the situation was much more nuanced than that.
Okay, so let's set the scene for our listeners.
Sure.
What was going on in the state of Lu at the time?
The state was essentially ruled by the Duke of Lu, but he was constantly challenged by three powerful noble families,
Okay,
known as the three Huan families.
I see.
Think of them as powerful clans vying for control, almost like a Game of Thrones playing out within the state.
So there was already tension and power struggles before things escalated.
Absolutely, and this tension came to a head when the Duke of Lu was exiled by the three Huan families.
Wow.
This threw the state into a brief period of civil war, but it ended quickly with the three Huan families consolidating their power.
So this is where Confucius comes in.
Right.
He was working for one of the three Huan families, right?
Yes, he was employed as a tutor and advisor,
Okay.
which, as you can imagine, put him in a very complicated position.
Because on the one hand, he's working for the very people who overthrew the Duke, but he also believes strongly in loyalty to the ruler.
Exactly.
So talk about a rock and a hard place.
Exactly. He could have easily stayed in Lu, continued to benefit from his position, and thrived under the new power structure.
But instead, he chose to follow the exiled Duke to the state of Qi.
He did.
Was this just a rash decision driven by idealism, or was there more to it?
Our source argues that it was a calculated move,
Hmm.
a strategic gamble on his part.
What makes you say that?
Well, first, think about the timing. The civil war in Lu was extremely brief.
Okay.
By the time Confucius left, things had stabilized under the three Huan families. He wasn't fleeing imminent danger.
So it wasn't so much about escaping a bad situation, but maybe about seizing a potential Okay.
Confucius was betting on the possibility of the Duke eventually returning to power.
And if that were to happen, he'd be in a prime position to benefit.
Exactly.
But wouldn't that have been a huge gamble? I mean, what were the chances of the Duke actually regaining control?
It was definitely a risk, no doubt, but the source draws a fascinating parallel with a similar situation in the state of Wei,
Uh-huh.
where officials who remained loyal to their exiled duke were rewarded with prominent positions upon his return.
So Confucius may have seen this as a historical precedent,
Yeah.
a reason to believe that his gamble could pay off. But how does this all fit into his personal philosophy and beliefs?
Right.
He was known for emphasizing loyalty, right?
Absolutely, and siding with the three Fawn families would have directly contradicted his core values. By choosing to follow the Duke even into exile, he demonstrated his unwavering commitment to the principle of loyalty to the rightful ruler.
Okay, so we're starting to see a picture of Confucius as not just a scholar and teacher, but also a shrewd political player willing to take risks to advance both his career and his ideals. Is that a fair assessment?
I think so, and it's important to remember that this was a time when ambition and personal connections played a huge role in political life.
Yeah.
Confucius was no exception.
And speaking of personal connections, before we dive deeper into his motives.
It's a fascinating parallel to the grand tour that European nobles undertook centuries later.
So kind of like study abroad meets networking extravaganza for the ancient elite. Tell me more.
Well, these journeys were seen as essential for young nobles to broaden their horizons, experience different cultures, and most importantly, build relationships with influential figures from other states.
And Confucius participated in one of these study tours early in his life?
He did.
Where did he go and who did he meet?
Our source mentions a trip he took with a young noble named Nanggong Jingshu to Luoyang, the capital of the Zhou dynasty.
Okay.
Officially, the purpose was to report a death and seek a royal commendation.
Right.
But of course, it was also a prime opportunity for networking.
It's like LinkedIn for the ancient world, except instead of endorsing skills, they were exchanging political favors and philosophical ideas.
Ah, I like that analogy, and it's on this trip that Confucius allegedly encountered a figure named Lao Dan.
Wait, Lao Dan, as in Laozi, the legendary author of the Tao Te Ching?
Ah, yes. Now, this is where we get into the myth-busting territory. For centuries, there's been this misconception that the Lao Dan Confucius met was actually Laozi himself.
Okay, I can see how that story would get passed down and embellished.
It meticulously debunks this myth.
Okay.
First, the timelines don't align. And more importantly, Confucius never mentions the Tao Te Ching or its author in any of his own writings.
Right.
Which seems highly unlikely if they had actually met.
So if it wasn't true, why did this story become so widespread?
It seems that later schools of thought, possibly rivals of Confucianism, were trying to discredit Confucius.
Oh, wow.
By inventing this tale of him being schooled by Laozi.
Wow, so even back then there were attempts to rewrite history for political purposes.
Absolutely. It's a reminder that history is often told from a particular perspective, and it's always important to question the motives of those who are shaping the narrative.
Okay, that's fascinating. But let's get back to Confucius's big decision to leave Luffy. You mentioned that it wasn't just about loyalty to the Duke. Was there a personal element at play as well?
Right.
Maybe a rivalry or a grudge?
Yes, actually there was. Our source introduces us to a figure named Yang Hu, a rival of Confucius who had previously humiliated him.
Ooh, this is getting juicy. Tell me more about this Yang Hu and how he factors into the story.
Well, Yang Hu represents the opposite path that Confucius could have taken. He chose to side with the powerful three Huan families, demonstrating that ambition and pragmatism often won out over loyalty and idealism in these power struggles.
So you have Confucius driven by principle and a long-term vision, and Yang Hu seizing the immediate opportunity for power. What a fascinating contract.
And this rivalry adds a personal dimension to Confucius's decision.
Yeah.
It suggests that his choice wasn't solely based on abstract principles, but also on a very human desire to prove himself and perhaps even get one over on his old rival.
Okay, this is already giving us a much more nuanced and complex picture of Confucius than we usually get. So he's in Lu facing this dilemma taught between his ideals and his ambition. What ultimately tipped the scales in favor of following the exiled Duke to Qi?
That's a great question. It delves into the potential rewards. Confucius might have envisioned his understanding of loyalty in the context of political upheaval and how his actions reflect his broader philosophy.
Okay, now I'm really intrigued. Tell me more about these potential rewards and how Confucius might have viewed them.
Well, that's a perfect segue into the next part of our deep dive.
Okay.
We'll need to pick up this thread and unpack those motivations in more detail.
Welcome back to our deep dive into the life of Confucius. Last time we left off with Confucius facing a big decision, stay in the state of Lua under the new rulers or follow the exiled Duke to the state of Qi. It was a gamble.
It was.
Fueled by loyalty, ambition, and maybe even a bit of rivalry. But you were saying there were potential rewards he might have had his eye on.
That's right. It's easy to view this decision through a modern lens, but to really understand Confucius's motivations,
Yeah.
we need to consider the political realities of his time.
So help me understand the political landscape a bit better. What kind of rewards could someone in Confucius's position realistically hope to gain by following an exiled duke?
Well, think about it. In ancient China, power was often fluid and cyclical.
Okay.
Dukes were exiled and restored all the time, so if the exiled Duke of Lu were to regain his throne, those who had remained loyal to him would be in a very advantageous position.
They'd be seen as the true loyalists.
Yeah.
And potentially rewarded with prominent positions in the government. But wasn't that a huge if?
Oh, it was.
How could Confucius be so sure that the Duke would ever return to power?
Of course, there were no guarantees. There's a case in the state of Wei where officials who followed their exiled Duke were given key government roles when he eventually returned to power.
So Confucius might have seen that as a precedent.
Yeah.
A reason to believe that his gamble could actually pay off.
Exactly. And beyond the potential for political advancement, there's another layer to Confucius's motivations that we need to consider: his personal philosophy and beliefs.
Right. He was deeply committed to the idea of loyalty to the ruler, even if that ruler wasn't currently in power. Choosing to stay in Lu and serve the three Huan families would have been a betrayal of those principles.
Precisely, Confucius believed that a just and harmonious society depended on a clear hierarchy, with the ruler at the top. To him, following the exiled duke was about upholding that order,
Right.
even in the face of adversity.
So it wasn't just about personal gain, it was about taking a stand for what he believed in.
Absolutely. And this brings us to another fascinating
I
point.
mentioned earlier that he had this rivalry with Yang Hu, who chose to side with the three Huan families.
Right.
How did that rivalry factor into things?
Well, imagine yourself in Confucius's position. You have this rival who's chosen the seemingly pragmatic path,
Yeah.
the one that's likely to bring immediate rewards. Wouldn't you feel a certain drive to prove that your path, the path of principle and loyalty, could ultimately lead to greater success?
I could see how that competitive spirit might have pushed him to take a bigger risk.
Yeah.
To show that his way was the right way.
Exactly, and it adds another layer of complexity to understanding of Confucius.
Yeah.
He wasn't just a detached philosopher spouting lofty ideals. He was a human being with ambitions, rivalries, and a desire to make his mark on the world.
It's a reminder that even the most influential figures in history were driven by a mix of personal and philosophical motives.
Precisely, and I think that's what makes studying history so compelling. It's not just about memorizing dates and names. It's about understanding the motivations and complexities of the people who shaped the course of events.
Okay, so we've established that Confucius's decision to follow the Duke was driven by a combination of loyalty, ambition, and perhaps a dash of rivalry. But he wasn't just a lone scholar making this journey, was he? He had a family to consider.
That's an excellent. Confucius likely took his wife and children with him to Qi. He seems to have been quite eager to find employment upon arriving, suggesting the practical realities of needing to provide for his family.
It humanizes him, doesn't it? It shows that even while pursuing these grand political and philosophical goals, he was still grounded in the everyday concerns of a husband and father.
Absolutely. It's those glimpses into his personal life that make him relatable across millennia.
So he arrives in Qi with his family, hoping to find a position that will allow him to both support them and potentially advance his political career. What happens next? What kind of reception did he receive?
Well, before we get into his experiences in Qi,
Yeah?
there's one more interesting detail from his time in Lu that our source highlights. It involves that study tour we discussed earlier, the one to Luoyang.
Oh, right, the ancient LinkedIn trip where he supposedly met Lao Dan, who was definitely not lousy. What else did our source reveal about that journey?
Well, it points out that this trip wasn't just a random occurrence.
Okay.
It was actually part of a larger pattern in Confucius's life.
What do you mean?
Throughout his early career, Confucius was constantly seeking out opportunities to connect with influential figures and gain recognition for his knowledge and abilities.
Okay.
The study tour to Luoyang was just one example of this.
So he was already networking and building relationships long before he faced the decision of whether to follow the Duke.
Exactly, and this pattern continues in Qi.
Okay.
Our source emphasizes that Confucius was very strategic in cultivating connections with powerful people, attending social gatherings, and showcasing his expertise on ritual and governance.
It sounds like he was playing the long game, not just relying on his loyalty to the Duke to guarantee him a position. He was actively working to make himself indispensable.
That's a great way to put it. He was creating opportunities for himself,
Yeah.
building a reputation that extended beyond his connection to the exiled Duke.
Okay, so we're seeing a portrait of Confucius as a savvy networker, a skilled politician, and a man deeply committed to his ideals. But we still haven't talked about how his gamble actually played out. Did he find success in Qi? Did the Duke ever return to power?
Well, that's where things get even more intriguing, and unfortunately, that's where we'll have to leave our listeners hanging for now. Stay tuned for the final part of our deep dive, where we'll explore Confucius's experiences in Qi and whether his calculated risk ultimately paid off.
All right, listeners, you heard it here. We're about to uncover the next chapter in Confucius's life and find out if his gamble led to triumph or disappointment. Don't miss the thrilling conclusion to our deep dive. And following his journey from the state of Lu, where he faced a difficult choice, stay or follow the exiled Duke to the state of Qi. It was a gamble, fueled by loyalty, ambition, and maybe even a bit of rivalry.
Yeah, it really was.
But did it pay off?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And the answer, as with most things in history, is complicated.
Okay.
Confucius's time in Qi was marked by both successes and setbacks.
Okay, I'm on the edge of my seat. Give me the highlights. Did he land a plum government position? Did he become the Duke's right-hand man?
Not quite. While he did manage to secure a position in the Qi court, it wasn't a particularly high-ranking one.
Oh.
He served as an advisor on ritual and governance.
Okay.
But he wasn't exactly shaping policy or wielding major influence.
So not the meteoric rise to power he might have been hoping for?
No, but it wasn't a complete failure either. Remember, Confucius was a master networker. He used his time in Qi to cultivate relationships with influential people, attend social gatherings, and showcase his knowledge.
So he was still playing the long game, even if the immediate rewards weren't weren't as great as he might have imagined.
Exactly, and this is where our source offers a really insightful perspective.
Okay.
It suggests that Confucius's experiences in Xiv, both the successes and the setbacks, played a crucial role in shaping his later thinking and teachings.
That's interesting. How so?
Well, think about it. He went to Qi with this idealistic vision of restoring the duke to power and ushering in an era of good governance, but the reality of court politics was much messier and more complex than he perhaps anticipated.
So he saw firsthand that personal ambition, factionalism, and power struggles could often undermine even the most well-intentioned efforts at reform.
Exactly, and this experience seems to have tempered his idealism,
Yeah.
leading him to develop a more pragmatic and nuanced approach to politics and governance.
So the Confucius who eventually returned to Lu was not the same wide-eyed idealist who had left years earlier.
Precisely. He had been tested by the realities of power and emerged with a deeper understanding of the challenges and compromises involved in governing a state.
That makes a lot of sense. It's like he went through a political boot camp, and it shaped his thinking in profound ways.
That's a great analogy, and this transformation is evident in his later teachings, which emphasize the importance of not just moral principles, but also practical skills, adaptability, and the ability to navigate complex social and political dynamics.
It's like he learned that being a good ruler, or even a good advisor, wasn't just about having the right ideas,
Right.
but also about knowing how to put those ideas into practice in a messy, imperfect world.
Exactly. And this, I think, is one of the most important takeaways from our deep dive today.
Yeah.
We often view Confucius as this timeless sage dispensing wisdom from on high.
Right.
But he was also a product of his time, shaped by his experiences and constantly evolving in his thinking.
He was a real person facing real challenges and learning from his mistakes.
Absolutely. And that, I think, makes his teachings all the more relevant and relatable to us today.
Yeah.
We all face challenges and setbacks in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
The key is to learn from them, adapt, and keep striving to become better versions of ourselves.
So what happened to Confucius after his time in Qi?
Well,
Did he eventually return to Lu? Did his gamble ever pay off?
he did eventually return to Lu, but the Book never remipped power. However, Confucius's experiences in Qi had made him a more mature and seasoned thinker,
Okay.
and he went on to have a profound impact on Chinese thought and culture.
So even though his initial gamble didn't pay off in the way he might have hoped, it ultimately set him on a path to becoming one of the most influential figures in history.
That's the beauty of history, isn't it? Sometimes the choices that seem like failures in the moment end up leading us to unexpected and even greater successes.
It's a reminder that life is full of twists and turns, and that even the most carefully laid plans can be upended by unforeseen circumstances. But what matters most is how we learn from our experiences, adapt to change, and continue to pursue our goals with resilience and wisdom.
Well said. And who knows, maybe this deep dive into Confucius's life has inspired some of our listeners to reflect on their own choices, their own ambitions, and their own understanding of loyalty and principle.
To all our deep divers out there, thanks for joining us on this journey through history. We hope it's spiked your curiosity and given you some food for thought. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep diving deep. All right, so everyone knows Confucius, right? The wise sage. All those quotes.
Yeah, exactly.
But what about the stuff that, made him who he was, the experiences?
Yeah.
Today, we're going to go back in time and uncover Confucius in exile.
That's right. It's easy to think of Confucius as this timeless figure,
Right.
kind of removed from like messy politics,
Yeah.
But he was right in the thick of it.
Yeah.
The power struggles of his time, and that really impacted his philosophy.
So we're talking China's spring and autumn period. Rivalry between states.
Yeah.
Powerful families are vying for control, and right there in the middle of it all,
Yep.
Confucius serving Duke Zhao of Lu, but then things get dramatic. The Duke is forced into exile by the three Huan families.
Right, these powerful nobles who essentially like controlled the state.
Right.
Now, you got to understand, in this period, exile, it wasn't just like, oh, a personal setback.
Right.
It had huge political implications.
Hmm.
Other codes were expected to offer refuge to exiled rulers and even help them get back in power.
Wow.
It was all about keeping like this balance of power, upholding certain codes of conduct.
So it's a high-stakes game.
Oh, absolutely.
So what does Confucius do?
Well, he decides to follow Duke Zhao into exile,
Wow.
which was, could make or break his career.
Big risk.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk. I
Yeah.
mean, on the one hand, shows loyalty to the Duke, right?
Yeah.
Could lead to big rewards if he regains the throne.
Like, think about the influence Confucius could have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, there's tons of uncertainty.
Yeah.
He's relying on another state, the state of Qi.
Right.
And, who knows how things will turn out for Duke Zhao.
Yeah. So what stands out to you about Confucius's decision?
I think it reveals a lot about his character, you know?
Yeah.
He's clearly not just like a passive scholar.
Right.
This guy is willing to take risks, get into the political arena. He believes in Duke Xiao, and maybe he sees this as a chance to like put his ideas into practice, you know?
About good governance.
Exactly, yeah.
So they end up in the court of Duke Zheng of Qi,
Right.
who seems to welcome them. But is it smooth sailing from here?
No.
Okay.
Not really. Duke Xiao is taken care of.
Okay.
But efforts to restore him face big roadblocks. There's internal problems in the ruling Zhou dynasty, and the state of Jin, kind of the overlord of all these smaller states,
Right.
is dealing with its own power struggles.
So bad timing all around.
Yeah, pretty much.
How does this affect Confucius?
Well, imagine you arrive in a foreign court, right?
Yeah.
Full of its own power dynamics.
Right.
Suspicion toward newcomers.
Oh, yeah.
Confucius, he's a scholar,
Yeah.
not a seasoned politician.
Right.
So he struggles. He can't get a good position in the Duke's court.
Oh, wow.
Ends up working for a powerful noble in Qi named Gao Xiao, possibly doing like clerical work or continuing to teach.
It's just so interesting how he adapts.
Yeah.
From advisor to a duke to working for a noble.
Right.
In a whole other state.
Totally different.
Talk about resilience.
Totally.
But then something really interesting happens. He has this encounter with Duke Zheng of Qi,
Yes.
the ruler who is hosting this entire exile court.
Yeah, this is a pivotal moment.
Okay?
Duke Jing had heard about Confucius, right? His reputation for wisdom.
Right.
And remember, Duke Xiao is right there,
Yeah.
exiled because he wasn't a good ruler.
Right.
So when Duke Jing asks Confucius, what's it take to be successful in governing?
Oh, wow.
It's a loaded question.
I can only imagine the pressure.
Right.
So how does Confucius respond?
He says, let the ruler be a ruler, the subject be a subject, the father be a father, and the son be a son.
Now, that might sound, obvious to us, but how would that have been perceived back then?
Well, actually, it was pretty radical. Yeah, this was a time of like shifting power dynamics.
Right.
Nobles are challenging rulers.
Yeah.
Sons are trying to get their dad's positions.
Wow.
Confucius is advocating for a clear social order
Okay.
where everyone understands their role
Right.
and their responsibilities.
He's saying stick to your roles, maintain harmony.
Exactly.
And Duke Jing seems to get it.
He does.
He even remarks that, if the social order breaks down, everybody suffers, even him.
Yeah.
It's a very practical way of looking at things.
Pragmatic, yeah.
And some accounts even suggest that Duke Jing was so impressed by Confucius that he considered offering him a fief,
Yeah, that's right.
making him like a high-ranking noble in Du.
Right.
So, historians debate this, but it adds intrigue to the story.
Definitely does, yeah.
From exile to nobility.
Right.
All thanks to one insightful answer.
Exactly.
But ultimately, things don't work out that way for Confucius.
Yeah, they don't.
Years pass. Hope of Duke Xiao's return starts to dwindle.
Yeah.
Then we have the intervention of Fan Shanzi,
Right.
a powerful noble from the state of Jin.
Yep.
He tries to make peace between Duke Xiao and the three Huan.
Yeah.
Sounds promising?
It does.
Could this be like the breakthrough?
You'd think so, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Fan Shanzi had his own agenda.
Oh, okay.
He's more interested in getting power for himself in Jin than genuinely helping Duke Xiao.
Oh, wow.
So he tries to persuade Duke Xiao to return to Lu and just, basically accept that the three Huan are in control.
That's not really a solution.
No.
Of course, Duke Xiao refuses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the intervention fails,
Yeah.
which highlights the declining power of the state of Jin.
Right.
And, just the bleak prospects for Duke Xiao and in turn, Confucius.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a pretty low point.
it is.
So what happens next?
Tragically, 2 years after that, Duke Xiao dies.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah,
All those years wanting to go home.
I know.
It ends like that.
It does.
So his court disbands. The three Huan choose a different brother, a more,
Pliable.
pliable brother to become the new duke.
Right.
And they consolidate their power in Lu.
Exactly.
But here's another twist.
Yeah.
Historical accounts suggest that Confucius went back to Lu before Duke Xiao died.
That's right, yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
He leaves before it's over.
he does.
Why would he do that?
Good question. It's not entirely clear from the sources, but maybe he saw the writing on the wall,
Yeah.
The intervention failed. Duke Xiao was getting older.
Right.
No clear path to getting him back.
Right.
And Confucius was 42 by this point.
Mm.
And he famously said, at 40, I had no doubts.
Right.
Maybe those years in exile, seeing the failures of political maneuvering, brought him to that point,
Yeah, like clarity.
Yeah, like clarity.
Disillusioned, but with a new sense of purpose.
Perhaps.
Heads back home.
Yep.
What awaits him in Luoyang?
Right.
And how did this experience shape him?
Yeah.
We'll have to unpack that in part 2.
It's fascinating to think about how this exile, which seems like a major setback, might have actually been like a turning point,
Yeah.
in Confucius's intellectual development.
Yeah.
It's like these experiences, these failures and frustration pushed him to, like, go deeper into his ideas about the world.
That's a really interesting way to look at it.
Yeah.
So you're saying these difficult years actually helped shape his philosophy?
I think it's very likely. Yeah, he went into exile with certain, expectations, maybe even, like, political ambitions. He was betting on Duke Xiao,
right,
hoping to, like, rise with him and influence change.
but instead he's hit with these, harsh realities of power struggles,
Right.
fragility of alliances, limits of his own influence. It's like a crash course in political disillusionment.
Exactly. And that forces him to, like, reevaluate
Yeah.
his assumptions about how the world works.
Right.
About power.
Right.
About, the role of a scholar in society.
So this makes me wonder if it was during this time that he really starts to, like, solidify those ideas about ethical leadership, the importance of virtue,
right,
moral principles in governing.
Yeah, it's a compelling theater.
Right.
After all, when he gets back to Lu, he doesn't, just jump back into politics.
Right.
Instead, he focuses on, like, teaching, developing his philosophical ideas.
Right.
It's like he shifts his focus from trying to change the world through politics to shaping the minds of future leaders, hoping they'll, like, embody those principles.
So even though he's had this political setback, he's not giving up on his ideals.
No, not at all.
He's finding a different way to make a difference.
Exactly, yeah.
And this brings us to another one of his sayings that might be connected to this experience.
Okay.
A gentleman is dignified, but not contemptuous, sociable, but not cliquish.
Yeah, I love that quote.
Such a relevant quote even today.
It is.
How do you connect it back to his time in exile?
Well, in exile, Confucius tried to align himself with a political faction,
Yeah.
Duke Zhao's supporters.
Right.
Didn't work out well.
Right.
In fact, it backfired.
Right.
And I think this experience may have made him realize the dangers of getting too caught up in, factionalism, political maneuvering.
It's like he learned that true leadership isn't about clinging to power,
right,
or forming these, exclusive groups.
Yeah.
It's about rising above those petty squabbles,
right,
and focusing on what's really important.
Exactly.
Principles, integrity,
right,
the well-being of society.
Exactly. And there's a great anecdote that shows this.
Oh, okay.
It's in the Analects.
Right.
So Confucius is back in Lu, right?
Yeah.
And he gets criticized for defending Duke Zhao.
Okay.
Even though the Duke's, no longer in power.
Right.
And somebody says to him, didn't you say a gentleman doesn't form cliques? Why are you still defending your old political buddy?
Ouch. That's got to sting.
I know.
Especially after everything he's been through.
Right.
And it shows it, like, his actions were being watched.
Right.
That this association with Duke Xiao had a lasting impact.
It really did. And it highlights the social consequences of political affiliations, Yeah. Even though he's back in Lu, he's not exactly, welcomed back with open arms.
Right.
He's still dealing with the ripple effects of his exile.
It makes you think about the lasting impact of the choices we make.
Absolutely.
Especially in a society where those social connectors are so important.
Yeah.
Right.
And remember those two prominent disciples we talked about,
yes.
Men Yizi and Nanggao Jingshu?
Yeah.
The ones that aren't on that traditional list of 72 disciples.
Right. It seems strange they'd be omitted, especially, since they were so close to Confucius.
That is strange. And some scholars actually think this is directly related to their ties to the three Huan families.
Right. Those powerful nobles who opposed Duke Zhao.
Exactly. Yeah.
So even years later, those political divisions from his exile are shaping relationships, influencing who's in and who's out.
Exactly.
It just shows how deep those political fault lines ran.
They really did.
And that they continued to have an impact.
Yeah.
Even long after.
Yeah, and it also reminds us that Confucius wasn't just like this wise sage, dispensing timeless wisdom.
Yeah.
He was a real person navigating these complex political realities, dealing with the consequences of his choices, even experiencing social ostracism,
It makes him so much more, like, human.
Right.
And relatable.
Exactly.
We all face these situations where we have to make tough choices. And sometimes those choices come back.
They do, yeah.
To haunt us.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though, that even though he's back in Lu, it doesn't seem like he's achieved that influence that maybe he envisioned.
No, not really.
So what happens next?
Well, this is where things get interesting again.
Okay.
Confucius decides to leave Lu again.
Okay.
But this time, it's not exile.
Okay.
It's a different kind of journey.
Okay.
He embarks on what we now call his travels among the states.
Okay, now I'm really intrigued.
Yeah.
Tell me more about these travels.
Okay, well, he spends years traveling throughout China, visiting different courts, offering advice to rulers, getting into philosophical debates. It's like he's taking his ideas on the road,
Right.
seeking out, those who might be open to his message.
So he's almost like a wandering philosopher.
Yeah, in a way.
Sharing wisdom, seeking out like-minded people.
Exactly.
But why does he leave again? What's pushing him?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And it's something we'll explore in part 3.
Okay.
But I think it's safe to say his experiences in exile, the setbacks and the things he learned, they played a major role in shaping this next chapter of his life.
So he's back in Luoyang after all those years in exile, but he doesn't stay for long.
Right.
Instead, heads out on these travels, among the states.
Yeah.
Seems like, I don't know, kind of a bold move after everything he's been through.
Yeah.
Why leave what's familiar, especially when he's not exactly being welcomed back?
I think that's a key question, isn't it? And it says a lot about Confucius, his character, his commitment to his ideals. Think about it,
Yeah.
He's experienced political disillusionment,
Yeah.
social ostracism, loss of his patron, but he doesn't, become cynical or reclusive. He keeps going, keeps engaging with the world, keeps looking for those opportunities to make a difference.
Makes me think of those inspiring figures,
Yeah.
who face these setbacks but never give up.
Right.
They just find a way to adapt, to find new avenues for their passions. So what was he hoping to achieve through these travels? Was it still about political influence, or was it something more?
Well, that's where it looks really interesting.
Okay.
These travels weren't about power or revenge.
Right.
This was about something much bigger.
Okay.
Refining and spreading his ideas about good governance, ethical leadership, the importance of education. Imagine him traveling to all these different courts, debating, challenging rulers, inspiring thinkers.
So almost like he's on a mission to plant these seeds for a better society.
Exactly.
Hoping they'll take root in different parts of China.
Yeah, and it's during these travels that, those famous Confucian concepts we've heard of,
Right.
like Ren and Le,
Right.
they really start to take shape.
Okay, so let's break those down a bit.
Sure.
We've all heard those terms, but what do they really mean in the context of his philosophy?
Right. So Ren is often translated as like benevolence, humanness. It's about cultivating compassion, empathy, a sense of duty towards others.
Okay.
It's not just about being a good ruler. It's about being a good person, recognizing that, every human being has worth and dignity.
So ethical leadership begins with personal virtue.
Exactly.
You can't lead others effectively unless you've got those qualities in yourself.
Exactly. And then there's Le, often translated as like rituals or rites, but it's not just about empty formalities or just like following rules blindly.
Yeah.
It's about understanding the importance of social norms and how they contribute to harmony and order.
Right.
It's about behaving appropriately in different situations, respecting hierarchies, understanding the interconnectedness of society.
And it's interesting to think how these ideas might have been shaped, by that exile experience.
Yeah.
He saw what happens when those social structures break down.
Yeah.
When people just abandon those principles of respect and duty.
And his travels, they allowed him to kind of refine those ideas through real-world observation, dialogue. He wasn't just like theorizing in isolation.
Right.
He was engaging with different societies and seeing how those principles played out.
It's just amazing to think that even though he never held a high political office again, he had this profound impact.
He really did.
On Chinese thought and culture.
Right.
So how did these travels, contribute to that legacy?
Well, I think those years on the road, they were crucial. They allowed him to test and refine his ideas, build up this network of disciples, and spread his teachings far and wide. And his ideas, they resonated with people from all walks of life, and they got passed down through generations.
So even though he wasn't like ruling a state, he was shaping the minds and hearts of all these people who would then go on to influence their own community.
Exactly, yeah.
And that influence just ripples through history.
It does.
Confucianism, it became like a cornerstone of Chinese culture, influencing everything.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's incredible to think about how this one person who went through so much, could have such an impact.
Yeah.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what are some key takeaways? What do you hope our listeners will think about?
I think there are a few things.
Yeah.
First, Confucius's story, it reminds us that resilience and perseverance, they're so important.
Yeah.
Especially when, you're pursuing something bigger than yourself.
Right.
He faced so many challenges, but he never abandoned his ideals.
Right.
He found new ways to express them, to make a difference.
It's like that saying, what doesn't kill you
It makes you stronger.
makes you stronger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exile, social ostracism. These could have broken him.
Yeah.
But instead, it fueled him.
Right.
And second.
Well, I think it shows the power of ideas.
Right.
He didn't achieve, like political dominance,
Mm.
but his philosophy, it transformed a culture and continues to influence billions of people.
Yeah.
It's a reminder that sometimes the best kind of leadership, it's not about like wielding power. It's about, planting those seeds of thought that can grow and change.
Of the bottom up.
Yeah.
It's inspiring.
It is.
We face those setbacks, disappointments.
Right.
But we can choose how to respond.
Yeah.
We can get bitter and cynical.
Yeah.
Or we can learn, grow, and find new ways to have a positive impact.
Exactly. And finally, I think his story, it encourages us, to think about our own values, how we live them out in the world. What do we believe in? What are we willing to fight for?
Yeah.
How can we, like Confucius, use our own experiences to make things, more just and harmonious?
Those are some powerful questions to end on.
They are.
Thanks for joining me for this deep dive.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Confucius's life, his legacy, it's a timeless source of wisdom for anyone really trying to live a life of purpose and meaning.
Yeah.
It's a journey worth exploring. I encourage everyone to keep digging into this fascinating chapter of history. Welcome back to the deep dive. Ready to go deep again.
Always. What about Confucius are we focusing on?
Specifically, his return to his home state of Lu.
Ah, after his years of exile. That's a pretty pivotal moment in his life, right?
Definitely. And we've got some really interesting sources about this period.
I'm all ears. What kind of sources are we talking about?
We've got some historical records and anecdotes that give us a glimpse into what was going on in Lu when Confucius returned and how he navigated the whole situation.
That sounds intriguing. So what's the mission of this deep dive? What are we hoping to uncover?
I think the big question here is, how did Confucius, who was a big advocate for tradition and proper conduct, deal with the fact that Lu had completely transformed in his absence?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's like coming home after a long trip and finding that everything you knew has been totally rearranged.
Exactly. So let's get into it. Paint us a picture. What was the situation in Lu when Confucius finally returned?
Well, during his exile, the balance of power had seriously shifted. We're talking big-time changes.
Okay, in what way?
You see, these families, the Huan, they were like these powerful oligarchs. During Confucius's exile, they had really consolidated their control over the state.
So they'd kind of taken over while he was away?
Basically. And this was a huge departure from the traditional power structure, the way things were supposed to be in Confucius's eyes.
Got it. And he was not a fan of this, right? I mean, he opposed these families before he left.
Oh, yeah, he definitely did, which makes his return even more interesting, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. So he comes back to Lu, and it's now ruled by the very people he disagreed with. Talk about awkward.
Right. It's like walking into a lion's den.
Totally. So what does he do? Does he challenge them? Does he protest?
Well, surprisingly, he doesn't go for an all-out confrontation. Confucius was a very subtle guy. Instead, he chose a more nuanced path.
Nuance. That's not usually the first word that comes to mind when you think of ancient power struggles.
It's true. But Confucius was a master of it. He found this delicate balance. Publicly, he acknowledged the Sun Quan's authority, but at the same time, he used all these subtle messages to signal how he really felt.
Wow, that sounds super tricky, like playing 4D chess or something. How did he pull that off?
Well, Confucius was a master of using history to make a point. He started highlighting the story of Boyi and Shuqi to his students and everyone who would listen.
Boyi and Shuqi. Remind me who they were again?
They were these two brothers, aristocrats from the Shang dynasty. They were known for their unwavering principles. When the Shang dynasty was overthrown by the Zhou, they flat out refused to eat Zhou grain.
Really? Why?
They saw the Zhou dynasty as illegitimate, so they basically saw eating their food as a betrayal of their principles. They actually chose to starve to death rather than compromise.
Wow, talk about taking a stand. But how does this relate to Confucius and the whole San Juan situation? Was he subtly suggesting a mass hunger strike?
Haha, no, not quite. Confucius focused on a particular aspect of their story, their lack of resentment. He really emphasized how they let go of the past, sought a peaceful resolution, even if it meant, well,
Yeah, even if it meant the ultimate sacrifice. So what was he getting at?
Well, it was a clever way to draw a parallel. He was basically saying, look, things change, regimes change, but we can't stay stuck in the past. We need to find a way to move forward peacefully.
I see. It's like he's subtly acknowledging the new reality while still holding on to his ideals.
Precisely. And the really interesting part is how he drew parallels between the Zhou overthrowing the Shang and the Sun Quan taking over Lu. He's not directly saying it, but the implication is there.
Right, like he's acknowledging the Sun Quan's rule without actually saying, hey, you guys were totally right.
Exactly. It's brilliant, really, and his messaging went even deeper than that.
Deeper. Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Well, he also started drawing comparisons between Duke Zhao of Lu, the ruler who was essentially pushed out by the Sun Quan, and the tyrannical King Zhu of Shang.
Okay, wait, so who's Duke Xiao in all of this?
Duke Zhao was the ruler of Lu before the Sen Han consolidated their power. He represented the old order the way things were supposed to be according to Confucius.
Got it. So by comparing Duke Xiao to the heretical King Zhu, was Confucius kind of throwing shade at the Sen Han?
You could definitely see it that way. He was basically saying, hey, remember that terrible king everyone hated? Well, the guy you replaced was kind of like him, so maybe think about that.
Wow, that's some serious subtext. He's walking a very fine line here. So the San Han must have picked up on this, right?
We can only speculate on how they interpreted it, but it's clear Confucius was playing a very intricate game.
Yeah, he's not just going along with the new status quo. He's subtly pushing back, making his opinions known. But it wasn't just words, right? Didn't he also take some actions that showed his true allegiance?
You are absolutely correct. Confucius wasn't just all talk. He took some pretty significant actions, even years after Duke Xiao's death.
Okay, spill the tea. What did he do?
Well, for one, he made sure that Duke Zhao received all the proper burial rites.
Which was a big deal back then, right?
Huge deal. It was a way of showing respect, honoring the legacy of the deceased, and in a way, it was a subtle challenge to the San Juan's authority.
Right. It's like he's saying, I still recognize this guy as the legitimate ruler, even if you guys are in charge now.
Exactly. And that wasn't all. He made another decision that really showed where his loyalties lay.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Tell me, tell me.
A few years after Duke Xiao died, his wife passed away. Now, their marriage had been pretty controversial. There were a lot of rumors and walders surrounding it.
Ooh, juicy. What kind of rumors?
Well, it was seen as a sign of Duke Zhao's weakness. People questioned his judgment, said he was easily manipulated. Attending her funeral was a risky move for Confucius, especially with the San Juan in power.
How so?
Well, remember, the San Han benefited from Duke Zhao's downfall. By attending the funeral of his controversial wife, Confucius was potentially stirring up old resentments, reminding people of the Duke's perceived flaws.
And that could have made the San Juan very unhappy.
Exactly, but Confucius went anyway. He knew it was a risky move, but he did it anyway. It was a powerful statement.
Wow. So he's basically saying, I'm not afraid of you guys. I'm going to honor the memory of Duke Xiao and his family, even if you don't like it.
That's a great way to put it. It shows his incredible courage and his unwavering loyalty to his principles.
He's not backing down, even in the face of this new power structure. It's a really inspiring story, actually.
It is, and it speaks to a universal dilemma, doesn't it? How do you stay true to yourself when the world around you is changing, when the people in power might not share your values?
That's a great point. It's a question we all face in different ways, even today.
Absolutely, and Confucius's story shows that there's no easy answer. It's a constant balancing act.
Right. It's about finding a way to navigate a complex world without compromising your integrity.
Exactly, and that's where the story takes an even more fascinating turn, because now a new player enters the scene, Yang Hu.
Ah, Yang Hu. I've heard that name. He and Confucius didn't exactly see eye to eye.
Not at all, and his arrival really shakes things up in Lu.
Okay, I'm hooked. Tell me everything. Who is this Yang Hu and how does he fit into all of this? Yang Hu, this ambitious guy who basically took control of Lu, he invites Confucius to join his government.
It is a pretty dramatic turn of events, right?
Yeah, totally. You've got these two strong personalities representing completely opposite ideas about leadership and power. And now they're suddenly face to face.
It's like a clash of the titans.
Right, and it makes you wonder what was going through Confucius's mind. Here he is, carefully crafting this message, using history and tradition to navigate a really tricky situation, and then boom, he's hit with this direct challenge.
Join the system or risk making a powerful enemy. It's a tough spot to be in.
For sure. So what does he do? Does he see this as an opportunity to maybe influence things from the inside?
Well, his first reaction is anything but straightforward. He actually tries to avoid Yang Hu.
Avoid him, really?
Yeah, it's almost comical. He even goes to visit Yang Hu's house when he knows he's not home.
So he's not exactly jumping at the chance to work with this guy.
Not at all. It's like he's trying to politely decline the offer without actually saying no.
That's so Confucius. Always finding a way to express his opinion without directly challenging authority. But you can't avoid someone forever, right?
Nope. Fate, or maybe just Yang Hu's persistence, intervened. They end up bumping into each other, right there on the street. And Yang Hu doesn't miss a beat.
He seizes the moment.
Oh yeah, he makes his pitch, he appeals to Confucius's sense of duty, his desire to serve the state.
So he's playing the you can really make a difference card.
Exactly. He's like, look, you've got the wisdom, the experience, why not use it to help me govern?
It's a pretty persuasive argument, even if it's coming from someone whose methods Confucius really opposed.
It is, and it shows that Yang Hu recognized the value of having Confucius on his side, even if he didn't agree with all his traditionalist ideas.
It's like he knew that having Confucius on board would lend him a legitimacy that he couldn't get just from military victories?
Exactly. Yang Hu understood the power of symbolism.
Okay, so what does Confucius do? Does he give in?
This is where it gets even more interesting. He actually agrees. He gives Yang Hu his word, right there on the street, that he'll join the government.
He agrees. Wait, really? I thought he's trying to avoid this guy.
I know, right? It's a total surprise. But here's the catch, he never actually follows through.
Wait, he agrees and then does nothing. What's going on here?
It's a moment that has puzzled scholars for centuries. Some think it was a calculated move, like a way to appease Yang Hu without actually compromising his principles.
Sort of like, yeah, I'll get right on that. Just, visit right now.
Exactly. Others see it as a sign of genuine internal conflict. Like maybe for a moment, Confucius really considered working with Yang Hu, but then ultimately decided against it.
So he's torn between his desire to serve his state and his belief that true leadership has to be based on virtue, not just power.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and it's a dilemma that we still face today, right? Do we compromise our ideas for a chance to make a difference? Or do we stick to our principles, even if it means missing an opportunity?
That's a big question. And Confucius's story doesn't really give us a clear-cut answer.
No, it doesn't, but it does show how complex these situations can be, and how difficult it is to navigate a world where power and morality don't always align.
Absolutely. And it raises another big question, too. How do we define success? Is it achieving concrete results, even if it means compromise? Or is it staying true to your values, even if it means not getting what you want?
Those are tough questions to grapple with, and I think Confucius's story reminds us that there's not always a simple answer.
So we've got Confucius navigating this new reality, dealing with the Sen Han families, and now we've got this whole Yang Hu saga. But didn't you say that Yang Hu's rule didn't last that long?
Ah, yes. That's right. Even the most cunning strategists can be undone by unforeseen circumstances.
So what happened? Did he finally get what was coming to him?
Well, it's not quite the dramatic downfall you might expect, and it all comes down to a change in the very circumstances that brought Yang Hu to power in the first place.
Okay, now I'm really curious. You're going to have to tell us all about it.
I will, but that's a story for our next deep dive.
All right, we're back, ready to finally find out what happened to Yang Hu.
Absolutely. It's a fascinating twist in the story, and I think it reveals a lot about Confucius's philosophy, too.
Okay, remind me. We left off with Yang Hu firmly in control of Lu, even after trying to bring Confucius into his government.
That's right. And remember, Confucius had predicted that Yang Hu's rule wouldn't last, but for very different reasons than what actually happened.
You mentioned it wasn't some big dramatic downfall or anything like that. So what caused his power to crumble?
Well, think back to how Yang Hu rose to prominence in the first place. It was through his military victories, right? Especially in Lu's conflicts with the neighboring state of Qi.
Yeah, he was basically the war hero. That's what gave him the leverage to outmaneuver the Sun Huan families.
Exactly. But here's the thing. Lu and Qi eventually negotiated a peace treaty.
Wait, so the wars that fueled his rise to power just stopped?
Yep, the very foundation of his authority suddenly became irrelevant.
Wow, that's wild. So what happened to Yang Hu when there was no more war to fight?
Well, without the constant threat from Qi, his influence started to fade. He wasn't the indispensable figure he once was. And the Sun Huan families, they saw their chance.
To take back control. I bet they weren't too sad to see Yang Hu lose his grip on power.
You got it. They orchestrated a political coup and forced Yang Hu into exile.
And just like that, the guy who seemed untouchable was gone.
It's a powerful reminder that even the most carefully constructed power can be fleeting, especially when circumstances change so drastically.
It's kind of poetic, isn't it? The very thing that brought Yang Hu to power ultimately led to his downfall.
For sure. But what about Confucius during all of this? Where does he fit into Yang Hu's downfall?
Yeah, good point. What was his reaction to all these sudden shifts in power?
Well, there's no evidence that he was directly involved in Yang Hu's downfall. Remember, he had chosen to focus on teaching and scholarship?
Right, he was shaping future generations, not plotting political maneuvers. But he must have had some thoughts on it all.
Oh, definitely. Even though Yang Hu's rule ended for completely different reasons than he expected, I think Confucius saw it as a validation of his worldview.
How so?
Well, Confucius always believed that true power, lasting power, doesn't come from military might or cutting strategy. It comes from cultivating virtue and moral leadership.
So Yang Hu's downfall, even if it was brought about by this random peace treaty, still kind of proves his point.
Exactly. It shows that power gained through force or ambition is often temporary and unstable, whereas a society guided by moral principles is more likely to endure.
It's a pretty timeless lesson, isn't it? No matter how much power someone has, it's their character and their commitment to what's right that really matters.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the most enduring aspects of Confucius's legacy. His teachings emphasize that a just and harmonious society starts with each individual striving to be their best selves.
It's a powerful message, and it's really relevant even today.
Totally agree. We might not all be facing ancient power struggles, but we all have to make choices about how we use our own influence and navigate a world where things are constantly changing.
So what's the big takeaway you hope people get from this whole deep dive? What's the one thing you really want them to remember?
I think it's this. While we might not always be able to control the circumstances we face, we can control how we respond to them. Confucius showed us that even in the midst of chaos and political upheaval, we can choose to focus on cultivating virtue and wisdom, both of ourselves and in others. That's where true and lasting change begins.
Beautifully said. It's been a fascinating journey exploring Confucius's life and his impact on the world. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive.
It was my pleasure. And to everyone listening, keep exploring these stories from the past. You never know what insights you might uncover.
That's right. Until next time, happy deep dive.
Okay.
Some historians think that Confucius, the huge philosopher,
Right.
might have had a secret half-brother.
Wow.
And not just any half-brother, but this guy Yang Hu, who was, well, let's just say,
Okay.
a powerful and kind of controversial political figure.
Yeah, that does kind of change how you think about Confucius when you hear that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Like the champion of all this virtue and ethical leadership, and then connected to this guy Yang Hu,
Yeah.
who's all about ambition and force.
It's a big contrast, right?
Yeah, really interesting.
So I guess to even start to understand what this theory is all about,
Yeah.
we need to go back to basics.
Well-
Who is Confucius? And for that matter, who is Yang Hu?
Okay, so Confucius, well, I think a lot of people probably already know this, but just in case he was a philosopher
Right.
and a teacher living in China during the spring and autumn period, which was a really crazy time.
Yeah, it sounds pretty intense.
Tons of political upheaval and social change.
Yeah.
And Confucius's teachings, they were all about morality and justice and social harmony.
Makes sense.
He believed in the power of
education and virtue
Okay.
to create a better society. And Yang Hu, totally different guy. He was
Oh,
a
yeah.
powerful military leader.
Oh, wow. So a man of action.
Exactly. And a politician, too. Same era as Confucius. But
Okay.
he was ambitious and he was cunning, and he was definitely not afraid to kind of play dirty to get what he wanted.
Oh, wow.
History remembers him as a pretty ruthless figure, actually.
Okay.
Like, he was willing to do whatever it took to get ahead.
So like the wise, peace-loving philosopher versus the ambitious, power-hungry politician. You wouldn't think they'd be, related at all, let alone half-brothers. But that's what this theory says.
I know. It's kind of wild.
What's the first clue that makes historians even think about this connection?
Well, there's this book called The Records of the Grand Historian.
Okay.
And in the biographies of Confucius section, it describes what Confucius looked like.
Okay.
And he had a very distinctive appearance.
Oh, really?
Apparently not, like a classically attractive guy.
Okay.
And pretty tall for the time.
Huh, interesting.
And in the same book,
Yeah.
it describes Yang Hu.
Uh-huh.
And guess what? He looks almost exactly like Confucius.
They looked alike.
Yeah.
Really alike.
Like really alike.
I mean, that seems like a huge coincidence, especially, if Confucius had such unique features.
It does seem like more than a coincidence, right?
Yeah.
And there's even this story about Confucius being mistaken for Yang Hu.
Oh, no.
And they put him in prison because of it. Yeah, so that incident, on top of the descriptions of how similar they looked,
Yeah.
it's kind of what made people start to wonder if they were related, like maybe by blood.
I mean, yeah, that's crazy. It's not every day you hear about some famous philosopher being thrown in jail just because he looks like some politician. But so how do we go from a case of mistaken identity to saying, oh, they were half-brothers?
Right. Well, the next clue's in their family history.
Okay.
So both Confucius and Yang Hu had ties to this powerful family, the Mengson clan.
Okay.
They were super prominent back then.
Okay.
So Confucius's father, Kong, he was connected to them.
Gotcha.
And Yang Hu's family was actually a branch of the Mengson clan, too.
Wow, so they were moving in the same circles?
Exactly, like overlapping relationships and everything.
That does make it a lot more likely. I mean, they weren't just two random guys who happened to share a few features.
Right.
They were part of the same, elite social network.
Exactly. And if we dig a little deeper into Confucius's dad's life, Kong, he was, let's just say a little bit of a rebel when he was younger.
Okay.
He didn't really care about following all the social norms, and he had a pretty unconventional lifestyle.
Interesting.
So this leads to a pretty interesting theory. What if Kong, he fathered Yang Hu too?
Okay.
Maybe, outside of his marriage or something.
Oh, so we're talking like a secret love affair, a hidden scandal.
Could be.
Wow, that's pretty juicy stuff for ancient China.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what evidence is there to really back up this whole half-brother idea?
You can imagine finding hard evidence from way back then is pretty tough.
Yeah, I bet.
We're talking ancient texts and people's interpretations of things that happened centuries ago.
Right.
But there are some clues that are pretty convincing.
Okay, like what?
Okay, so Yang Hu, he also went by the name Meng Hu.
Meng Hu?
Yeah, and that name, it connects him to this really interesting passage in the Book of Rites.
Okay, I have to admit, I'm not an ancient Chinese scholar.
Sure.
What's the Book of Rites?
Okay, so basically it's this ancient text that tells you all about social norms and rituals and proper behavior in ancient China.
Gotcha.
So like a guidebook for how people were supposed to act in different situations.
Okay, interesting.
And in this book, there's this passage that mentions a Meng Hu.
Okay.
And it says he's an uncle to Confucius's half-brother, Meng Pi.
Hold on, so Yang Hu, or Meng Hu, I guess.
Yeah.
And Confucius's acknowledged half-brother, they shared the same uncle.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like a pretty big deal.
Right.
Could this be the missing link that proves they're half-brothers?
It could be. I mean, remember we already talked about the link between their families.
Right, the Mengson clan.
Exactly. And now we've got this shared uncle, which is a much more direct genealogical connection.
Yeah.
So it definitely adds more weight to the theory that Kong, he might have fathered both of them.
This is getting good. We've got the resemblance of the shared social circle.
All right.
And now this potential family link through this uncle guy. The pieces are starting to fit together, but let's say for a second, this theory is true.
Yeah.
What does it tell us about Confucius and Yang Hu's relationship? I mean, they led such different lives.
They did?
How would this revelation have affected how they interacted?
Well, that's a great question. And honestly, it takes us into the realm of speculation.
Okay.
But, it's informed speculation based on what we know about them and their personalities.
Okay, I'm listening.
So imagine you're a young Yang Hu.
Okay.
You hear all these rumors about who your father really is.
Right.
And you're maybe feeling some resentment towards Confucius, the son who everyone knows and accepts,
That makes sense.
right? Like you're the outsider.
Yeah, I can only imagine how much tension and all those complex emotions would have, affected their interaction.
For sure. It definitely adds another layer to their story.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it really makes you think about them as people, not just these names in a history book,
Yeah,
but like real people with, family secrets and ambition and all that.
exactly.
So with all this tension, bubbling under the surface, how did their relationship actually play out? As they got older, did they ever like cross paths?
Oh, they definitely cross paths.
Good.
And it wasn't exactly friendly, let's just say that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there are stories about them disagreeing and power struggles, and even like this one time at a banquet where Yang Hu basically forced Confucius to leave.
What?
Yeah, like really publicly humiliated him.
So this wasn't just like, normal sibling rivalry.
No, not at all.
Wow.
We're talking about two guys with a lot of influence, both trying to grab power in this super unstable political situation.
Yeah, that's a good point. And when you think about it in the context of this possible, brotherly connection, it just adds this whole other level of intrigue, right?
For sure, you've got resentment and ambition,
Mm-hmm.
maybe even some weird sense of obligation all mixed up together.
Yeah, it's like a Shakespeare play set in ancient China. But here's where things get really interesting.
Okay.
Later on, when Yang Hu was, really powerful, he actually offered Confucius a job in his administration. Almost like an olive branch, like a chance to work together, maybe even fix their relationship.
Yeah, that's a fascinating twist.
It is Yang Hu, despite everything that had happened between them and, his reputation for being ruthless.
Right.
He still reached out to Confucius maybe as a way to, like, acknowledge their connection.
Could be. But knowing Confucius, you can probably guess what happened.
He said no.
He did. Confucius turned him down flat.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted nothing to do with Yang Hu's political machine.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, according to the book we're looking at, it was built on force and manipulation.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very Confucian.
No, not at all. It was everything Confucius stood against.
That's wild. I mean, to reject power, especially when it's offered by someone who could be your own brother.
Right.
Says a lot about Confucius.
It really does. I mean, what do you think scholars make of this refusal?
That's a good question. Why would he turn down such a powerful position?
Right.
Especially if it meant, maybe influencing Yang Hu from the inside.
Well, to understand that, you have to really understand Confucius's philosophy.
Okay.
His whole system of thought was about ethical leadership, right?
Mm-hmm.
Achieving harmony through virtue,
Right.
rejecting the use of force or coercion, any of that.
Makes sense.
So if he joined forces with Yang Hu, whose methods were the complete opposite of his principles,
Yeah.
it would have been like betraying everything he believed in.
So it wasn't just about disliking Yang Hu personally or family drama?
No, it was about staying true to his core values, even if it meant giving up power and influence.
That's a powerful lesson in integrity.
It really is, especially when you think about the temptation and pressure he must have been facing.
Yeah. What do you think was going through Yang Hu's mind when Confucius rejected him?
Right. Was he mad? Did he feel betrayed?
Yeah.
Or maybe was there a part of him that understood or even respected Confucius's decision?
That's interesting. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, historians have debated that for centuries.
Really?
Yeah, some people think Yang Hu felt insulted, like Confucius was challenging his authority.
Okay.
But others think that even though Yang Hu was ruthless on the surface,
Yeah.
he might have actually admired Confucius's principles.
That's a cool idea. Adds another layer to their relationship.
Right, like maybe underneath all the rivalry and politics, there was also some understanding or even admiration.
Yeah, but what happened next? I mean, did Yang Hu retaliate? Did he try to make life hard for Confucius?
Well, that's the crazy part. Confucius actually lived a pretty peaceful life after this, even after rejecting Yang Hu publicly.
Really?
Yeah, and that's where the author of our book proposes something really interesting.
Okay, what's that?
They think that maybe Yang Hu, even though they were so different,
Mm-hmm.
might have secretly used his power to protect Confucius.
What?
Yeah, like he made sure Confucius was safe and that none of his political enemies could mess with him.
Wait, are you saying that Yang Hu, the ruthless, power-hungry guy, was secretly looking out for Confucius, the brother who had just, rejected him?
Yeah, it does seem kind of contradictory.
Yeah, it does.
But that's what's so cool about history. It's full of these unexpected twists and turns.
For sure.
So this theory basically says that even though their relationship was complicated and full of conflict,
Right.
maybe there was also this weird sense of family duty on Yang Hu's part.
It really makes you rethink everything we thought we knew about these guys.
I know, right?
Right.
We tend to think of historical figures as being one-dimensional, like either good or bad.
Yeah.
But this story shows us that they were real people with, messy relationships and motivations that aren't so easy to categorize.
It's like peeling back the layers of time and seeing them not as like these statues on a pedestal,
Right.
but as real people struggling with their own flaws and ambitions and maybe even a sense of responsibility towards someone they secretly considered family.
Exactly. And it's in those gray areas,
Yeah.
where things aren't so clear-cut that we often find the most interesting historical insights.
So we've talked about how this potential, brotherly connection might have influenced Confucius's choices.
Yeah.
But now let's flip the script.
Okay.
How might this revelation have affected Yang Hu's own path and how history remembers him?
That is the million-dollar question, and it leads us to a really important turning point in our deep dive.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really makes you think differently about these guys. They're not just, the hero or the villain like in a movie.
Right, exactly.
They're more complicated than that.
Yeah, way more. And what's especially interesting is that this connection might help explain some things about Confucius's later life.
Oh, okay, how so?
Well, remember, Confucius was a scholar and teacher, right? Not like a typical politician.
Yeah.
But he traveled all over China, visiting different states, talking to rulers and officials.
That's right. He wasn't just, sitting in some library.
No, he was out there in the world trying to spread his ideas about, better society.
Okay, but what does Yang Hu have to do with all that traveling?
Well, some scholars think that those travels, especially which states he decided to visit and which ones he avoided, might have been because of Yang Hu and his political moves.
Oh, interesting, because Yang Hu was super powerful, right?
Exactly. He had influence all over the place in all his actions, his alliances, his enemies.
Right.
It created this whole complicated political landscape that Confucius couldn't just ignore.
So you're saying Confucius's travels weren't just random. He was like strategically navigating a political minefield.
Exactly. Maybe trying to stay out of Yang Hu's way.
It makes you look at his journeys in a whole new light.
It does. For example, some historians think Confucius might have avoided certain states on purpose. The ones where Yang Hu was really strong.
Makes sense. Like he was saying, hey, I'm over here trying to promote virtue and good governance.
Right.
I don't want to get mixed up in your political drama.
Yeah, and remember, this was a time when different states were always fighting for power.
Right.
So if Confucius got too close to any one faction, even through family, it could have hurt his message and his ability to teach.
It's a tough position to be in, for sure.
Yeah, he had to be really careful.
It's crazy to think about all the strategy and personal stuff that might have gone into, Confucius's travels.
I know.
It also shows you the limitations he faced, even though he was becoming more and more famous.
Yeah.
Even as his teachings were spreading, he was still stuck in the system that was all about power and ambition and sometimes, just brute force.
Yeah, that's true. And it leads to another really interesting point.
Okay, what's that?
Even though he traveled and tried to stay neutral, Confucius couldn't completely escape Yang Hu.
Right.
I mean, there were stories about Confucius talking to rulers and officials who were like Yang Hu's allies or even his enemies.
Oh, wow. So even when he tried to distance himself, they kept crossing paths.
They did, either directly or indirectly.
I bet that made for some awkward conversations.
Probably. I can just imagine Confucius trying to have a calm philosophical discussion about good governance,
Right.
with Yang Hu's influence hanging over everything.
It just shows how intertwined their lives were, even though they had such different ideas about leadership.
Exactly. And it makes you rethink how we interpret certain events in Confucius's life.
Okay, how so?
Were some of his conversations with rulers influenced by Yang Hu behind the scenes?
Interesting.
Were some of his teachings actually aimed at Yang Hu's methods, even if he couldn't say it directly?
It's like we're trying to solve a historical puzzle, but we only have a few pieces.
I know. It's so fascinating to imagine all that going on behind the scenes.
It really is.
And it's this mix of historical facts and educated guesses and all those unanswered questions that make this whole theory so interesting.
Yeah, it reminds us that history isn't just about dates and names.
Right.
It's about relationships and ambition and all these mysteries that still capture our imagination today.
Exactly. So we've explored this theory about Confucius and Yang Hu. We've looked at the evidence.
We sure have.
And we've talked about how it might change how we see them both.
Yeah, but let's take a step back for a second. Why does this even matter? Why should we, in the 21st century, care about some family secret from ancient China?
That's a great question. And it's not just about historical gossip.
Okay.
This deep dive makes us really think about how we understand history.
Okay, I see that.
It reminds us that the past isn't black and white.
Right.
And the people we study were real people with complex relationships and hidden motives.
Yeah, they had their own struggles that shaped their actions.
Exactly. And by understanding that, the human side of things,
Right.
we get a much better appreciation for the challenges they faced, the choices they made, and the impact they had.
I have to say, this has really changed how I think about Confucius.
Yeah.
He's not just some wise guy from the past. He was a real person dealing with complicated stuff.
Yeah, and maybe even this powerful, manipulative half-brother.
Right, and it's that realization that even the most famous people had their own issues.
For sure.
It's what makes history relevant to us today.
Totally. And it reminds us that history isn't just about the past. It's about understanding the present and shaping the future.
That's a good point.
You know, by looking at these hidden connections and questioning our assumptions about historical figures,
Yeah.
we learn a lot about human nature and leadership and how strong family ties can be, even in the middle of political chaos.
Well said, and maybe most importantly,
Yeah.
it reminds us to keep asking questions and keep exploring.
Right. Never stop being curious.
Exactly. Well, this has been a fascinating trip back in time.
It has.
Full of intrigue and mystery and those aha moments that make exploring history so much fun.
Absolutely. And for our listeners, if this deep dive has piqued your interest,
Oh, yeah.
we encourage you to check out the book we've been talking about, Release and Muse.
It's a great read.
Yeah. And, you know, look into other historical mysteries about famous people.
Right.
And never stop questioning the stories we're told, because the best part of history isn't memorizing facts.
Right.
It's about uncovering those hidden connections and exploring how complicated human experiences shape the world we live in.
That's a great way to put it. Okay, so if you picture Confucius, right, like some, peaceful, like detached sage, buried in these ancient skulls, like completely removed from all the craziness of the world, well, get ready to rethink that whole image.
Yeah, it's actually kind of mind-blowing how entangled he was in all the political drama going down back then.
Okay.
Like, he wasn't just, theorizing from some ivory tower. He was dead set on becoming like a top-level statesman and shaping the future of Luda.
He wanted to get his hands dirty and fix things.
Totally.
But, as usual, the climb to power, not exactly a straight shot.
Please?
He backs Duke Zhao early on, which turned out to be not the best bet. And then there's that famous story about him turning down Yang Hu, thinking he was way too radical.
Right.
So it makes you wonder why this early reluctance towards both sides, and then BAM! Around age 50, both Yang Hu and those powerful 3 Huan families are suddenly knocking on his door.
It's a total 180, right?
Yeah.
What's that tell us about how his political game was changing?
That's the puzzle we're piecing together in this deep dive. The sources we've been combing through show Lu in this state of constant flux and Confucius, right there, smack dab in the middle, trying to keep his footing as the ground shifts beneath him.
Okay, so zoom out a little bit to the bigger picture.
Okay.
The state of Lu, around the time Confucius hits 50, is anything but stable.
Yeah.
Another civil war kicks off, and things get real messy real fast.
And at the center of this whole storm is Yang Hu,
Right.
who's managed to grab a good chunk of power as the chief steward for the Ji family, one of the big 3 Huan families.
Just to catch everyone up, listener,
Yeah.
these 3 Huan families were these super powerful noble clans in Lu, and they'd built up a ton of control, often at the Duke's expense.
Yeah.
So Yang Hu, as the Ji family's main guy, he had pull, but not real legit authority,
Mhm.
kind of operating in the shadows, and he knew it was a risky position to be in.
It's like he's pulling strings but not actually in charge.
Right.
So what does he do? Comes up with this crazy plan to solidify his power?
Yep.
Wipe out the 3 Huan families completely?
Take them out, crush their power base, the whole 9 yards.
Bold move.
Bold is putting it mildly.
But as we know, it doesn't go to plan.
Not even close.
Meng Yizi, another head honcho from the 3 Huans, and get this, a former student of Confucius,
Yeah.
ends up playing a key role in shutting down Yang Hu's assassination plot,
Yeah.
who fails, and we're left with this tense standoff.
It's like a game of chess with the highest stakes imaginable.
Right. 3 Huans have the Duke, they've got the capital, big advantage,
Yeah.
but they're constantly looking over their shoulders.
Like always on edge.
And that's the key point here.
Okay.
Both sides, locked in this super fragile balance of power, they suddenly see Confucius as this, like, secret weapon.
Yeah.
Someone who could swing things in their favor and shatter that deadlock.
Now you might be thinking, wait, Confucius?
Yeah.
Why him?
Yeah, why him?
Right. He wasn't exactly a political rock star up till then.
He was more of a teacher and philosopher.
Yeah. What made him so irresistible to these warring factions?
Well, the key is what Confucius was doing in the years leading up to this turning point. He'd gone all in on education, and maybe even more important, he built up this huge network of students.
Right.
And I'm not talking about kids just soaking up knowledge.
Right.
I'm talking capable people with real administrative skills and, listen to this, ambition.
He wasn't just churning out scholars.
Exactly.
He was creating a movement.
Yes.
So now, all of a sudden, this whole group of trained, motivated individuals, that's a serious source of talent and influence.
That's power.
Right. And it's such a contrast to, like, 15 years earlier during Duke Zhao's mess when Confucius was basically begging for a job and nobody gave him the time of day.
Yeah.
Now he's leading a pack.
Yeah. All right. So picture this. We've got two powerful but shaky factions fighting for control, and all of a sudden, Confucius, the guy who couldn't get a foot in the door politically before, is being wooed by both sides.
What a turnaround.
So, big question for you listening. Which side would Confucius pick? The three Huan families? Kinda his old bosses, even though they were problematic?
Yeah.
Or Yang Hu, who might have even been related to him?
This is where things get really spicy.
Okay.
The Analects, in that Yang Huo chapter, throws us a curveball.
Okay.
Mentions this guy, Gongshan Fuzhou, a steward in the Ji family, one of the three horns, launching a full-blown rebellion.
Wow.
He takes over this strategically vital city, Faiqing, and goes head-to-head with Ji Huanzi.
Faiqing was a major power center for the Ji family, basically their stronghold.
And get this, Gongshan Fuzhou calls on Confucius to join him.
Whoa!
And Confucius at first is actually thinking about going.
That is so not the Confucius we think we know.
Yes.
Like, totally clashes with the image of him as this big supporter of order and stability.
It has scholars scratching their heads even today.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't add up to the picture of this calm, super ethical philosopher.
Right.
But the Analects aren't fiction. They're considered pretty historically accurate.
Oh, yeah.
So we got to ask, what was going through Confucius's mind?
Yeah, what was he thinking?
Was he actually siding with a rebel, or was there something else going on?
If we zoom out again, use the Zuo's Huan to fill in some gaps, we see that Gongshan Fuzhou was a hardcore Yang Hu ally.
Oh.
So this rebellion wasn't just some random event.
No.
It was part of Yang Hu's bigger strategy against the three Huans.
Right?
So when Gongshan invites Confucius, it's basically an invite from Yang Hu's side, even if Yang Hu himself was busy with other stuff at the time.
So they're looking for any edge they can get.
Yeah. But the question is, did Confucius actually go through with it?
The answer, and luckily for his future career, is no.
Okay.
The Analects tell us that Zilu, his super devoted student, put his foot down.
Oh yeah, Zilu's not messing around.
Yeah, he basically says, Master, are you kidding? This is a disaster waiting to happen. There's got to be a better option.
Yeah.
What's interesting is how Confucius reacts.
Okay.
He doesn't just brush Zilu off.
Instead, he comes back with this grand vision, name-dropping King Wen and King Wu of Zhu, the guys who founded a dynasty known for, like, restoring order from chaos. Yeah. And he says he wants to do something similar in the East, meaning Lu, just like they did in the West.
Whoa, talk about ambition.
Yeah. It's a powerful statement, right? Shows how badly he wanted to change the political game.
Yeah.
But as our sources point out, there's this subtle hint underneath it all.
Okay.
Both Confucius and Zilu, they kind of let on that they know there's another safer option out there. So why didn't Confucius just say no to Gongshan right away? Was he actually considering it, or was this all a calculated pause?
It makes you think.
While all this was happening, the three Huan families, Yang Hu's main rivals, they were desperate to get Confucius on their side.
They needed him badly.
They saw him as this key player who could help them through this whole mess.
So let's get into their heads for a minute.
Okay.
Why would these families, who'd been, let's say, less than friendly to Confucius before, suddenly want him in their corner?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Our sources point to a few reasons.
Okay.
Starting with their very shaky position in this whole civil war.
They might have the Duke in the capital, but Yang Hu's crew is still a huge threat.
Still lurking.
They basically needed someone to bring back some stability.
Right?
The old order was shattered, and they needed someone with, like, credibility, someone influential to help put things back together and solidify their power.
They'd lost their footing.
Plus, don't forget Meng Yizi's connection to Confucius.
Oh, yeah, right?
They were teacher and student once.
That's got to count for something.
That relationship probably helped a lot with communication and negotiation.
Built a bridge.
Now, got to remember the political climate in the spring and autumn period.
Okay.
It wasn't exactly a time of unwavering loyalty or rock-solid alliances.
Oh.
Power was the name of the game, and even families could turn on each other in a heartbeat.
It's a dog-eat-dog world.
Right. So old loyalties, even past grudges, they all took a back seat to staying alive and staying on top.
Survival of the fittest, politically speaking.
Now, this is where Confucius's own political philosophy kind of lines up with what the three Huans wanted.
Okay.
He was all about this hierarchical system based on what the Duke of Zhou laid down,
Okay.
where vassals answer to the ruler, nobles answer to vassals, and so on.
Right. Everyone has their place.
And while that ultimately supports the Duke's authority, in the short term, it also gave legitimacy to these powerful families like the three Huans.
As long as they kept things running smoothly in their own territories.
So it wasn't just about siding with the stronger team for Confucius.
No.
Aligning with these families, even with all their flaws, kind of fit with his core belief in social stability.
Even if it wasn't the ideal order under the Duke.
Exactly. They weren't looking for him to, empower the Duke at their expense.
No way.
They wanted him to give their rule the stamp of approval.
And crucially, they wanted him to keep those lesser nobles in check.
Within their territory.
Yeah, prevent more unrest and challenges to their power.
Basically, they saw him as this, peacemaker and someone who'd back up their claim to power with, intellectual weight.
He was the brains and they were the brawns.
So what did Confucius do?
Yeah, what was his final decision?
Even though he was initially thinking about joining Gangshan in Faiqing, he ultimately goes with the three Huan families.
So what changed his mind?
Our sources offer a few possibilities.
Okay.
The simplest explanation is that he realized the three Huans had more power and that Yang Hu's side was probably losing steam.
It's the smart move.
Joining the stronger team just made strategic sense.
Right.
But there's also this intriguing idea that he might have been faking his interest in joining Yang Hu's rebellion.
Oh, playing mind games.
To get a sweeter deal from the three Huans.
Like, oh, you want me? You better make it worth my while.
It's a calculated move, a little bit of political brinkmanship.
So do we have any proof Confucius was capable of that kind of maneuvering?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's tough to say for sure. Direct evidence is hard to come by. But there are parallels to what he did around his mother's funeral,
Okay.
where he kind of strategically presented himself to gain some noble status.
Interesting.
Shows a practical side underneath all the idealistic goals.
So maybe he was playing the field a bit?
Yeah, ultimately, even with all the strategy, his main drive was still those political ideals.
Yeah.
He needed a platform to make his vision happen.
Yeah.
And at that time, the three Huans were the best bet.
They were the ones holding the keys.
Maybe their offer just lined up better with his long-term goals for Lu.
So what happens next?
Yeah, what's the fallout?
It's pretty remarkable, actually.
Yes,
Confucius doesn't just get some minor gig.
No,
He rockets up the ranks of Lu's political structure.
he's on the fast track.
Later on, he talks about reaching what he calls the will of heaven at 50.
Yeah,
And looking back, it seems pretty clear he saw this as his big chance to reshape Lu and build a new, more ordered society.
his time had come.
And the speed of it all is just mind-blowing. Within a year, he's the fourth highest official in Lus, right up there with the big three Huan oligarchs.
Think about that.
From relatively unknown teacher to the inner circle of power in just 12 months.
That's insane.
The Shiji, the records of the Grand Historian, lays out his early roles,
Okay.
hints at some lower-level positions to get him warmed up, but then, boom, he's appointed Minister of Justice, the Dasi coup.
That's a huge jump right into the heart of loose power structure. Something almost unheard of for someone like him.
It's like skipping all the steps and going straight to the top.
Yeah.
Now, the Minister of Justice back then, that was a big job.
Okay.
Covered everything to do with law and order, from making laws to enforcing them, running courts and prisons, the whole deal.
Sounds like a lot on his plate.
It was a huge responsibility, needed a deep understanding of how to govern,
Yeah.
but it doesn't stop there.
Oh, no.
He gets promoted again to senior minister, the Shang de Fu,
Wow.
which puts him directly in the state council alongside the heads of the three Huan families.
So he's in the room where it happens,
Yes.
shaping every major decision that affects Lu.
What's really significant here is that Confucius, who wasn't from one of these established noble families, reaches such a high position.
Yeah, he's an outsider.
This probably meant someone from a traditional noble lineage, maybe even from the Zeng family, got pushed aside.
That's got to ruffle some feathers.
It's a clean break from centuries of doing things the old way.
Driven by the three Huan's urgent need for his talents.
They needed him that badly.
It's worth pointing out that Yang Hu, powerful as he was, never got a title like this.
Right.
Confucius had the official rank and the attention of the people in charge.
So what was life like for Confucius as one of the top dogs in Luo?
Yeah, paint us a picture.
Our sources show him attending all these court ceremonies, participating in these crucial council meetings, alongside the three Huan families and the Duke, who was basically a figurehead at this point.
So he's right in the thick of it.
Yeah, but there's a catch.
Okay.
Even though he rose through the ranks quickly, he didn't actually have much hands-on experience running a big state.
So he's learning on the fly.
Exactly, with guidance and connections from, you guessed it, the three Huan families.
They're basically his mentors, whether he likes it or not.
Gotta remember, government was different back then.
Okay.
Nobles mostly ran their own little territories, their fiefdoms, instead of holding official government jobs like we think of them today, right?
So Confucius gets this mansion in Quofu, his base of operations.
Now, at first, his main focus as Minister of Justice seems to be settling disputes between all these nobles.
So he's like a referee.
Yeah, and maybe a less demanding job, which he often handed off to his capable students, like Zilu.
Zilu was always the efficient one.
And Confucius's whole philosophy of justice, you can see it in the Analects.
Okay.
He was all about fairness and finding peaceful solutions.
Over strict rules and harsh punishments.
Yeah, he wanted both sides to see each other's point of view and prevent future conflict.
A very people-centric approach.
Absolutely. All those years of teaching really paid off. Because when Yang Hu left, there were gaps to fill. And his students, who were skilled, eager, and loyal, stepped right in.
They were ready.
And let's not forget the perks.
Oh yeah, everyone loves a good perk.
His salary was massive, hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain.
Whoa.
Remember, coins weren't the main currency yet.
Right.
This was a big difference from the three Huan families, who got most of their wealth from their land.
I weren't going to give him land, but they definitely paid him well.
So now he's established himself in Luna's leadership, right? Confucius is ready to chase his bigger vision.
Okay.
This is his second major transformation.
After going from commoner to someone with noble connections.
He's gone from scholar to high-ranking official.
It's like leveling up in a video game.
But this new power, it came with strings attached.
Oh yeah, nothing's free.
The three Huans didn't promote him out of the goodness of their hearts.
Yeah,
They wanted results.
What were they expecting from him?
Their top priority was clear. Clean up Yang Hu's mess and improve Lu's reputation on the world stage.
They needed damage control.
Yang Hu's actions had destabilized everything, not just Lu itself, but the whole balance of power in the region.
It's like a ripple effect.
And here's the thing. It's pretty rare for a minister of justice, someone who's supposed to focus on law and order inside the state,
Right.
to be given big diplomatic responsibilities.
Yeah, it's not their usual gig.
This shows how extraordinary the situation was and how much the three Huans needed him.
So what made Confucius, with his background in teaching and ethics, the right guy for this job?
That's a good point.
Right.
It wasn't that he was some master diplomat.
No.
It was his moral authority and his network.
Okay.
The three Huans probably figured his reputation for integrity and his connections in other states, which he built up while traveling with Duke Zhao, would be valuable assets in rebuilding alliances.
They were banking on his reputation.
The situation was pretty dire for Lu.
Okay.
The state was weak and isolated after Yang Hu's rebellion.
And they had no allies.
And one big worry was Yang Hu himself.
Oh yeah, what's he up to?
He'd gone to the powerful state of Jin, found himself a patron in Zhao Jianzi, a real power player in Jin.
Not good.
So to counter this threat, Lu needed to make some friends, and the most logical partner was Jin's longtime rival, the state of Qi.
Okay.
But that wasn't so easy.
Why not?
Relations between Lu and Qi had been strained for years.
Oh yeah.
Ever since Duke Zhao was exiled to Qi.
Right.
But here's where Confucius's past comes in handy.
Okay.
Years earlier, when he was with Duke Zhao in exile in Qi, he'd gotten to know the Qi elite, including Duke Zheng himself.
So he had some insider knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gave him a level of familiarity the three Huans just didn't have.
That's got to be valuable.
At first, he focuses on figuring out if Qi was even open to an alliance.
Testing the waters.
And while the details are a little fuzzy, we know he sent his students to Qi.
Okay.
The Analects even mentioned some back and forth about their travel expenses.
Oh, the logistical stuff.
Yeah. But Qi was interested. They saw a benefit in teaming up with Lu against Jin.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend.
By the summer of his 52nd year, Confucius had set up a big summit between Lu and Qi at Jiagu, a strategically important spot.
Okay.
He was like the event planner, handling all the details.
Making sure everything runs smoothly.
This meeting at Jiagu becomes one of his big diplomatic achievements.
Okay. Tell me about it.
Now, the Zhuan gives this pretty dramatic account of the summit.
Oh, yeah.
Claims that Qi tried to kidnap Duke Ding of Lu during the whole thing,
Jeez,
using local tribesmen to do their dirty work.
That's sneaky.
But Confucius steps in, confronts the Qi reps, makes sure the duke's safe.
Sounds like a scene from a movie.
It's a good story, but our sources also suggest a more likely scenario.
Okay.
The summit probably went pretty well.
Less exciting.
Yeah, both Qi and Lu had a strong reason to team up against Jin.
A common enemy.
Qi was already fighting Jin, so stirring up trouble with Lu through a kidnapping just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, that'd be counterproductive.
The Zhuan, being from Lu's perspective, might have jazzed up the story a bit.
To make Confucius look like a hero.
Right, and to emphasize how important the Lu delegation was.
Okay, so propaganda mixed with history.
Exactly. Later accounts, like in the Warring States period and Sima Qian's Shiji, they just amped up the drama even more.
So who knows what really went down?
But regardless of all the theatrics, the outcome was a big win for Lu.
They got what they wanted.
Qi and Lu officially became allies against Jin, and Qi even gave back some land they'd taken from Lu before.
Not bad.
But Confucius doesn't stop there.
He's on a roll.
He brings in the states of Zeng and Wei.
Wow, building a coalition.
Both of them had their own issues with Jin because of what Yang Hu had done during his time calling the shots in Lu.
So Yang Hu's legacy is coming back to bite them.
Yeah, by the time he's 53, Confucius has created this 4-state Eastern anti-Jin alliance.
That's a major power move.
It's a huge diplomatic win.
Yeah.
Strengthens Lu's security and raises their profile in the region.
So what's next on his agenda?
Well, with all that diplomacy sorted out, Confucius turns his attention to this long-standing internal problem in Luga.
Okay.
The 3 Huan families having way more power than the Duke.
Back to the power struggle.
His solution. Bold, maybe even a little risky.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
The demolishing the 3 capitals plan.
That sounds serious.
The idea was to weaken the 3 Huans militarily by taking down the walls of their fiefdoms, which had gotten as big and powerful as the capital itself, Quofu.
So he's going right for their source of power.
It's a direct challenge to their independence and influence.
Pretty audacious considering he owes his position to them.
Yeah, the irony isn't lost on us.
No.
But for Confucius, his commitment was to this bigger vision of order.
Even if it meant shaking things up for the people who helped him climb the ladder.
What does that say about his priorities?
Shows where his true loyalty lies.
His strategy's pretty smart, though.
Okay, how so?
He starts with Feiqing, Jiwanzi's stronghold, which is controlled by Gongshan Furao, Yang Hu's old buddy.
Using that connection.
Exactly. His past contact with Gongshan becomes a strategic advantage.
He's playing the long game.
But it's a mixed bag in terms of results.
Okay.
Shu Sin Wushu, probably the weakest of the 3 Huan leaders politically, goes ahead and dismantles the walls of his capital.
So one down.
But Feiqing, that's a tougher nut to crack.
What happens?
Gongshan Furao attacks Quofu directly.
Wow, bold move.
Tries to capture Duke Ding.
So they're upping the stakes.
Confucius and his students, including Zilu, they defend Corfu,
Okay.
fight off Gongshan's attack, and eventually take back Feiqing.
Nice.
Zilu's put in charge of the city, and he appoints this young guy, Gao Chai, to a key position.
Even though Confucius wasn't so sure about him.
Yeah, thought he was too inexperienced.
But Zilu's like, hey, you learn by doing.
Turns out he was right.
Practical guy.
Now, Meng Yizi, he wasn't exactly enthusiastic about the whole plan.
Dragging his feet.
Pretends to be on board by staging a little rebellion in Qingyi.
It doesn't actually commit.
And the walls there stay up.
So, bottom line. Demolishing the 3 capitals mostly fails.
Yeah.
Probably cost Confucius some trust with the 3 Huan families.
They weren't happy about their power being challenged.
Understandable.
But it might have earned him some points with the Duke.
Who would benefit from the nobles having less power?
It's a perfect example of how Confucius was constantly trying to balance his ideals with the realities of politics.
Trying to do what's right while playing the game.
So, to wrap up our deep dive today,
Okay.
we've seen that Confucius was way more than just a philosopher.
Yeah.
He was a practical, ambitious political player who jumped at the chance to make a real difference in Lucy.
He wasn't just sitting on the sidelines?
His rise to power at 50 was fast and strategic.
A meteoric rise.
He had big diplomatic wins and faced some tough challenges trying to put his reforms into action.
It's a more complicated story than we usually hear.
Definitely challenges the idea of him as just an academic.
Yeah.
He was a master strategist, navigating the tricky world of spring and autumn period politics with this mix of idealism and, let's face it, cunning.
He was playing chess
while everyone else was playing checkers.
So here's a final thought for you to ponder.
Okay.
Given how Confucius mixed those high ideals with strategic moves,
Yeah,
what do you think was his ultimate measure of success?
that's a good question.
Was it the alliances he built, his short but influential time in high office, or the lasting impact of his teachings?
All those things had an impact.
And maybe even more important, how relevant are his experiences navigating power and making change to the challenges we face in the world today?
That's a question worth thinking about.
We encourage you to keep exploring the spring and autumn period and Confucius's legacy.
Yeah,
There's always more to discover when you dig a little deeper.
definitely.
And that's our deep dive for today.
See you next time.
Take care.
Bye. We're the big one today.
We are, yeah. A name everyone's heard of, but a part of his life that maybe gets glossed over a bit.
Exactly. Confucius. Everyone knows the name, but we're zeroing in on, I guess you could call it, his political years.
Yeah. His time in the state of Lu trying to, well, be a politician. Yeah.
Not exactly the image that comes to mind when you think Confucius.
Yeah. Given all this, given the impending political struggles in Luva, could Confucius have possibly held on to his position? What challenges would he have faced, and how might his experiences, his interactions with Duke Ding, his own reflections on power and morality have shaped his actions?
But to really understand his philosophy, his impact, this period's crucial.
Absolutely. And that's what we're diving into today, specifically Confucius and this ruler, Duke Ding of Lu.
Not the most powerful guy, was he?
Nope, not by a long shot. The sources we've got paint a picture of Lu, kind of like a puppet state.
Puppet state. Okay, I like that. So who were the puppet masters pulling the strings?
These powerful clans, the three Huan families they're called, and a figure, Yang Hu, they basically ran the show.
So Duke Ding, while technically the ruler, had very limited authority. He was stuck dealing with these powerful nobles who were really calling the shots.
Right. And that's the backdrop for Confucius entering the scene. What's interesting is how Confucius acted in this environment.
From what I was reading, very improperly, like by the book.
Exactly. Our sources emphasize how meticulous he was in observing courtly etiquette, especially when interacting with Duke Ding. Complete contrast to the three Huan, who apparently didn't bother so much.
Oh, that's got a sting for the Duke. Seeing these upstart nobles disrespecting him, and then there's Confucius, all proper and deferential. It's like a silent commentary on who's got real class, you know?
You can see how that would appeal to a duke who's been sidelined by these powerful families. And there's another layer here. Remember Confucius's earlier attempt to weaken the three Huan, the demolition of the three capitals.
Right, that didn't go so well. But it shows that, at least at that point, Confucius and Duke Ding were on the same page. They both wanted to see the Duke's authority restored. So from Duke Ding's perspective, getting Confucius closer must seem like a good move.
Absolutely. But our sources emphasize the danger here for Duke Ding. Any open move towards Confucius, any hint of a political alliance could alert the three Huan and make his position even worse.
So they're stuck in this weird dance. Duke Ding wanting Confucius on his side, but having to play it cool, not make any sudden moves.
Exactly. And this brings us to their first recorded conversation, as seen in the Analects. On the surface, it seems like a pretty straightforward question from Duke Ding. He asks something like, shouldn't a ruler command his ministers and ministers serve the ruler?
This is pretty basic, right?
It does. But Confucius's answer is crucial. He says, a ruler should employ his ministers under the guidance of rituals, and ministers should serve the ruler with the attitude of loyalty.
Okay, classic Confucius, right? Ritual and loyalty. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? Especially when you consider the power dynamics we've been talking about.
When he talks about rituals, he's not just referring to ceremonies. He's talking about the entire established order, the traditions that everyone, even the Duke, is bound by.
So it's like Confucius is gently reminding Duke Ding that he's not an absolute monarch. He can't just boss people around, especially not the three Huan. He has to operate within the existing system.
Exactly. And for our listeners, this is key to understanding Confucius's political philosophy. He's not advocating for blind obedience to a ruler. It's all about balance, about everyone fulfilling their roles within the established order.
And that order, at least in Lu, included some very powerful nobles that the Duke had to contend with.
Right. Now, the next conversation, the sources suggest it was probably more private, gets even more interesting. Duke Ding asks about a single sentence that could bring prosperity or collapse to a country.
Okay, now he's getting to the point, isn't he? It's like he's saying, Confucius, you're a smart guy. Tell me what to do to fix this mess.
It does sound that way, doesn't it? He's almost seeking a magic solution, that one perfect move to turn things around.
And how does Confucius respond?
Very carefully. He doesn't give Duke Ding a simple answer. Instead, he talks about the difficulty of being both a ruler and a minister. He says, if you can really understand the difficulties of being a ruler, then there is somewhat the meaning of a single sentence can bring about the prosperity of a country.
He's saying it's not about finding the right words, it's about understanding and empathy. That's a pretty nuanced answer for a guy who's supposed to be all about following rules, you know.
It is, and it's important to remember that Confucius wasn't against political power. He just believed it had to be exercised responsibly, ethically.
So no quick fix for Duke Ding.
No. And then Duke Ding takes it a step further, asking about a single sentence that could cause collapse.
Now this feels like a test. He wants to see where Confucius's loyalties lie. Is he with the Duke or with the three Huan?
It's a very loaded question, isn't it? And again, Confucius's answer is ambiguous. He warns against a ruler who issues unreasonable commands that are blindly followed. He says that that kind of single sentence could lead to ruin.
So on the surface, he's just giving generic advice. But given the context, it sounds like he's subtly warning Duke Ding against making any rash moves, like trying to get rid of the three Huan by force.
Exactly. He's saying, don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Violence won't solve anything.
Okay, so based on these conversations, it seems like Confucius, even though he sympathizes with Duke Ding's position, is not about to become his political attack dog.
Right. He's not looking to form an alliance against the three Huan. He seems to be aiming for a peaceful coexistence where everyone respects their roles within the existing hierarchy.
A delicate balancing act, to say the least.
Absolutely. Their interactions are subtle, but there's a definite undercurrent of danger, given the ever-present power of the three Huan.
So far, we've seen Confucius maneuvering through this political minefield. Now I'm curious, how did he feel about all this? About being an official, dealing with these powerful figures?
Well, the Analects does give us some glimpses into his mindset during this period. He reflects on what he's learned, what he's gained, and how he's managed to stay true to his principles while navigating the messy world of politics.
And, you know, there's this surprisingly human element to it. He compares himself to some of his old friends who never achieved his level of success, who remained poor.
Right. It's a reminder that even Confucius, the sage, wasn't immune to a little bit of human pride, comparing himself to others. But the source is careful to point out that his criticism wasn't directed at everyone from humble beginnings.
It was about their motivation. It was about those who sought office purely for personal gain, who were in it for themselves and not for the good of the people. He calls them anxious for fear of loss.
A great phrase, isn't it? And so relevant even today. Think about how many people are driven by that fear, that sense of scarcity, instead of a genuine desire to serve.
He also seems to have had very little patience for those armchair scholars, the ones who complained about everything but couldn't actually get anything done.
Yeah, all talk and no action.
But what's interesting is how Confucius's views seem to change during this period. He becomes more pragmatic. The course talks about him embracing the idea of saving the country by a circuitous route, which suggests he's willing to compromise, to be flexible, to achieve his goals.
He's moving away from that idealistic black and white thinking.
And this leads him to believe that some of his old colleagues, the ones who clung to rigid principles, were politically naive.
Right. He's seeing the world in shades of gray now. And this brings us to a pretty major twist. Confucius, after 6 years in office, gets promoted to acting Grand Minister of Land.
Wait, what? The highest position in Luoyang.
Yep. And according to Sima Qinan, he was 56 years old at this time.
But this doesn't make sense. Why would the three Huan, the very people he'd been trying to undermine, promote him to such a powerful position?
That's the big question, isn't it? The source suggests a few possibilities. Were they setting a trap, trying to control him from within? Were Confucius's own disciples worried about this? According to Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian, they were. One even warned Confucius to be careful. But Confucius, it seems, was optimistic, believing he could use this opportunity to make a real difference.
This is where it gets really interesting and a bit controversial. This is when the story of Confucius executing Zheng comes in.
Ah, yes, the supposed execution.
Sima Qian describes this Zheng as a doctor of the state of Lu, someone who was disrupting the government. Sounds like a serious threat.
It does. But here's where the story takes a sharp turn. Our source makes a compelling argument that this entire event was likely a fabrication by later generations.
Hold on. You're saying the execution of Zheng Mao never happened?
That's the argument, and a strong one. Think about it. The Analects, the Book of Rites, both compiled by Confucius's disciples, they don't mention Zheng Mao at all. Not a word about this supposed execution.
If it was such a big deal, why wouldn't they include it? It's not like they were trying to hide Confucius's flaws. They're pretty honest about his mistakes.
Exactly. They even record instances where he was wrong or made poor decisions. So the absence of this supposedly major event is very telling.
Okay, so if it's not in the early sources, where does this story even come from?
The earliest mention we can find is in the Zunzi, a text from the late Warring States period, centuries after Confucius's death. And even there, it's not a straightforward account of a criminal being punished.
What is it then?
The Zunzi portrays Zheng Mao as more of an intellectual opponent. They say he held dangerous ideas, behaved strangely, spoke persuasively but with false words, and was gathering people, causing unrest.
So it's an ideological clash, battle of ideas.
Exactly. And it's important to note that this idea of a contention of 100 schools of thought, this clash of different philosophies, wasn't really a thing during Confucius's lifetime. It developed later.
Right, so this story might be projecting a later intellectual conflict back onto Confucius.
That's one possibility. And then later on, during the Eastern Han Dynasty, Wang Shang's Luoyang adds even more detail, claiming that Zheng Mao opposed Confucius in education and even tried to steal his students.
So it becomes this whole dramatic narrative. And over time, the Confucius executing Zheng Mao's story turns into a kind of historical justification for sages using force when necessary.
Right, but if you look at Confucius's other teachings, his emphasis on persuasion, on moral example, on leading by virtue, it just doesn't add up.
And our source points out that if Zheng Mao was such an influential figure, surely there'd be some record of his ideas, his followers, somewhere. But there's nothing.
Just this one account in the Zunzi. And even there, it's not a clear-cut case of a crime being punished. It's framed as an ideological struggle.
Plus, there's that story in the Analects, where someone asks Confucius about killing a deviant person to promote goodness, and Confucius basically says, no, you can't force people to be good, you have to lead by example. He uses that analogy of the wind and the grass.
Yeah. A powerful image, right? The wind blowing, the grass bending. It's about influence, not coercion.
So putting it all together, the missing evidence, the later sources, the inconsistency with Confucius's other teachings, it seems pretty clear that this execution story is likely a fabrication.
That's the conclusion our source reaches, and it's a compelling one. They even suggest that Zunzi might have invented this story to justify suppressing his own philosophical opponents.
Which, if you think about it, is kind of ironic. They're using Confucius, the advocate for virtue and harmony, to justify silencing dissenting views.
It's a great example of how history can be manipulated to serve different agendas. And for our listeners, it's a reminder to always be critical of the stories we're told, to dig deeper, to look for alternative perspectives.
Absolutely. So, if this execution didn't happen, what was Confucius doing during his time as acting Grand Minister of Land? What do the sources say?
They point to him focusing on more practical matters, improving social morality, public order.
Like what kind of things specifically?
Apparently, market behavior improved in Quofu, and public conduct became more orderly. It sounds like he was focused on building a stronger ethical foundation within the state.
Makes sense. No big sweeping reforms like trying to demolish those capitals again.
No. Seems like the focus shifted to more immediate concerns, probably maintaining stability and trying to navigate the complex political situation.
Okay, so let's recap. We've got Duke Ding stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to cautiously enlist Confucius's help. But Confucius, ever the pragmatist, isn't about to be anyone's pawn. He plays the game carefully, offering advice, but ultimately staying true to his own principles.
And then we've got this myth of the execution, which, when you really examine it, falls apart. It's a later fabrication, probably meant to serve someone else's agenda.
Really highlights how history can be distorted, how stories can be changed and reshaped to fit certain narratives.
Absolutely. So, final question for our listeners. Given all this, given the impending political struggles in Luva, could Confucius have possibly held on to his position? What challenges would he have faced, and how might his experiences, his interactions with Duke Ding, his own reflections on power and morality have shaped his actions? It's a reminder that even great figures like Confucius were constantly navigating complex situations, trying to balance their ideals with the realities of power.
They were really zeroing in on a specific moment, a real turning point in Confucius's life.
That's right. We're looking at the end, the rather sudden end, of his political career in his home state. Lu looked promising for a while, didn't it?
It really did. And we've got some fascinating source material that sheds light on his time as acting Grand Minister of Land and People.
And crucially, the political struggles, the sort of undertows that pushed him out. It's a chapter that, well, maybe gets overlooked sometimes.
But it's key, isn't it, to understanding his path, his philosophy even?
Absolutely.
So our mission today is to try and unpack this whole political drama. Why did this seemingly successful stint end so abruptly?
Yeah, he had support. He was making changes.
Right. So we need to navigate this tangle of alliances, the shifting priorities of these powerful families.
And Confucius's own principles, which definitely played a huge role. See how it all kind of unraveled.
Okay, so where do we start? His moment of greatest influence, perhaps?
Good place. So, age 56. Our sources put him right at this peak. Acting Grand Minister of Land and People. A significant position.
And a real chance to implement some of his ideas, right, to reform Lu's society.
Exactly. He wasn't just a theorist at this point. He was in the thick of it, trying to make changes.
And initially, he had backing from the big families, the three Huans.
That seems clear, yeah. Especially Ji Huanzi and Shisun Wushu. They were, well, younger leaders then.
And they needed him. Why?
Primarily, it seems, to help them consolidate their own power against rivals like Yang Hu. Confucius offered legitimacy, maybe administrative skill.
Ah, okay, so he's useful to them.
Very useful. But, and this is crucial, it seems to have been a temporary alignment, more about their needs than a deep belief in Confucius, perhaps.
Because things changed.
They did. After about, 5 or 6 years, the sources suggest Yang Hu's rebellion is crushed. He's dealt with.
And the three Huan families are now firmly in control.
Exactly. Their position is secure. And suddenly, Confucius, well, he's not quite so essential to keeping them in power anymore.
And does this tie into maybe an underlying dislike or distrust of him from the start?
I think that's fair to say based on what happened next. Even when they supported him, there was likely tension. Because Confucius wasn't just going to be their puppet, was he?
No. His actions, like that demolishing the 3 fortified towns initiative.
Right. That was aimed at strengthening the Duke of Lu's authority, Duke Ding.
Which directly undercut the three Huan family's power.
Precisely. His loyalty, fundamentally, was to the Duke, to the traditional structure, not to these oligarchs.
Right.
And they knew it. That created friction.
So internal politics were already getting tricky. What about the bigger picture, internationally?
Also shifting. You have Yang Hu escaping to the state of Jin.
Okay, so that's a potential threat from outside Lu.
Could be. And initially, that actually increased Confucius's value,
Yeah.
His diplomatic skills were needed. He was involved in building this Eastern anti-Jin alliance.
To counter Jin and maybe Yang Hu's influence there.
Exactly. But then something kind of unexpected happens. Civil war breaks out within Jin.
Ah, okay. So Jin is suddenly preoccupied internally.
Right. You've got Zhao Jianzi and his allies fighting the Fan and Zheng clans. And Lu, being part of that Eastern alliance, finds itself opposing Zhao Jianzi.
So Lu is now openly at war, or at least in conflict, with a faction in Jin. You'd think Confucius, the alliance builder, would be more vital than ever.
Logically, yes. But politics isn't always logical, is it? The sources suggest the opposite.
Really? How so?
Well, with Lu now united in open conflict against this Jin faction, the specific need for Confucius's subtle diplomacy sort of faded for the three Huan families.
And maybe their fear of him secretly colluding with Yang Hu also lessened, now that Lu had a clear enemy in Jin.
That seems to be the thinking, yes. The national unity, such as it was against Jin, made Confucius's unique position less critical and perhaps less dangerous to them.
Wow. It's quite cynical.
Politics often is. One source uses a really stark analogy. When the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked.
Oof. Meaning Confucius, the hunting dog, was no longer needed once the prey, Yang Hu, and the immediate Jin threat was dealt with.
That's the interpretation. His usefulness in their specific pragmatic view just evaporated. Doesn't matter how wise or capable he was overall.
Chilling. So his influence wanes. But did it become actively dangerous for him? You mentioned threats?
The Analects do hint at that, yeah. Threats against him, against his disciples, imprisonment, maybe even worse.
Who would be behind that? Just the three Huan families, or?
Likely broader than just them. The thinking is that Confucius's disciples getting placed in official posts, well, they were stepping on toes.
The toes of the established nobility.
Yeah.
People who felt their own paths were being blocked.
Exactly. These older nobles, probably resentful, saw their chance when the three Huan families started pulling back their support for Confucius. Time to strike back.
And the first attack came from an unexpected place. Inside his own circle.
Sort of. A disciple named Gong Bolio, not one of the most famous ones.
What did he do?
He accused Zilu, Confucius's top disciple, really loyal, of disloyalty. And Zilu was serving as chief steward for Ji Huanzi himself.
Wow, that's incredibly messy. Accusing the boss's right-hand man, who's also your teacher's top student.
It really shows you the kind of treacherous political environment they were in, internal strife, betrayals. Even within families or teacher-student groups, it seems, wasn't uncommon. Ambition trumped loyalty.
How did Confucius find out about this?
Through another figure, Zifu Jingbo, described as a kind of half-disciple connected to the Meng Xinshi family, another of the three Huans.
And the Fujingbo offered to... take Gong Bolio down?
Essentially, yeah. Offered to deal with him, bring him to justice, which is quite an offer, really.
But Confucius refused. Why?
His stated reason was about fate, destiny controlling his political path. The Gong Bolio couldn't really affect it.
Which sounds noble, but maybe a bit fatalistic.
Well, yes. But there's likely a deeper layer. The interpretation is that Confucius probably saw Gong Bolio not as the main threat, but as a pawn.
A pawn in a bigger game, played by others trying to undermine him.
Exactly. He recognized this was part of a larger opposition movement. Focusing just on Gong Bolio would miss the point. He understood the real forces working against him.
Smart, but also maybe a sign he knew things were really turning against him.
I think so. And the pressure didn't let up. We hear about more trouble for his disciples, lawsuits, even imprisonment.
Who else?
Two names stand out, Gong Qicheng and Nanrong. Both ended up in jail.
And how did Confucius react to that? Did he distance himself?
Quite the opposite. It's really revealing about his character. With Gong Qicheng, Confucius insisted he was innocent.
Okay.
And then he declared him a suitable husband for his own daughter, and the marriage actually happened.
While he was still under a cloud, possibly even in prison. That's a massive statement of support.
Absolutely. Publicly standing by his guy, taking him into the family. He wasn't cutting ties to save himself.
What about Nanrong? Similar story.
Similar conviction in his innocence. Confucius arranged for Nanrong to marry his niece.
Another family tie forged under pressure.
Yes. And Confucius said something interesting about Nanrong, that in a well-run state, he wouldn't be neglected, but in chaotic times, he'd avoid execution.
He'd avoid death. That implies Nanrong was in real danger of being executed.
It strongly suggests that, yes, the situation was potentially lethal.
How did Nanrong get out of it if he was facing that kind of charge?
It's a fascinating little detail. Apparently, he avoided the worst by repeatedly reciting lines from the Book of Songs.
Reciting poetry. How did that help?
The lines were, "The flaws on a white jade can still be polished away, but the flaws in words can never be undone."
So by sticking to these lines, essentially staying silent on the accusations.
He gave his accusers nothing concrete. No flawed words, no self-incriminating statements they could use to build a capital case against him, or perhaps against Confucius through him.
Clever. Using silence, framed by classic texts, as a defense.
It seems to have worked. A wise move that likely saved his life.
And through all this, Confucius's loyalty is just unwavering, forming family bonds with disciples in deep trouble.
It's remarkable. He wasn't a timid politician looking to protect his own skin. He felt responsible for his followers.
And you have to think that kind of loyalty breeds loyalty in return, right?
Immensely so. Our sources stress this. It fostered this incredibly deep, lasting devotion from his disciples that's, well, quite rare and a huge part of his legacy. It wasn't just ideas, it was personal commitment tested by fire.
Okay, so the pressure is building, disciples are being targeted, the conflict with the three Huan families is becoming more open.
Yes, it's escalating publicly, but Confucius, interestingly, is still reluctant to just quit.
Hang on. Pride. Principle.
Probably principle, mainly.
Yeah.
He likely still believed he was serving the Duke, serving the state of Lu itself, not just these powerful families. He didn't want to concede that they were the state.
So what was Ji Huanzi's next move? He couldn't just fire him outright easily.
Apparently not. Sacking such a respected figure might have caused backlash. So the strategy seems to have been more about sidelining him, making his position untenable without a formal dismissal.
A sort of political freezing out?
Exactly. And this is where Duke Jing of Qi comes back into the story, but in a different way.
Not offering him a job this time.
No, quite the opposite. Duke Jing sends this troupe of beautiful and talented female dancers as a gift to Lu.
Okay. A diplomatic gift or something more?
Oh, definitely more. It was a classic political maneuver. Ji Huanzi then arranges an outing with Duke Ding of Lu.
The ruler of Lu.
Right. And he takes the Duke to see the dancers, keeps him entertained, and conspicuously makes sure the Duke misses a scheduled meeting with Confucius.
Ah, a deliberate public snub, sending a very clear message.
Unmistakable. Your access to the Duke is cut off. You're out of favor.
How did Confucius react? Did Zilu advise him?
Zilu was in a tough spot, wasn't he? Steward to Ji Huanzi, disciple to Confucius.
Yeah.
He apparently advised Confucius, maybe gently, to leave Lu for a while. Change the scenery, let things cool down, perhaps.
But Confucius was stubborn.
Seems so. Still clinging to his post, to his duty as he saw it. Principled, maybe, but perhaps not politically savvy at this point.
So Ji Huanzi had to force the issue more directly.
It came down to what the sources call cold treatment, specifically involving a state ritual.
Okay, what happened?
After a major imperial sacrifice, there was a tradition of distributing portions of the sacrificial meat to high-ranking officials, a sign of status and inclusion.
A perk of the job, showing you're part of the inner circle.
Exactly. And Ji Huanzi deliberately ensures that Confucius does not receive his portion.
Wow. In front of everyone.
Presumably, yes, or at least it would become known very quickly. It was a direct public humiliation, a massive loss of face.
That must have been the final straw.
It seems it was. He couldn't ignore that. He finally had to accept that there was no hope left for him in the Loop administration. He had to find an excuse to resign.
So he gives up the power, the position. What was his status then?
He still kept the honorary title of Grand Master, but without the actual job, the income, the hereditary land that might come with it. His position was suddenly very insecure.
Back to being a scholar, essentially, but one who'd just been publicly pushed out.
Pretty much. And it wasn't just him. The fallout hit his key allies, too.
Zilu and Zigong.
Yeah, both lost their official positions shortly after Confucius resigned. A clean sweep, really. The three Huans removed the whole group associated with Confucius and his reform ideas.
So it looks like a complete failure, doesn't it? From a political perspective, back to square one almost.
To an outsider at the time, it might have seemed that way, just another official who rose and fell. But our sources suggest this was a really critical moment of choice for Confucius. He wasn't just pushed, he faced alternatives.
What kind of alternatives? What could he have done differently, realistically?
Well, one path was to basically switch sides, become a sort of intellectual spokesperson for the three Huan families.
How would that work?
He could have used his knowledge, his authority on the rights of Zhu, those ancient texts on governance, to reinterpret them, to create new theories that actually legitimize the family's growing autocratic power.
Give them an ideological cover for what they were doing.
Exactly. And had he done that, he probably could have secured a very comfortable, high status, and stable position for himself, become their court philosopher, essentially.
Yeah, that's one option in the others.
Another path involved leveraging his own background. Remember, he had noble ancestry from the state of Song.
Right.
He could have focused on building power through kinship, arranging strategic marriages, perhaps for himself or his children, with the three Huan families.
Forging alliances through family ties.
Yes, building a powerful network within Li's elite, potentially carving out his own space, maybe becoming a fourth major oligarchic power himself.
Those are significant possibilities he seems to have rejected.
He consciously chose not to take those paths. He prioritized his ideals, what he called the way, over personal power, wealth, or even political success in that conventional sense.
And that choice is central to his legacy.
Our sources argue it is his greatness. Not that he achieved worldly success like becoming a prime minister, but that he navigated this incredibly difficult situation, making compromises perhaps, but ultimately refusing to abandon his core principles for personal gain. That balance between morality and engagement.
That's a powerful point. So after this dismissal, this forced resignation, how must he have felt?
You have to imagine a real sense of loss, disappointment, maybe bitterness. Plus, dealing with the gossip, the "I told you so" from acquaintances, it couldn't have been easy.
Definitely not. So he decides to leave Lu, following Zilu's earlier advice.
Yes, seems he finally took that advice, decided a change of scenery was needed, and he chose to head to the state of Qi.
Key again. Why T specifically?
Several reasons made it a logical choice. He'd lived there before, as we know.
Right.
Also, relations between Liu and Qi had actually been fairly decent during his time in office, despite underlying rivalries. And he did have that prior acquaintance with Duke Jing of Qi, familiar ground to some extent.
Okay. Now, there's a timing issue here, isn't there? With Sima Qian's famous history book.
Yes, the Records of the Grand Historian. It places Confucius's main trip to Qi much earlier, when he was younger, after Duke Zhao of Lu went into exile.
But the sources we're looking at argue this trip, the one after his dismissal, happened later, around age 56.
They make a strong case for it, yes. And the key evidence revolves around how Duke Jing of Qi considered receiving Confucius this time.
What was the issue?
The Duke reportedly debated what level of protocol to use. Should Confucius be treated like Meng Yitzi or like Ji Huanzi? These were major figures in Lu's hierarchy.
Ah, so that comparison only makes sense if Confucius himself had recently held a very high rank in Lu.
Exactly. It wouldn't have been a relevant benchmark if Confucius was just a relatively unknown scholar in his 30s, as Sima Qian's timeline might suggest for an earlier trip. This points strongly to the post-dismissal timing.
Got it. So he gets to Qi, received with some level of consideration, but he wasn't happy there either.
Well, Sima Qian suggests dissatisfaction with the reception itself, but our sources lean towards a different reason for his discontent.
Which was?
Less about personal treatment, more about the lack of real opportunity. He wasn't just looking for a comfortable retirement or exile. He still wanted meaningful political work.
And Duke Jing didn't offer him a significant role. Why not?
From Duke Jing's perspective, it was probably pragmatic politics again. Confucius didn't have deep roots or a power base in Qi.
And appointing him prominently might upset Lu, especially the three Huan families he'd just fallen out with.
Precisely. It could complicate relations between the states. So Duke Jing was likely cautious, welcoming perhaps, but not willing to give him real power.
So Confucius finds himself adrift again, in a sense. Still ambitious, still looking for a place to make a difference.
Yeah, it seems he found it hard to adapt to being outside the political arena. He continued looking for openings in other states.
And meanwhile, back in Lu, were the three Huan families just forgetting about him?
Unlikely. They were probably still worried about what he might do abroad. Could he link up with Yang Hu and Jin? Could he stir up trouble for them from another state?
So they kept an eye on him.
The sources suggest they maintained some kind of secret intelligence network to monitor his movements. Even in exile, they weren't taking chances.
Wow. So this whole period is just packed. The rise, the reforms, the moral stands, the betrayal, the dismissal.
It's a really dramatic arc covering his peak influence and its rapid collapse, driven by these complex political forces and his own unwavering principles.
Which leads us right back to that question. Could he have played it differently? Was there any path through that Lu political maze that might have led to success for his goals there?
It's the big what if, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something for you, the listener, to really mull over, thinking about the constraints and choices he faced.
A great question. So just to wrap up this part, we've seen this really tumultuous end to Confucius's official career in Lu. A clear clash, really, between his ideals and the harsh realities of power politics.
Absolutely. And his story doesn't end here, of course. Next time, we'll follow him out of Lu and Qi as he begins his longer travels, visiting various states. New challenges, new stories await.
Looking forward to that. And one final thought for you to consider, building on what we've discussed, that tension between personal integrity and political expediency. It's timeless, isn't it? When, if ever, might compromising ideals be justified? And what are the long-term costs for individuals and for society? Something to think about. What would you think if you lost your job at 56, gave up a stable life, and embarked on an unknown journey?
It's a huge leap, isn't it?
Confucius made such a choice. He was no longer a respected guest of monarchs, but became a wanderer rejected everywhere. This period of life is the true origin of Confucianism. So, after departing Lu state, where did Confucius head first on this, new chapter?
His first destination was the state of Wei.
Wei state, okay.
Yeah, and it was a really historically significant place. One of the very first vassal states established by the Duke of Zhou, actually.
And what drew him specifically to Wei? Why there first?
Well, a couple of key things. First, geography. Wei was just quite close to Lu, so relatively easy to get to.
Made sense logistically.
Exactly. And second, he had existing connections during his time as an official back in Lu.
Right, he'd done some diplomacy.
Yes, he'd engaged with Wei as part of that Eastern anti-Jin alliance, the states banding together against Jin.
Ah, okay.
So he hoped those old ties might help him find a position.
That seems to have been the hope, yes. Leverage those relationships.
So how did that work out? How was he received when he arrived?
Initially, actually, very well. Duke Ling of Wei gave him a warm welcome.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he even asked about Confucius's salary back in Louis.
Bad.
Well, Confucius told him it was 60,000 due of grain a year.
Which sounds like a lot.
It was, equivalent to over 100,000 jin today. And Duke Ling offered him the exact same amount in Wei.
Wow. Okay, so financially, a great start.
Yeah.
But did that translate into actual influence? Sometimes big salaries don't mean real power, especially in complex politics.
You've hit the nail on the head. While the money was there, his role was really more like an academic advisor.
Not a decision maker?
No real power. Duke Ling had to be careful, you see, especially with Lu State.
How so?
Appointing Confucius too high might upset the powerful Sanwan families back in Louis.
Those dominant clans didn't want to risk the alliance.
Precisely. So it was a balancing act. Still, it was arguably better than his earlier experience in Key State, but limited.
It sounds like Wei itself was a bit of a political minefield at the time. What else was going on?
Oh, definitely. There was major drama within Duke Ling's own family, specifically involving his wife, Nancy.
Nancy, right.
Wow.
Her name always pops up. Tell us about her.
Well, Nancy was originally from the royal family of Song State, known for being young, beautiful, and having a rather dissolute lifestyle, let's say. Didn't care much for public opinion.
Okay.
After marrying Duke Ling, she actually brought her lover from Song, a man named Gongzi Chao, with her to Wei.
Seriously.
Yes. And their affair wasn't just extramarital, they were also close relatives, which was scandalous even by the standards of the spring and autumn period. It really shows how personal lives and politics were tangled, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So this must have caused quite a stir.
A huge scandal. Widely discussed among the nobility everywhere. It even ended up in these vulgar folk songs that spread around.
Folk songs. Wow. And that led to more trouble within the court.
It did. The crown prince heard people singing these songs clearly meant to humiliate him. He got so angry, he tried to have Nancy assassinated.
What? Did he succeed?
No, the attempt failed, and the plot was discovered. Duke Ling was furious, naturally. The crown prince had to flee.
Where did he go?
He ran off to Jin State seeking refuge with Zhao Jianzi, a powerful figure there.
Okay, so a lot of internal strife, and Confucius arrives right in the middle of this.
Pretty much. All this unfolded right around the time Confucius got to Wei, near the end of his 56th year.
And because Nancy and her lover were from Song.
And Confucius also had Song State ancestry. Duke Ling got suspicious.
He thought Confucius was part of some kind of Song clique.
Exactly. That's what the suspicion was. A group trying to exert influence. And Confucius, unfortunately, got swept up in it.
So what did Duke Ling do? Just suspect him or take action?
According to Sima Ken, in the records of the Grand Historian, he took action. Ordered troops to monitor Confucius.
Monitor him?
Yes, and even had his residence searched.
Wow. So that warm welcome definitely cooled off fast. What's the big picture from this first stop in Wei then?
It's really a mixed bag, isn't it? Initial warmth, good salary, but then suspicion. No real power. It shows the instability, the complex political games.
And maybe pushed him more towards teaching, since politics wasn't working out.
Very likely, the lack of political success probably reinforced his focus on education. And that whole Nancy incident shows even he couldn't escape the court gossip and power plays.
So with things turning sour, he decided to leave Wei.
He did. But leaving Wei led straight into another really dangerous situation.
Oh, what happened?
As he was traveling south, heading into Zeng State territory, he and his disciples reached a town called Guangsheng.
Okay.
And there, they mistook him for someone else, a man named Yang Hu.
Yang Hu. Why was being mistaken for him so dangerous?
Well, Yang Hu had been a powerful and frankly quite ruthless official in Lu State about 9 years earlier.
Okay.
And under orders from Jin State, Yang Hu had led Lu troops to attack Zeng. He'd occupied Guangcheng specifically and caused a lot of destruction.
So the people of Guangcheng would absolutely hated him.
Deeply. Bitterly. They had suffered directly because of him.
So when they saw Confucius?
They thought it was Yang Hu. Imagine the reaction. Isn't this Yang Hu? How dare he show his face here?
Oh, no.
They immediately arrested Confucius and his followers, and their intention was to kill him.
Just because he looked like Yang Hu, they must have looked incredibly similar.
Apparently so. It was a case of extreme mistaken identity with potentially fatal consequences.
Terrifying. How did Confucius handle that? Facing death because you look like someone else. Did he try to argue?
Interestingly, while his disciples were frantically trying to explain, Confucius himself was, well, quite reticent. He didn't immediately try to clarify who he was.
What did he do instead?
He turned to his disciples and started talking about destiny, about his cultural mission from heaven. He quoted that famous line from the Analects.
Ah, the one about King Wen.
Yes. Since King Wen has passed away, does not the mission of culture rest on me? Essentially saying, if heaven wants this culture to survive through me, what can the people of Kuang do?
His silence, his composure. Did that have an effect on the Quancheng people? Maybe it wasn't what they expected from the aggressive Yang Hu.
It seems it did. It confused them. They started wondering, would Yang Hu really be this calm facing death? It bought them some crucial time.
So how did they get out of this mess? Who cleared things up?
It was actually Duke Ling of Wei again.
Duke Ling,
Oh.
back in Wei.
Yes. News reached him about what was happening. Perhaps he felt a bit embarrassed, maybe realizing he'd misjudged Confucius earlier.
So he intervened.
He did. The Wei government sent word clarifying the situation. They identified the man as Kong Ku, former minister of crime from Lu.
Explicitly stating he wasn't Yang Hu.
Right. They even called Yang Hu a defector to Jin and their mortal enemy. That cleared Confucius's name.
What a relief. So Duke Ling saved him. Did they head back to Wei then?
They did, out of a sense of obligation, really. After Duke Ling's intervention, Confucius returned to Wei with his disciples.
But Wei still wasn't exactly smooth sailing, was it?
Hmm.
There was another incident waiting for him.
Indeed. His troubles in Wei weren't over. Soon after returning, he faced that other controversial episode, the meeting with Nancy.
Ah, yeah, Ziji and Nancy. Nancy wanted to meet him personally.
She requested a private meeting, yes. And interestingly, Duke Ling himself relayed the invitation.
The Duke arranged it.
He conveyed the message, mentioning other gentlemen also wanted to meet her and that she admired Confucius's reputation, kind of putting a formal spin on it.
So what happened at the meeting? Was it as scandalous as the rumors suggested?
According to Sima Qian, the meeting itself was pretty standard. Polite conversation, observing proprieties. Nothing remarkable happened during the meeting.
But Nancy's reputation preceded her.
Absolutely. She was infamous. So any private meeting, especially for a figure like Confucius, immediately sparked assumptions of something improper.
How did his own followers take it?
Not well. Especially Zilu, who was known for being quite direct. He was openly unhappy about it.
And Confucius.
He felt compelled to swear this very strong oath, saying, "If I have done anything improper, may heaven reject me, may heaven reject me," trying to clear the air.
It certainly fueled debate for centuries.
Yeah.
What's the more likely story behind this meeting, if not a scandal?
Well, given Nancy's known lack of discretion, if something truly scandalous had happened, details likely would have leaked and been recorded. We mostly have just vague rumors.
So, probably not a secret affair.
Unlikely. A more plausible explanation lies in the political situation at the time.
Politics again.
Always.
Yeah.
Remember the exiled crown prince? He was over in Jin State, allied with Zhao Jianzi and Yang Hu.
Yang Hu again.
Yeah.
The man Confucius resembled.
Exactly. Duke Ling and Nancy must have feared the crown prince might return with support to seize power.
So, Nancy meeting Confucius was?
What?
Diplomacy.
Likely a strategic move, trying to secure allies. Confucius was talented, known, and maybe had ambiguous connections to Yang Hu because of their looks and history. It could have been a united front strategy, bring potentially useful people into their orbit, just in case.
That makes a lot more sense politically. Did Confucius say anything that complicated matters?
There's a comment in the Analects about Nancy's lover, Gong Zichao. Confucius notes his beauty, but says, without cunning, beauty leads to misfortune.
What's odd about that?
It's the lack of direct moral condemnation. For someone so focused on propriety, just commenting on beauty and cunning, even expressing a kind of sympathy, seemed strange to some and fueled speculation, especially since he objectively acknowledged Nancy's allure.
So after all this drama in Wei, the suspicion, the mistaken identity, the Nancy meeting, did he stick around?
No, he left again shortly after. He probably saw that Duke Ling was too preoccupied with Nancy and internal politics and wasn't serious about actually appointing him to a meaningful position.
The disillusionment must have been setting in. Where next?
He decided to head to his ancestral homeland, the state of Song.
Song State. His family roots were there. Maybe things would finally look up.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But his time in Song turned out to be another rejection and actually another near-death experience.
Really? Even in his ancestral home? Where was Song exactly?
It was southeast of Wei. He arrived in the capital Shengqu, that's modern Shengqu City in Henan province.
And he was, what, 57 by now? Still hoping for a position?
Seems so. Still ambitious, perhaps thinking his hometown would value his lineage and skills.
But he overlooked something crucial from his past.
He did. His leadership role back in Lu with that Eastern anti-Jin alliance.
How did that affect him in Song?
Well, Song State was a staunch ally of Jin State. They were on the opposite side of that alliance.
Ouch. So, despite his family history, politically he was seen as aligned with their opponents.
Exactly. So while Song had no real grounds to arrest him just for showing up, getting any kind of political foothold was going to be extremely difficult.
Was there anyone specific working against him?
Yes. A very powerful figure named Huan Tui. He was the Grand Marshal of Song, basically the Minister of National Defense, described as a handsome young nobleman.
Huan Tui. Why did he have it in for Confucius?
There are a couple of theories. One involves Huan Tu's rather close relationship with the ruler, Duke Zheng of Song.
Close up.
Historical hints suggest it might have been a same-sex relationship, which wasn't entirely unheard of in aristocratic circles then.
Okay. How does that connect to Confucius?
Apparently, Duke Jing had given Huan Tu valuables taken from other nobles. Some of those disgruntled nobles fled to Lu State while Confucius was an official there.
Ah, so Huan Tui might have seen Confucius as siding with his enemies.
That's one possibility, holding a grudge.
And the other theory?
It relates to Confucius's teachings, his very conservative views on relationships, family ethics, the strict separation between ruler and minister.
That would clash directly with Huan Tui's relationship with the Duke.
Absolutely. It violated traditional norms and the kind of strict professional boundary Confucius advocated. Huan Tui might have felt threatened by Confucius potentially gaining influence and promoting those views.
So Huan Tui made sure Confucius got the cold shoulder right from the start.
It seems so. When Confucius arrived in Shangqi, not only did the Duke not receive him, but no other nobles offered the customary welcome either. A major breach of etiquette likely orchestrated by Huan Tui.
What did Confucius do? Just leave?
No, he stayed for a while, rented a humble place, no courtyard, and started teaching his disciples under a big tree by the street, hoping to build connections that way.
Teaching out in the open. How did Huan Tui react to that?
He saw it as a provocation, a challenge. He actually threatened Confucius and then ordered the tree to be cut down.
Cut down the tree. That's quite a statement.
It terrified the landlord, who begged Confucius to leave. The disciples urged him to go quickly, too.
Was Confucius scared? Did he run?
He agreed to leave, but he wasn't rushed. He packed slowly, deliberately, and he told his disciples that famous line, "Heaven has bestowed virtue upon me. What can Huan Tui do to me?"
He seemed remarkably calm, given the threat. This is in the historical records.
Yes, both Sima Qian and the Analects mention it. He showed no haste or fear, even though the danger was real.
Did he think Huan Tui wouldn't dare attack him inside the city?
Probably. Attacking him openly in Shangqi would bring shame on Song State, violate aristocratic codes. Confucius likely understood that.
But the threat wasn't over.
No. Mencius later wrote that Huan Tui planned to ambush Confucius on a rural road outside the city, make it look like a robbery.
How did Confucius find out? How did he avoid it?
Luck, or perhaps connections. Huan Tui's own cousin, Sima Niu.
Sima Niu.
Yes, he had secretly become an admirer, even a disciple of Confucius. He learned about the ambush plot and warned Confucius.
Wow. So what did Confucius do then?
He made a very practical decision. He and his disciples disguised themselves as poor vagrants and fled Song State. Dignity took a backseat to survival.
Survival mode. And instead of going back towards Wei, he headed west to Zeng.
Correct. Partly pride, maybe. He left Wei saying Duke Ling didn't value him. Crawling back wasn't appealing.
And maybe safety.
Definitely a factor. The route back to Wei was predictable. Huan Tui might expect him to go that way. Heading west to Zheng was less obvious, safer. But it was a harsh journey through desolate areas.
So Song was a complete bust, dashed hopes, near death. He never went back.
Never. The experience with Huan Tu really soured him on his ancestral homeland. Interestingly, though, Sima Niu, the cousin who warned him, eventually left Song himself and became one of Confucius's famous 72 disciples.
Small world. The whole Song episode sounds almost bizarre.
It does have a strange feel, doesn't it? Almost surreal. Reflects the unique character of Song State history, perhaps.
So after escaping Song, he arrives in Zheng State. But things weren't much better there, were they? That's where the famous stray dog comment comes from.
That's right. Zheng State turned out to be another cold reception. You know, normally in the spring and autumn period, when nobles like Confucius traveled, they'd stay with local aristocrats. It was about dignity, support, connections.
But not in Zheng.
Not for Confucius. He went there seeking safety and maybe a way to make a living, but he found it even more, well, repressive than Song in some ways.
Oh, so? What happened when he arrived? You mentioned a desolate scene.
Well, the scene itself at the east gate of Xinjiang, the capital, wasn't physically desolate. Far from it.
Oh.
The east gate was actually the most bustling commercial district in Zheng. Think of a busy, modern pedestrian street. Zheng's commerce was incredibly developed for the time, more so than many other states. They even had merchant guilds with political clout.
That sounds lively. It's mentioned in the Book of Songs, isn't it?
Yes, the Zheng Feng poems capture that vibe. There's that line about girls being as dense as clouds outside the east gate. Very busy place.
So where's the desolation for Confucius?
It was personal. In the sheer crush of people at the east gate, he got separated from his disciples.
Lost in the crowd. That must have been worrying for them.
Extremely. They were anxious. But Zigong, one of the sharpest disciples, had an idea.
What did he do?
He figured he could describe Confucius's distinctive appearance to locals and see if anyone had spotted him.
And did it work? What description did he get back?
It did work, but the description wasn't exactly flattering. A local told Zigong they'd seen this tall, foreign old man with an odd shape, looking tired and dazed, wandering around like a stray dog without a home.
Oof. A stray dog. Was it him?
Zigong went to check, and yes, it was Confucius. Confucius was surprised to be found and asked how Zigong managed it.
So Zigong told him.
He did, apparently softening it slightly by saying the local thought his head resembled one sage, his shoulders another. But overall, yes, he looked like a lost stray dog.
Sangji Huan. That's the origin of the phrase.
Exactly, from the records of the grand historian. Alele ru sangjizigu.
How did Confucius take being called a stray dog?
Remarkably well, actually. He apparently smiled and acknowledged it. Said something like, the looks, the sage comparisons, those are trivial. But to say I resemble a stray dog? That's true. That's true.
Wow. Accepting his reality.
Yes, it shows a real shift, doesn't it? Loss of position, threats, dim prospects. He's starting to accept his current plight.
But you mentioned earlier he arrived in Zing feeling relatively relaxed despite this incident. How does that fit?
Well, the stray dog moment was about his appearance and situation, but his underlying mood might have been less stressed than in Song.
Why?
Firstly, no more Huan Tui breathing down his neck. Zeng and Song weren't friendly. Song agents wouldn't pursue him there easily. Plus, Zeng was part of that same anti-Jin alliance.
Okay, so less immediate danger.
Right. And secondly, Zheng, like Lu and Wei, was a zoo-founded state. He promoted zoo culture. Logically, you'd think he'd find some opening, and there were no assassination plots recorded in Zing.
But there's always a but. What was the downside in Zeng?
The reception was just icy.
Well,
utterly cold. Forget the Duke. Not even minor nobles greeted them when they entered the city.
another breach of etiquette, worse than Wei or Qi.
Definitely. In Qi and Wei, he got some hospitality, maybe an audience, even if no real job. In Song, at least Sima Ni became a disciple. In Zeng, just ignored, complete silence from the entire ruling class.
Why? What made Zeng so uniquely unwelcoming to him? You mentioned their politics were different.
It boils down to Zheng's entrenched oligarchy. Power wasn't just concentrated in noble families like in Lu. It was locked down by 7 specific families. The 7 Muyas, descendants of an earlier Duke Mu.
The 7 Muyas.
They'd run the state for a century. The actual Duke of Zheng was basically a figurehead. It was a closed shop.
And Confucius, with his ideas about restoring ducal power and limiting oligarchs.
Like his demolish the 3 fortresses campaign in Lu, he would have been seen as fundamentally hostile to their entire system.
So even more threatening to them than he was to the San Juan and Lu.
Arguably, yes, because the Zheng system was so dominated by these families, it was stable but closed. Even ambitious lower-born types like Yang Hu couldn't rise there, let alone an outsider noble like Confucius aiming for influence.
So their joining the anti-Jin alliance was just self-interest, no affinity for Confucius himself.
Exactly. And lower nobles wouldn't dare cross the 7 Muyas by welcoming him. So that stray dog description, it really captured not just his look, but his utter lack of welcome or place in Zheng society.
He didn't write directly about Zeng, but you said his comments on their poetry might be revealing.
Yes, it's subtle, but telling. In the Analects, he makes these comments about Zheng's music or poetry. One time he tells Yan Wei that if he ruled, he'd ban Zheng's music and exile crafty men.
Banning their music and linking it to crafty men, that seems pointed.
It is, and he repeats this pairing elsewhere. Now, was Zheng's poetry inherently bad? The Book of Songs has love poems from Zheng, sure. Some might call them licentious.
But Confucius himself edited the Book of Songs, right? He kept those poems in.
Precisely. If he thought they were truly corrupting, why preserve them? He even kept the one about the girls at the East Gate, the very place he was called a stray dog.
That's a fantastic point. So if he didn't genuinely object to the poetry itself,
Then he was likely using it as a proxy, a veiled criticism.
criticizing the poetry to criticize the people who ignored him.
Exactly. He couldn't directly attack the powerful Seven Muyas, too risky for a noble of his status. So he attacks their culture, their music, linking it to moral failings and craftiness as an indirect way to express his resentment at their coldness.
It's quite different from how he spoke about other rulers.
Very different. He openly slammed Duke Ling of Wei and Duke Jing of Qi in the Analects for their priorities and failings. Really harsh stuff.
But Zheng gets this indirect critique via poetry.
Which suggests, perhaps, that the pain or slight he felt in Zheng was deeper, or maybe just untouchable politically. Sometimes the deepest hurts are the ones you can't quite voice directly, right?
That makes sense. Did this whole miserable experience in Zheng maybe change his perspective in other ways?
I think it must have. Experiencing that level of indifference after Song, it probably made him appreciate Lu, Qi, even Wei a bit more, despite their own problems. He saw how much worse it could be.
Makes you wonder what would have happened if he'd been born in Zheng.
Right, with that closed system, he might never have gotten anywhere. History could be quite different.
So Zheng was just bleak, miserable, hopeless, leaving him with these unspoken grievances. He's now failed to find a footing in Wei, Song, and Zheng, the major states of the Central Plains. Where on earth could he possibly go next?
Reflect on how even a figure like Confucius experienced profound rejection and hardship, and how these challenging experiences likely played a significant role in shaping his enduring philosophy. Consider how these stray dog moments of the times of feeling lost, unvalued, and facing adversity might have contributed to his teachings on resilience, self-awareness, and the paramount importance of cultivating inner virtue amidst external difficulties. What particular aspects of his arduous journey resonate most with your own understanding of navigating setbacks and striving to find meaning in the face of life's inevitable challenges? We're diving into something maybe a bit unexpected about Confucius. His interest in the tribes, the peoples, who were often called barbarian back then.
Yeah, it's fascinating. We're pulling from accounts, like in Confucius Among Barbarians, looking at this figure so tied to Zhou dynasty culture.
And our mission here really is to figure out why. Why would Confucius, the champion of Zhou ways, even think about packing up and living among people seen as, well, barbaric?
What was driving him? What does it reveal about him, about his times? Let's get into it.
Okay, so we know he wasn't having much luck finding official jobs in the main states, right? Qi, Wei, Song, Zeng. Door after door seemed closed.
That's the backdrop. He's facing these setbacks. And then comes this moment, this pretty radical idea.
Which was?
To go south, to head towards the Yi, the tribes in the south and southeast. The Analects actually mention his idea, to live among the Zhu Yi.
Zhu Yi? But the Zhu, the 9, isn't meant literally, is it?
No, not like counting 9 specific tribes. It's more a general term, for the various groups down there, a multitude.
It still feels jarring, though. Confucius, Mr. Zhu writes in music, thinking about leaving the heartland for these supposedly less civilized places.
It definitely seems that way. And his own students were apparently quite surprised, maybe even a little alarmed.
They questioned him on it.
They did. The accounts suggest one of them basically said, "Look, master, these tribes are crude, undeveloped. The word used is Lu. How could you live there?" It implies, a real lack of culture in their eyes.
And Confucius's comeback, it was pretty confident, wasn't it?
Very. He essentially replied, "Where a gentleman dwells, how can it be considered uncultured? Jimzi Juzi, Hiluzi you."
So he believed he could make the difference, that his presence alone would elevate the place.
Exactly. It shows his deep faith in his own ability to civilize, to bring the Central Plains culture to them. It wasn't giving up, it was a mission.
A mission, maybe fueled by a bit of frustration with the establishment states. And the sources even hint at a sort of spirit of adventure. That's not the usual Confucius picture.
It adds another layer, doesn't it? Not just pragmatism, but maybe a desire to, try something completely different.
Okay, so these barbarian regions, where are we talking about specifically? What were the main options he'd likely consider?
Well, the general direction was south. Lots of different indigenous groups. But for someone like Confucius looking to influence things,
He'd likely aim for the more organized states there.
Larger powers.
Right. The sources really point to two main possibilities, Wu and Chu.
Wu and Chu. Okay, these were becoming significant players. We even know Chu later for things like the Chu Qi, Kuai Yuan. So why on earth were they seen as barbaric? Seems contradictory.
That's the key question. And remember, the Chu Qi is much later, warring states, period. Back in Confucius's time, the barbarian label, according to the sources, came down to two main things, cultural differences and, maybe more importantly, political ideology.
Okay, let's break that down. Culturally, what made Wu and Chu stand out as other?
Well, language, customs,
Hmm.
they're just different from the Central Plains. The sources give specific Wu examples. Duan Fa, Luo Ti, Wen Shen. Cutting hair short, sometimes going naked, tattooing their bodies. Things that were just, completely alien and unacceptable to the Zhou aristocracy. Hallmarks of barbarity in their view.
Right, so outward appearances, different social norms, and the political side, the ideological conflict.
This was huge. The Central Plains states operated under the idea that the Zhou king was supreme. All land under heaven belongs to the king. That was the rule.
So vassal rulers had titles like Duke, Marquis.
Exactly. Gong, Hao, Bo.
Right.
But never Wang, never king. Think Duke Zhao of Lu, Duke Jing of Qi. That was the proper order.
And Wu and Chu just ignored this.
Completely. Their rulers called themselves King of Wu and King of Chu, Cheng Wang. From the Central Plains perspective, that was like outright treason. It fundamentally challenged the Zhou world order.
Ah, okay. So by calling themselves kings, they placed themselves outside the accepted civilized framework defined by loyalty to the Zhou king.
Precisely. It was a major political and ideological dividing line. Later, during the warring states, everyone started calling themselves king, but not yet.
Makes sense. So given these big cultural gaps in this political defiance, what kind of challenges would Confucius actually face if he went south?
Well, culturally, maybe less than you'd think, at least with the elite. Wu and Chu were getting powerful, interacting more with the Central Plains. Their upper classes were often familiar with the language and customs.
Like those Russian nobles learning French.
Sort of, yeah. An analogy is made to that. So Confucius, dealing mainly with the rulers, might have managed socially.
But the politics, that seems trickier, aligning with a self-proclaimed king.
That's the bigger issue. To serve the king of Wu, or Chu, could be seen as betraying the Zhou king, undermining everything Confucius stood for. A huge potential problem for his reputation.
But that wasn't even the first hurdle, was it? The immediate problem was closer to home.
Right. The sources say the main obstacle right then was his own students. They just weren't keen on heading south.
They resisted.
How? Through silence, apparently. A sort of passive resistance. The whole group just clammed up, which seems like a pretty rare thing for them.
Why were they so hesitant?
Well, remember, this wasn't a rigid army. It was a voluntary group. Students joined him, often supporting themselves, hoping to learn, but also maybe get positions if Confucius got one. They had skin in the game.
So they worried about the practicalities, danger, new customs.
Probably all of that. The dangers, adapting to a different life, and maybe even the apparent contradiction. Here's the master, champion of Zhou culture, wanting to go live with barbarians. It might have felt inconsistent to them.
And Confucius, he didn't take this well. There's that famous line about the raft.
Yeah, he got frustrated, declared something like, if the way isn't working out here, I'll get a raft and float out to sea. The only one who'd follow me is probably you, meaning Zilu.
Zilu, his most loyal, bold disciple.
The very same. Known for his decisiveness, his loyalty, he'd gone with Confucius to Qi before.
But even Zilu wasn't enough to sway the others.
Apparently not. The group was in Zheng at this point, already feeling unwelcome, and this disagreement could have fractured them. So a compromise was needed.
Instead of Wu or Chu proper, they aimed for somewhere closer.
Exactly. They decided to leave Zheng and head south. But to Chen.
Where was Chen, geographically and politically?
It was on the northern bank of the Huan River, maybe 300 leagues south of Zheng. So geographically, it's getting towards the south, on the edge of the Central Plains world. But politically, it was a vassal state of Chu.
Ah, so a foot in both worlds almost. A taste of the south without diving headfirst into the deep end of Wu or Chu.
That seems to have been the idea, a way to experience the southern periphery.
And the journey itself, heading towards Chen, that must have been different too.
Oh, definitely. The sources mention Confucius and his disciples seeing plant and animals they didn't recognize. The climate back then was warmer, more humid than today, even north of the Huai.
Warmer. How so?
Well, they mentioned water buffaloes being found north of the Huai, which isn't typical now, and there's talk of the sea. Could be a wild water buffalo, maybe even a rhinoceros. It suggests a wilder, more humid landscape in the Central Plains back then.
Rhinoceroses. Wow. That paints a picture.
Doesn't it? And they even mentioned the earlier Shang dynasty being hotter still, with elephants much further north, based on oracle bones and finds at Yin ruins. So this trip to Chen was really like entering a new natural world for them.
Okay, so they arrive in Chen, this kind of compromised destination. What was the reception like? Were they cautious, given Chen was under Chu's influence?
Surprisingly, no. The accounts say they got a really warm welcome. Much better, actually, than they'd experienced in supposedly proper Central Plains states like Song or Zheng.
Really? Why the warmth in Chen?
Well, the local nobles seem to have been genuinely pleased. They heard Master Kong Kui, the former minister of crime from Lu, was arriving. One official in particular, Siqing Zhenzi, a high-ranking minister, was very enthusiastic.
He helped them out.
Invited them to stay, gave them lodging, and then recommended Confucius to the ruler, Duke Min of Chen.
And the Duke.
Duke Min treated Confucius with respect, appointed him as an academic advisor, gave him generous treatment, made sure his disciples were taken care of. A stark contrast to their recent experiences.
So what was behind this? Why was Chen, the smaller state influenced by Barbarian Chu, so welcoming?
Several possible reasons come up. One might be the background influence of a powerful Chu official named Zigong, who oversaw Chu's northern border, including Chen. You might know the idiom, Lord Yi loves dragons. That's him, a real historical figure. His influence might have smoothed the way.
Okay, what else?
Chen's own political setup was different. It wasn't like Lu or Zeng with powerful old noble families, political oligarchs running everything and resisting change. Chen had been weaker, even annexed by Chu and restored. Less internal conflict, maybe more openness.
Makes sense. Less entrenched power means more room for newcomers.
Potentially. Plus, there's this idea of the cultural centripetal effect of marginal regions. Sometimes places that feel but on the edge culturally value scholars and learning even more highly.
And Chen's history played a part too.
Yes. Chen wasn't originally a Zhou family state. It came from an older indigenous tribe, descendants of Emperor Shun, known for pottery. They submitted to the Zhou later. King Wu of Zhou even married his daughter to their leader.
So they had deep roots, but also a long history of respecting Zhou ways.
Exactly. They'd adhered to the Zhou Son of Heaven, intermarried with Central Plains states, and really valued that culture, even while being under Chu's sway. So Confucius arriving as this, leading light of Zhou culture was a big deal for them.
Unlike in Zeng or Song, which had plenty of their own scholars and powerful families who maybe didn't like Confucius's ideas, like that demolishing the three fortresses policy he tried in Lu.
Precisely. The context was just much more favorable in Chen.
So, finding this welcoming environment, did Confucius's ambition return? Did he try to get involved in Chen's politics?
The sources suggest he did. His desire for public office seems to have been rekindled. He was actively asking questions, trying to understand the local political dynamics, the people involved.
Not just for power's sake, but because he genuinely wanted to apply his ideas, right? Especially after having tasted that role in Luoyang.
That seems to be the understanding. It was a deep interest. And he started attracting local students there too, like a guy named Chen Kang.
Ah, and Chen Kang asks Zigong that question, doesn't he? About why the master is always digging into politics. Is he just looking for a job?
Yes, that's recorded in the Analects. Chen Kang, or Zikin, asks Zigong, when the master arrives in a state, he always learns about its politics. Does he seek this, or is it offered to him?
And Zigong gives that very diplomatic, classic Confucian answer.
He does. He defends the master, saying he gets this information, this access, through his qualities: warmth, kindness, respect, frugality, and humility. Basically, people want to tell him things because of who he is. His way of seeking office, Zigong says, is different from others.
Smooth. So Confucius settles in for about a year. Things are relatively comfortable materially, but the wider region is still unstable.
Very unstable. That Chu conflict we mentioned. It was ongoing and brutal. The sources emphasize how different it was from Central Plains warfare.
How so? Less chivalrous.
Much less. It's described as life and death struggles. No complex etiquette, just a focus on total victory. Remember, only 10 years before, Wu had almost completely conquered Chu. These were serious wars.
And Chen, being a Chu vassal, was caught right in the middle.
Exactly. Chen had sided with Chu for about a century.
Their neighbor, Kai, had allied with Wu. So during Confucius' stay, maybe the second year, King Zhao of Chu attacks Kai.
And Chen has to join in.
As a vassal, yes.
Yeah.
Duke men even went to the front lines. Kai surrendered pretty quickly because the Chu coalition was strong. Wu couldn't help Kai at that moment.
Why not?
Wu was busy fighting Yu. They'd actually just captured King Gujan of Yu, the guy famous for the sleep on brushwood and taste gall story, plotting his revenge.
Wow. So Fuchai of Wu and Gujian of Yu were Confucius's contemporaries.
They were indeed. History happening all around him. Anyway, after dealing with Yu, the king of Wu, Fuchai, marches his army towards Zheng and Kai. He wants Kai back, and he wants revenge on Chen.
So the war comes right to their doorstep.
Literally. The flames of war arrive near Chen's capital. The people of Chen decide to hide inside the city walls.
What did the Wu army do?
Historical records mention atrocities committed by the Wu soldiers in the countryside outside the city. Sounds pretty grim.
Has to have been frightening.
No doubt. There's even an anecdote about a Chen noble talking to Confucius, criticizing Duke Zhao of Lu for marrying a Wu princess with the same surname, a ritual violation, but likely also reflecting bitterness about Wu's aggression.
So Confucius gets a front row seat to this barbarian warfare. What was the key takeaway for him, do you think?
Probably the sheer ferocity and brutality of it. This wasn't the relatively restrained, etiquette-bound warfare of the Central Plains nobles he knew. This was about annihilation, about winning at any cost.
And the sources see this as a sign of things to come.
Yes, a kind of grim foreshadowing of the much larger, more brutal conflicts of the warring states period that would follow. Ironically, in warfare at least, the barbarians represented the future, not the Central Plains traditions.
What a thought. But amidst all this, Confucius also noticed something about the political order in the South, didn't he? Something he, perhaps, admired.
That's the other irony. He observed that the kings of Chu and Wu held real supreme authority. They didn't have those powerful, hereditary noble families constantly challenging them, undermining the throne, like they did back in Lu or Qi.
The kind of oligarchs Confucius himself struggled against.
Exactly. So in the South, he saw something closer to the strong monarch-minister relationship, the centralized power structure, that he actually believed was the right way to govern.
Amazing. So despite the barbaric culture and warfare, their political structure had elements he found appealing. It really complicates the simple labels.
It absolutely does. So to recap, we've seen Confucius's surprising desire to go south, the reasons states like Wu and Chu were called barbaric culture and politics, the resistance from his students, the unexpected welcome in Chen.
And then his observations there, the brutal warfare, but also the centralized power he actually favored.
Right. It paints a really nuanced picture.
It certainly does. It makes you stop and think, doesn't it? How
Okay.
definitions of civilized and barbaric can be so subjective, so tied to a specific time and perspective.
And how even cultures seen as outside can hold lessons or models, even if in unexpected ways, like governance.
It leaves you wondering what other historical figures looked for answers or opportunities in places considered off the map in their time, and what insights did they bring back? Something to ponder.
Definitely something to think about. We're looking at Confucius's later life, specifically a really curious moment.
Yeah, it's around his late 50s. He seems pretty settled in the state of Chen after years of travel.
Right, comfortable even. But then he suddenly announces he wants to go home, back to Lu.
Exactly. And the reason he gives is, he needs to guide the young students there, the ones coming up who lack experience.
Seems reasonable enough. He's getting older, wants to mentor.
And his disciples, they'd been with him on the road for, over 2 years? They were probably pretty eager to get home themselves.
Makes sense. So everyone's basically agreed. Okay, back to Lu.
That's the plan. But things go sideways pretty fast. They hit this place, Puqing?
Puqing. That's on the border of Wei, isn't it?
It is. And the local nobles there are in open rebellion against their ruler, Duke Ling of Wei.
Okay, tricky situation.
Very. And these nobles, they know Confucius has connections, or at least had connections with Duke Ling. So they think, maybe we can use him. Leverage.
You mean take him hostage?
That was the idea. They tried it. But Confucius and his group, they'd learned a thing or two from being kidnapped before.
Ah, right, the incident in Quancheng. So they fought back this time.
They did. They were armed, ready, resisted quite fiercely, apparently.
So the nobles couldn't just grab him.
Nope. So they changed tactics, blocked the road instead, said, okay, you can go anywhere except Wei.
Because they were fighting Wei's duke, they didn't want Confucius potentially helping him.
Precisely. And Confucius, surprisingly, agrees straight away. Says his route to Lu doesn't even go through Wei's capital anyway.
Oh, okay, so problem solved.
Not quite. The nobles didn't trust him. They demanded an oath.
An oath? Like before the gods?
Exactly that. Swear you won't go to Wei or face divine punishment. Confucius actually consents. He takes the oath.
Wow. Okay, so oath sworn, road clear. They head off presumably towards Lu now.
That's what everyone thought. That's what the oath was about. But then Confucius leads them straight towards the capital of Wei.
Wait, what? Directly contradicting the oath he just took?
Yep.
Total reversal. You can imagine the disciples were, confused.
I bet. Zigong, his sharp disciple, he must have said something.
He did. The records say Zigong confronted him directly, asked him, essentially, how can you break an oath sworn before the gods?
And Confucius's answer?
His response was pretty, well, pragmatic. He said, an oath made under duress is not heard by the gods. Basically, a forced oath doesn't count.
Okay, that deals with the oath issue, maybe. But it doesn't explain why he suddenly changed direction towards Wei. He said Lu, for the students, what was really pulling him to Wei.
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And the answer seems complex, politics and something more personal.
Go on.
Well, first, Duke Leng of Wei hears Confucius is nearby and rolls out the red carpet, a really enthusiastic welcome.
Why? What's in it for the Duke?
Wei was in a tight spot. There was this big war going on, the Eastern Anti-Jin alliance versus the state of Jin. Wei is feeling the pressure.
Jin was a major power. Huge. And to make matters worse for Duke Leng, his own crown prince had actually defected to Jin. He was serving under Jin's top general, Zhao Jianzi.
Ouch. So the Duke desperately needed talent, administrators, advisors.
You got it. Confucius, with his political experience, looked like a very valuable asset.
Okay, so Wei wanted him. But was that why Confucius wanted to go to Wei? Did he just want a job? It feels like there's still a piece missing.
There is a really crucial piece. While this is happening, the governor of a Wei city called Zhongaz, a city that had actually defected to Jin, sends secret envoys.
To Confucius, what for?
To recruit him, to get him to come over to Jin and join Zhao Jianzi.
Join Zhao Jianzi. But Confucius helped form the alliance against Zhao Jianzi.
Exactly. It's a stunning turnaround, and even more stunning. Confucius agrees. He starts making plans to go to Jin immediately.
Whoa, so that was the real plan all along. Leaving Chen wasn't about Lu at all.
It seems not. It looks like Jin was the true destination. Wei was just a necessary stopover.
Why Wei specifically?
Geography, mostly. At that time, Wei's capital was right on the south bank of the Yellow River. Jin was just across on the north bank. Wei was the easiest stepping stone to get into Jin territory.
Okay, Jin was the goal. But why? Why risk everything, betray alliances, to join a former enemy? What was the pull?
The pull seems to have been one person, Yang Hu.
Yang Hu, the guy who tried to take over Lu and failed. Confucius's rival.
The very same. Yang Hu had fled to Jin years earlier, maybe 8 years before this, after his coup failed. And guess who he was working for in Jin?
Let me guess. Zhao Jianzi.
Bingo. And around this time, Confucius starts hearing rumors from Jin. The war isn't going well for Zhao Jianzi. He might be facing defeat.
And Confucius worries about Yang Hu.
It appears so. If Zhao Jianzi falls, Yang Hu likely falls with him. Confucius seems to have felt the sudden urgency, maybe a need to see Yang Hu again before it was too late.
Even after all their political opposition.
It seems that way. He didn't really know Zhao Jianzi personally. Yang Hu was his only real link to that side. As Confucius got older, nearing 60, maybe that old political stuff mattered less than whatever connection he felt towards Yang Hu. Family ties, maybe unresolved history.
That would explain why he kept it secret from his disciples at first. They would have hated the idea.
Absolutely. He knew they'd object. This time, he wasn't asking for opinions. He seems to have just decided. He only told them about the Jin plan after he got the offer from Zhongaz.
And the reaction? Predictable, I suppose?
Completely. Major pushback. Zilu, always the most direct one, basically called him out. Said, "Master, you've taught us our whole lives not to serve rebels and traitors. Now you want to join Bixi, the governor of Zhongaz. He's a defector."
Strong words. How did Confucius counter that?
He gave a somewhat philosophical answer, something about how true purity can't be stained regardless of circumstances, and he used that famous line about not wanting to be a useless calabash gourd just hanging there for decoration. He needed to be involved, to act.
Still dodging the Yang Hu issue, though. Framing it as seeking employment or purpose.
Right. But the disciples weren't buying it, or at least they had their own serious concerns.
Beyond just the philosophical inconsistency.
Oh, yeah. Practical concerns. Most of them were from Lu or Wei. Their families, their homes were all within the anti-Jin alliance territory.
So defecting to Jin would put their families at risk and basically throw away all the connections and status they'd built up.
Exactly. It was a huge personal risk for them. They'd argued with him before about going to barbarian regions and managed to reach compromises, but this time
He wouldn't budge.
seemed totally set on it. Maybe after a lifetime pursuing his career, trying to fit in, he felt this deep personal need related to Yang Hu that he just couldn't compromise on. A need to be true to himself, perhaps.
Which led to a standoff. He couldn't exactly travel to Jin alone at his age.
Precisely. He needed them. So they're stuck in Wei. What does he do?
What did he do?
He starts studying the qin, the musical instrument, with a court musician named Shi Xiangzi.
Just to pass the time. Or was there more to it?
Likely more. Court musicians back then were often plugged into informal information networks. It was probably a way for Confucius to subtly gather intelligence about what was really happening in Jin across the river.
While stewing about not being able to go.
Apparently so. Reports suggest he got quite depressed. He spent a lot of time playing music, especially the king, a type of stone chime. It sounds like it became a real emotional outlet for him.
This desire to go to Jin, to see Yang Hu, sounds intensely personal, not about politics or career anymore.
It really does. And it must have been tangled up with all sorts of complex feelings about family, maybe estrangement from his own wife and son. We might touch on that another time. Imagine the internal conflict. Politically opposing someone who might, in some way, be kin.
That guilt or sense of connection must have grown stronger with age, overriding other ambitions. But he was trapped.
Completely trapped, and it's right in the middle of this melancholy period that someone unexpected shows up. The texts describe a mysterious visitor. Looked like a peasant carrying a straw basket. He supposedly overheard Confucius playing his music, striking the chimes, and this visitor gives him some very pointed advice. Essentially tells him, if the river's shallow, cross it by wading. If it's deep, cross it with your clothes on. Basically, just get on with it. Cross the river.
That's incredibly direct. Sounds like a message. Maybe from Yang Hu himself.
That's the speculation that Yang Hu sent this guy. The message gets even clearer.
How so?
The visitor quotes a specific poem from the Book of Songs. It's called Bao Yu Ku Ye, Gourd with Bitter Leaves.
Okay. What's significant about that poem?
It's a folk song from the Jin side of the Yellow River, and it's about someone waiting by a ferry crossing for a friend who's supposed to meet them there.
Wow. That's not subtle at all. It's basically saying, I'm waiting for you at the ferry. Come across.
Pretty much. A clear signal. The ferry is ready. Take the step.
What did Confucius say? Did it work?
His reply is recorded in the Analects. He says, true, but the hardest step is the last one.
The hardest step is the last one. So he didn't go, even after that.
No, he never crossed. The meeting with Yang Hu never happened.
But didn't some stories say he actually went to the river later, alone?
Yes, the records of the Grand Historian mention something like that. It suggests he later regretted it and went to the Yellow River Ferry by himself. But before he could figure out how to cross,
Zigong showed up again.
Zigong suddenly appeared. And Confucius supposedly lamented by the river, saying something like, magnificent river, that I cannot cross it is this fate.
But there's doubt about the reason given in that account for why he ultimately didn't cross.
Right.
Something about officials dying.
Exactly. The records claim he heard that 2 Jin officials, Du Mingdu and Xunhua, had been killed, and that's why he turned back. But scholars like Tian Mu point out these names don't appear anywhere else. It seems a bit convenient.
So what's more likely?
It's much more plausible that Zigong, ever the loyal and persuasive disciple, talked him out of it right there at the riverbank.
And the story about the dead officials might have been added later, maybe by the disciples, to cover up the fact that Confucius seriously intended to meet Yang Hu, whom they distrusted.
That's a strong possibility. Zigong seems to constantly be this pivotal figure, influencing Confucius at key moments.
But was it just Zigong's persuasion, or were there other, maybe harsher factors at play stopping him?
There likely was a much harsher factor, something more concrete than just persuasion or fate.
What are you talking about?
A warning. A serious one from the Wei authorities. There's a passage in the works of Mozi, another philosopher, that talks about Bixi's rebellion, remember? The governor who invited Confucius to Jin.
Yes.
Mozi's text mentions that one of Confucius's own disciples, Kitty Okai, was tortured in connection with that rebellion.
Tortured? Why?
The speculation is that Kiryokai might have been acting as a secret go-between, a liaison between Confucius and Bixi.
So torturing him wasn't just about punishing him.
It was likely a direct, brutal message to Confucius from Wei. Don't even think about defecting to Jin. We know what you're considering, and there will be severe consequences if you betray the alliance.
That puts a very different spin on it. That's not just disciples disagreeing. That's a credible threat.
A very credible threat, facing that kind of political danger, the potential fallout. It's likely that was the ultimate deterrent, the thing that finally made crossing the river impossible.
So the combination of his disciples' resistance, Zigong's intervention, and this stark political warning. The trip to Jin was well and truly off.
It seems so. The dream, or perhaps the obligation, of meeting Yang Hu died right there near the banks of the Yellow River.
So what happened then? He couldn't go to Jin. Where did he go?
Eventually, he did return to Lu, his home state, but significantly, he didn't settle back in the capital, Quofu.
No. Where did he go?
He went back to Zui, his childhood hometown. He seems to have disbanded his group of traveling disciples, at least for a time, and sought solitude there.
Why Zui? To get away from the politics in the capital. The three Huan clans.
That seems very likely. He probably wanted to detach, to find some peace, maybe recapture a sense of that simpler life he knew before all the ambition and travel began.
A retreat. Almost like wishing he could turn back the clock.
Perhaps. A poignant contrast, isn't it? The life he could have led versus the incredibly complex, often frustrating one he actually lived. Zuri was like a final refuge.
Did he find peace there?
The accounts suggest he poured his sorrow and frustration into his music, composing mournful pieces on the kin. But it also sounds like his hometown wasn't quite the refuge he hoped for. It had changed, or maybe he had changed too much. The younger villagers couldn't really grasp what he'd been through.
A common experience, sadly. You can't always go home again. Not really. It reminds you that, beneath the sage, Confucius was deeply human. He felt loss, regret, heartache.
Profoundly so. And this whole episode, this hidden drama involving Yang Hu, really underscores that. It wasn't just about abstract principles for him.
Absolutely. And thinking about this connection to Yang Hu, this intense personal motivation driving him in his later years, it does make you wonder, doesn't it, what other parts of his life, his teachings, might look different if we consider these deeper, perhaps hidden, personal currents.
That's the question to ponder, isn't it? It certainly adds another layer to the man we thought we knew.
We're exploring a really fascinating, less talked about period, his time in the states of Chen and Kai. We're kind of digging into the surprising bits, the activities and relationships that maybe don't make the usual highlights.
Exactly. And it starts after he tried to cross the Yellow River. Didn't quite work out. His students basically talked him into continuing his travels. He's 59 at this point.
Right.
And he heads south again, back towards Chen State. He'd been there before, got a decent reception the first time.
But this second visit, it sounds like it was a whole different ballgame, wasn't it?
Oh, completely.
Because this time, it seems he got his first real chance to get involved in, well, the messy business of state politics, actual power struggles.
Yeah, and that came through this really important figure from Chu State, Lord Yi.
Lord Yi. Okay, so this interaction, it feels like it might show us a Confucius we're maybe not so familiar with. Who exactly was Lord Yi?
Well, Lord Yi, his personal name was Luoyang. He was royalty in Chu State. His territory, his fiefdom, was Yecheng. That's in modern-day Henan province.
What?
And you have to remember, Chu rulers called themselves king quite early on, so their nobles had elevated ranks. Lord Yi's title, Zheng, it put him on par with dukes in the Central Plains states.
So a pretty big deal then.
Absolutely.
Now, a lot of people, when they hear Lord Yi, they think of that idiom, Lord Yi loves dragons.
Yeah.
You know, liking the idea of something, but not the real thing.
Right.
But that's not the historical picture we're getting here, is it?
No, not at all. That saying comes much later. Historical records actually show him as, well, pretty upright, well-respected.
Okay.
So to understand how he connects with Confucius, we need to look at how they met. Around the time Confucius turned 61, Lord Yi was leading troops near the border of Kai State, which was right next to Chen. And his mission was quite specific, to relocate the people from the old Kai territory, the ones who hadn't already moved when the main group sought protection from Wu State.
Relocating people. Why was that so important back then? Sounds like a huge effort.
Oh, it was. In the spring and autumn period, people were seen as more valuable than land itself. Seriously, controlling a population was central to power.
Ah, right. So Lord Ye's mission was strategically vital for Chu.
Exactly. And while he was there, In that former Kai area, he sends an invitation to Confucius, who's nearby in Chen.
Why?
Do we know?
It's not explicitly stated, but we can make some good guesses, maybe just curiosity. Chu was a southern power. Maybe he wanted to understand Central Plains culture better. Also, Chu was always competing with Jin's state up north, and Jin had a lot of internal problems at the time. Lord Ye would have wanted intel on that.
And Confucius would have known about Jin's situation, right?
Yeah.
From his earlier involvement with that anti-Jin alliance when he was back in Luoyang.
Precisely. He had direct experience. And just before meeting Lord Yi, he'd apparently been traveling north trying to gather info on Jin figures himself.
So in an era with, like, no instant communication.
Right. Someone like Confucius, with his knowledge, his connections, he was a walking intelligence report, basically.
Okay, so that makes sense for Lord Ye. What about Confucius? Why did he accept?
For Confucius, this was huge. He'd wanted engagement with the Chu nobility for a long time. It was a potential path to, furthering his political aims, maybe getting a position in Chu. So he didn't hesitate. He and his disciples went to meet Lord Ye.
Okay, the meeting happens. What's the vibe? What do they talk about?
Well, one of the first things recorded is Lord Ye asking Confucius about governance. Like, what's the most important thing?
And Confucius says?
He says, make those near content and attract those from afar.
A classic Confucian line.
Yeah.
But in this context.
Exactly. Think about Lord Ye's mission. Relocating the Kai people. Confucius is essentially advising him, use soft power. Win them over with good treatment, not just military force. It fits perfectly with his usual emphasis on peace.
That's a really sharp interpretation, linking the advice directly to the situation. So it sounds like they hit it off. The relationship developed.
It seems so. The historical records suggest Confucius and his group actually went back with Lord Ye to his base in Yecheng.
Oh, okay.
And there, they apparently got quite close, had deep talks, maybe even planned some big things together.
Like what? What kind of talks?
Well, there's this famous debate recorded about integrity. Lord Ye gives an example from his area. A son reports his father for stealing a sheep, and that's seen as upright.
Oh, wow.
But Confucius counters. He says, well, where I come from, integrity means a father and son cover for each other, protect each other's mistakes.
That's a major ethical clash. But you mentioned this might have had a deeper meaning, like a strategic one.
Yes, exactly. On the surface, it's law versus family loyalty, right? But given the context of Chu versus Ru, potential risky actions, it might have been a subtle probe. Lord Yi testing the waters. How reliable is your team? Confucius. Can they be trusted if things get dicey, especially against Wu?
So Lord Yi's example is like a warning about potential betrayal.
Could be. And Confucius's answer is basically, my team is solid, we stick together, loyalty runs deep. He's reassuring Lord Yi about their discretion and solidarity.
Fascinating. It really sounds like Lord Yi was sizing him up thoroughly. Didn't he also talk to Confucius's students privately?
He did. It's recorded he asked Zilu, one of the main disciples, about Confucius, about his work ethic.
And Zilu.
Apparently Zilu hesitated. Didn't quite know what to say, or maybe didn't give the glowing review Confucius hoped for.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. When Confucius found out, he actually scolded Zilu. He basically said, why didn't you tell him I'm someone who works so hard I forget to eat, who finds so much joy in it I forget my worries, and don't even notice old age creeping up?
Oh, wow. He really wanted that job, didn't he?
It certainly seems that way. He was eager to impress Lord Yi, clearly hoping for employment.
Okay, so after this time in Yicheng, getting close with Lord Yi, having these deep, possibly coded conversations, Confucius and his team then head off to Kai State itself. But, and this is important, it wasn't the original Kai State, the one Lord Yi was dealing with earlier.
Correct. That's a crucial point. This was the new Kai State. It had been forcibly relocated and was now situated in territory controlled by Wu State Chu's big rival.
Who controlled territory.
Yeah. The new capital was Zulai, down by the Huai River, present-day Anhui province.
Okay, now wait a minute. This feels contradictory. Didn't Confucius himself say something like, don't enter states that are in crisis or falling apart?
He did, Analects Taibo. Do not enter a state that is in peril. Do not dwell in a state that is in disorder.
And this new Kai sounds exactly like that. Forced move, anxious people, the nobility was apparently split because of a recent assassination. It sounds deeply unstable.
It absolutely was.
So why would he go there? It seems to fly in the face of his own principles.
It does, on the surface. But if you factor in his relationship with Lord Yi and Chu's strategic goals, a pretty plausible explanation emerges. Confucius wasn't just wandering. He and his team were likely there for Lord Yi, working on behalf of Chu.
Doing what, exactly?
Probably trying to establish some influence, maybe trying to persuade the Kai nobles to, switch sides, break from Wu, align with Chu, sort of political infiltration.
Okay, that fits with his advice to Lord Yi. Attract those from afar.
Precisely. And plus, this was Wu territory. Chu would desperately need intelligence from the region. Eyes and ears on the ground.
And Confucius could provide that.
He was perfectly placed. And obviously, this kind of work, it's sensitive. It's covert.
So you wouldn't expect it to be spelled out in detail in the Analects.
Exactly. That makes sense why it might be omitted or described vaguely.
Right. So this trip to the New Kai, it was a long way, wasn't it? About 500 kilometers from Yecheng.
A very significant journey, yes. His longest single trip during all his travels, actually.
And once he got there, are there clues suggesting he was doing this intelligence work?
There are hints. For instance, there's a mention he knew a blind musician at the Kai court.
Why is that significant?
Well, court musicians back then, especially blind ones, often functioned as information hubs. They heard everything.
Interesting.
Also, it's noted Confucius traveled around the Kai countryside quite a lot, more than he seemed to in other states. That suggests maybe making contacts, gathering information beyond the court.
And this is where those strange encounters happen, right? With the so-called recluses.
Yes. These encounters are really intriguing. They're presented as him asking farmers for directions, but these aren't just any farmers.
How so?
They seem weirdly well-informed, they know who Confucius is, and they openly mock him.
Mock him? What did they say?
Things like, criticizing him for talking about the way all the time, but still getting lost. One pair basically tells his disciple Zilu that the whole world is chaotic, why follow Confucius instead of just withdrawing like them? Another suggests Confucius knows the ford himself, implying he's not as clueless as he seems. They're quite pointed remarks.
That doesn't sound like typical farmer chat. What's the interpretation here?
Well, again, considering the context, it's likely these asking for directions stories are cover. Confucius and his team were probably trying to engage these people, maybe recruit them, build local support for Chu.
But the farmers weren't buying it.
Apparently not. They seemed unimpressed, maybe reflecting a general resentment in Kai towards Chu interference. But it's interesting, even while mocking him, these recluses often still offered them food and shelter. So it wasn't outright hostility, more like skepticism and disinterest in his political project.
How did Confucius react to their criticism? Did he just take it?
No, he responded. He defended his engagement with the world. He argued, you can't just withdraw like birds and beasts. We have duties as humans. He talked about the bond between ruler and minister, the need to try and fix things, even if it seems hopeless. There are several quotes reflecting this pushback against the reclusive ideal.
It's fascinating that he's having these debates with commoners, perhaps, but what about the actual Kai leadership, the nobles? Any record of him interacting with them?
That's the interesting thing. There isn't much, if any, record of successful interaction with the Kai nobility. Publicly, at least, it seems his mission to sway them towards Chu failed.
Why do you think that was?
Probably fear. Chu was powerful, yes, but getting involved with a figure like Confucius, clearly linked to Chu's agenda via Lord Yi, was risky. The Kai nobles were likely suspicious and kept their distance to avoid antagonizing Wu, their current overlords, or getting caught in the middle.
So, politically, maybe not a success, but he stayed there for a while.
He did. He was in this new Kai state in Zulai for 2 full years, ages 61 to 63. He continued teaching, even took on new students there.
2 years.
Yeah. And that famous saying of his, at 60, my ear was attuned. Something that relates to this period. He needed to absorb everything, listen to all opinions, gather all the information he could for his underlying mission for Chu.
That makes sense. So 2 years pass. What finally prompts him to leave Kai? You mentioned a war brewing.
Yes. Things come to a head. When Confucius is 63, King Fuchai of Wu makes a big move.
Yeah.
He occupies Chen state.
Chen state, which was a vassal of Chu.
Exactly. So King Zhao of Chu responds, brings his army nearby to counter Wu. This conflict now directly involves Chen and Kai, the whole area where Confucius is operating.
And King Zhao of Chu knows Confucius is there doing this work for him.
Apparently so. King Zhao secretly sends an invitation for Confucius to come to his military camp.
Why? To get a briefing?
Almost certainly. To get the intelligence Confucius had gathered about the situation in Kai, the political climate, the key players, maybe even the terrain, vital information in wartime.
But they didn't make it to the meeting, did they?
No. The Kai nobility found out about the plan.
Oh. And they weren't happy?
Not at all. They panicked. They figured Confucius was about to spill everything he knew about Kai to their enemy, Chu.
So what did they do?
As Confucius and his disciples were traveling towards the Chen border to meet Zhao, forces sent by the Kai nobles intercepted them.
Did they attack them?
They didn't dare kill Confucius. That would definitely provoke a massive response from Chu. But they couldn't let him reach King Zhao either. So they basically surrounded them, trying to force them back or just hold them there. A standoff.
Where did this happen exactly?
In the border region between Chen and Kai, it was apparently an uninhabited area within Chen's territory.
Okay, so they're trapped. And this leads to the famous story.
This is it. This is the situation known as being besieged in Chen and Kai. They were stuck there for 7 days.
7 days. What did they do for food?
They ran out. Accounts mention them having no cooked food, possibly surviving on raw greens or whatever they could find initially, until eventually the grain ran out completely. The Analects just says, ran out of grain in Chen.
That sounds incredibly grim. And just to clarify, the historical records sometimes mess this up, right? Saying both Chen and Kai besieged him.
Yes, Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian makes that error. But it was only Kai forces. Chen was a Chu vassal. They wouldn't have besieged someone summoned by the King of Chu. It's the geographical location happening in Chen territory near the Kai border that likely caused the confusion later on.
Got it. So trapped, starving, surrounded by hostile forces. A pretty dramatic end to this phase of his travels.
Absolutely. A perilous situation and the culmination of this really unusual period working, it seems, as a political agent for Chu.
So wrapping this up, our deep dive really paints a much more complex picture of Confucius during this time. We see him deeply involved in Chu's political games through Lord Yi, potentially acting as an intelligence gatherer in Kai, facing mockery from commoners and suspicion from nobles.
It's far from just a simple teaching tour. It culminates in this incredibly dangerous siege.
It definitely makes you think, doesn't it? How does this image, Confucius, the political operator, the target of ridicule, someone facing starvation and danger, how does that square the more serene image we often have? What does it tell you about the sheer difficulty, the practical challenges, someone trying to implement ideals faced in that incredibly turbulent time? Something to really ponder.
Okay, let's set the scene. We have Confucius, the great sage, and he's traveling with his disciples. They're heading towards King Chu's camp.
Right, and this is a critical mission. They're carrying intelligence, information that could really swing the balance in this upcoming war between Wu and Chu.
So really high stakes. This isn't just a philosophical field trip.
Absolutely not. The fate of several states could potentially rest on them getting this information through successfully. It was hugely important.
But then disaster strikes. Their journey just stops dead. They find themselves surrounded, not by soldiers, but by the ordinary people of Kai State, just trapped.
Yeah, and this wasn't some minor delay. The historical accounts really stress this point. Out of all the dangers Confucius and his followers faced on their travels, and there were many, this was considered the absolute most dangerous, a real life-or-death situation.
And that kind of extreme external pressure, well, it naturally started causing cracks inside the group, didn't it? Friction among the disciples.
It did. You see this divergence, different ideas about what to do, bubbling up, and it really comes through in the concerns raised by two younger students in particular, Yan Hui and Zigong. They were clearly worried.
Right. Which brings us to the core of this deep dive. You've got these two key students, seemingly with different takes. So whose view did Confucius lean towards? And, the big question, how did they actually get out of this mess? What finally broke the siege? So inside that siege, the atmosphere must have been intense. You have Confucius apparently quite calm reading, playing music, almost serene based on the accounts.
Right, the records of the Grand Historian paint that picture. But for his disciples, it was a totally different story.
Yeah, they weren't exactly meditating peacefully.
Not at all. They were suffering. The accounts mention hunger, real physical weakness, people getting sick. It sounds like things were getting pretty desperate. Morale was dropping fast.
And, well, that desperation naturally led to discontent, right? People starting to think this is pointless. We're stuck here.
Exactly. The logic started to set in. Even if the Kai people don't attack us directly, we'll starve or get too sick. Rescue from Chu. Seemed like a long shot at that point.
So they started looking for a way out. Any way out.
And for some, that meant compromise.
Yeah.
The idea came up, maybe we should talk to Kai. Agree to just turn back, forget the mission to Chu.
Just cut their losses, basically. A pragmatic choice, maybe, but definitely giving up.
But Confucius, he wasn't having any of it. The sources are clear as Besieged,
Absolutely refused to compromise.
And he had a history of this kind of resilience, didn't he? This wasn't the first tight spot they'd been in?
No, far from it. They'd faced imprisonment, been kidnapped as a group, even hunted down. And through all that, his pattern was consistent. You don't yield.
What was the core principle there?
It seems to boil down to this idea that through all their travels, all the hardship, the one thing they couldn't lose was their spirit, their sort of moral integrity. Giving in now, he felt, would be a deeper wound than anything Kai could inflict.
But it wasn't just about principle, was it? There were practical things at stake, too.
Oh, definitely. He strongly believed that failing now, not getting that intelligence to King Chu, would basically waste 2 whole years of intense effort. This meeting with Chu, the account suggests, was his biggest shot so far during his travels to actually get involved in real politics, practical statecraft on a major level.
Yeah.
He wasn't about to let that just evaporate.
Okay, so he's got this external threat, the siege, and this internal pressure from his starving, worried students. He can't ignore either one. So how did he address the internal dissent? What did he do?
Well, he decided to talk to his key people directly. The sources say Confucius pulled aside his main disciples for private conversations one by one to really understand where they were coming in. Zilu was first up.
Zilu, right. He was known for being pretty direct, even argumentative sometimes. How did that conversation start? Confucius often had, a slightly indirect way of opening things.
He did here too. He quoted 2 lines from the Book of Songs. Not a rhino, not a tiger, yet wandering the wilderness. It's using this established imagery, to paint a picture of their helplessness like lost animals. Then he cuts to the chase. Tell me, he asks Zilu, is there something wrong with my way? Is that why we're in this mess?
And Zilu, true to form, didn't really mince words.
Not a bit. The accounts always show Zilu as the one willing to challenge Confucius, sometimes pretty forcefully. And here, he basically says, maybe you're not wise enough, master. Maybe you lack the practical skill to handle things. He even suggested Confucius's famous benevolence and wisdom weren't actually effective in the real world, and that's why they were stuck. A pretty stinging critique.
Ouch. How did Confucius take that?
Sharply. He pushed back. He pointed out, look, history is full of good, righteous people who met terrible ends. Is misfortune always proof of failure? He challenged Zilu directly. Is every single problem we faced my fault? And after that exchange, the record says, Confucius just dismissed him, sent him away.
So no meeting of minds there. Okay, next was Zigong. How did that go? Same opening question.
Yes, essentially the same question. Is there a fundamental problem with my political philosophy, my way?
And Zigong, he was known more for his smarts and diplomacy, right? A different approach than Zilu.
Much more tactful, yeah. Zigong suggested, well, maybe the master's way is just too high level, too profound for ordinary folks to grasp. That's why it's not getting accepted. And his advice was, maybe lower your sights a bit. Aim for smaller wins first.
So be more realistic, essentially. Temper the grand vision to get some buy-in. But the accounts suggest there was maybe a bit more bite to Zigong's advice than just that. A hidden criticism.
Yes, it's implied he might have been subtly questioning Confucius's recent political maneuvering, maybe his attempts to influence things behind the scenes in Kai. Zigong perhaps saw those efforts as unrealistic, unlikely to actually help them right now, or even achieve the bigger goals. Kind of gentle reality check.
How did Confucius react to this advice, even though it was put more diplomatically?
Still irritated, apparently. He kind of gently rebuked Zigong, using this analogy about farmers needing to farm well and artisans needing to stick to their craft. He said a gentleman's job is to set moral standards, not to constantly worry about pleasing people. He told Zigong straight up, this focus on pleasing others won't lead anywhere meaningful. It seems Confucius wasn't quite ready to hear criticism, however it was packaged, and Zigong left feeling pretty disappointed.
Okay, so Zilu dismissed, Zigong rebuffed. Then came Yan Hui, and his response was completely different.
Night and day. Yan Hui basically offered pure encouragement. He told Confucius, don't worry about it, keep promoting your way no matter what. If people don't give him, that's their problem, not yours. In fact, he framed their rejection as proof of Confucius's own quality, his character as a true gentleman.
What was his reasoning behind that? How did he justify it?
Yan Hui argued, look, if the way itself was wrong, we, the disciples, should be ashamed. But since we believe it's right, the fact that powerful people reject it just shows their shortcomings, not the master's. He was basically saying, don't doubt yourself just because others don't get it. Their resistance actually validates your integrity.
That sounds like exactly what Confucius needed to hear at that moment, a real vote of confidence. How did he react?
The accounts say Confucius finally smiled. He even made a joke, calling Yan Hui a worthy descendant of his family line, and saying, kind of playfully, that if Yan Hui ever got rich, he should hire Confucius as his steward so Confucius wouldn't have to worry about practical stuff anymore.
So it seems Yan Hui gave him that crucial emotional boost without getting into the tricky stuff about their immediate danger or maybe flaws in the plan.
Exactly. It seems Yan Hui sensed Confucius was maybe feeling the weight of responsibility for leading them into this danger over the past couple of years, these risky political moves. Yan Hui, unlike the others, just offered that pure comfort and validation right when Confucius felt most vulnerable.
Okay, so these three very different reactions really show us the personalities of Zilu, Zigong, and Yan Hui. The historical records give us a bit more on Zigong and Yan Hui, right? Let's dig into them a little.
Sure. Yan Hui was about 33 then, actually related to Confucius through his mother's family. The Analects constantly praise him. Super diligent student, incredibly content even when living in poverty. He really stuck it out through tough times when Confucius had official jobs, known for just quietly soaking up the teachings and following them perfectly.
But Confucius also made that interesting comment about him once. Seemed like a criticism, but maybe wasn't.
Right, he said something like, Yan Hui is too quick with the sweet words, never gives practical advice. But analysts think that was actually showing deep affection. And in this siege situation, those sweet words, that encouragement, were exactly what Confucius needed emotionally.
Okay, and Zigong, quite a different profile.
Yeah, you're younger than Yan Hui, from Y State, from a lower noble family. Interestingly, while Confucius was minister of crime back in Lu, Zigong was his disciple and pursuing a diplomatic career at the same time. When Confucius lost his job, Zigong gave up his own position to follow him on the road.
So he had real-world experience outside the classroom, so to speak.
Definitely. Known for being smart, eloquent, very sociable. The accounts specifically say Confucius trained him more in diplomatic skills rather than deep scholarly knowledge. And, maybe the most surprising thing, during their travels, he got into business and actually made a lot of money. Apparently, Confucius found this a bit confusing.
Interesting that Confucius was sort of puzzled by Zigong making money, while Yan Hui stuck to the philosophical path.
It does show the different paths disciples took, maybe Confucius's own expectations. There's that famous bit where Confucius asks Zheng how he compares to Yan Hui. Zigong says straight up, Yan Hui gets 10 things from one teaching, I'm lucky if I get 1 or 2. And Confucius was pleased with that honesty, agreeing, yeah, none of us are quite up to Yan Hui's level in understanding.
So Confucius clearly valued Yan Hui's support and understanding deeply. But the historical record shows it was actually Zigong who'd influenced some key decisions before this, right?
That's a really crucial point. Despite how much Confucius seemed to appreciate Yan Hui's support in that moment, Zigong had a proven history of stepping up in tricky situations. Things like finding Confucius when he got lost, or talking him out of a dangerous plan involving Yang Hu.
Which brings us back to the escape from Kai. Who did Confucius actually task with getting them out?
Well, despite clearly valuing Yan Hui's moral support in those conversations, when it came down to action, Confucius chose Zigong. The records of the Grand Historian state plainly. Confucius sent Zigong to get help from King Zhao of Chu.
Do the records say why he chose Zigong over, say, Yan Hui or Zilu for this specific mission?
They don't explicitly state the reason. But putting the pieces together, the most likely explanation really points to Zigong's unique skill set. The thinking is his diplomatic abilities, probably sharpened by his business dealings and that specific training for Confucius, were exactly what was needed. He knew how to talk to powerful people, how to present their case effectively, and perhaps, just perhaps, his wealth gave him certain levers or ways to smooth things over in the complex world of state relations back then.
That makes sense. It fits his profile perfectly. It suggests Confucius, for all his focus on virtue, knew when practical, worldly skills were essential. So how did Zigong do?
He nailed it, according to the histories. King Zhao of Chu got Zigong's message, understood the situation and the strategic implications, and immediately sent troops. They drove off the Kai forces and escorted Confucius and everyone safely to the Chu military camp.
So Zigong's pragmatism, his business sense, his diplomacy, those were the keys that unlocked the cage, essentially.
Exactly. That intervention brought the whole dangerous episode, the trapped-in Chen and Kai experience, to an end.
So wrapping up this deep dive, the crisis in Kai really throws a spotlight on the dynamics within Confucius's group, doesn't it? You see the internal stress, the different ways people react to extreme pressure, and the different kinds of strengths they offered. Yan Hui provided that absolutely vital emotional support when Confucius was doubting himself.
Absolutely.
While Zigong, with his practical skills, his worldliness, knowing how to navigate tricky relationships, maybe even use his resources, he was the one who ultimately delivered their physical survival and kept the mission alive.
And going back to our original questions, it seems Confucius needed Yan Hu's encouragement right then, after those difficult conversations. But when action was required, when they needed someone to actually solve the problem, he turned to Zigong's practical abilities. It wasn't just about who made him feel better, but who had the skills for the job.
Which leaves us with a final thought for you, the listener. When you think about these two different kinds of strengths, Yan Hui's moral support and Zigong's effective pragmatism, what qualities do you think are most important when you're facing a crisis in your own life? And how do those different kinds of support, the emotional and the practical, maybe work together to help overcome the challenges we all face?
We're jumping straight into a really pivotal time for Confucius, his experiences in the state of Chu.
That's right. A period where things could have gone very differently for him.
Exactly. We're looking at this moment where he might have gotten his own hereditary fiefdom, a huge potential turning point.
It really was. He seemed on the verge of getting this major reward from King Zhao of Chu after, years of travel and service.
Okay, so let's get right into that. What was this offer? What made it so significant?
Well, the accounts say King Zhao planned to give Confucius a territory of 700 lies.
700? How big is that, actually?
Oh, it's vast. Makes of multiple modern counties, maybe like a small European country. It was basically the size of a small state back in the spring and autumn period.
Wow. So this wasn't just a nice gesture.
Not at all. If this had gone through, Confucius would have gone from being, well, a scholar of semi-noble background to a hereditary vassal ruler under Chu.
A minor sovereign, essentially,
Yeah.
running his own show, putting his ideas into practice.
Precisely. Imagine that. Now, some have questioned if the number 700 line is exaggerated.
Okay, that sounds plausible. Why the skepticism?
Just the sheer size, mainly. But, you have to remember, Confucius had already spent over 2 years serving Chu before this offer came up.
Right, the Analects mention him being there for a while.
Exactly. And it wasn't just quiet service. He and his team, they took big risks acting as undercover agents in the state of Kai.
Undercover, what were they doing?
Gathering intelligence, specifically about Kai's relationship with the state of Wu. This info was absolutely crucial for Chu, who were gearing up for war with Wu.
So the potential reward matched the risk and the value he provided.
That's the argument. Plus, you have to consider Chu itself. It was a southern state, huge territories, but maybe less densely populated, less developed than the Central Plains states.
So granting a large tract might not have been as big a deal for them.
Relatively speaking, yes. And King Zhao, he saw himself as a major sovereign. He liked to infix off nobles on a grand scale, kind of like the rulers in the Central Plains did. Look at Lord Yu, for example.
Okay, so the offer seems pretty well-founded then, given the context and his service.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Almost immediately there was pushback.
From who?
From Zixi. He was the Lingyan, the prime minister of Chu, a very powerful figure.
And what was his objection?
He basically warned King Zhao, look, you give this guy Confucius that much land, and remember, he has all these incredibly talented disciples from all over the place following him.
Ah, so Zixi saw him as a potential threat.
Exactly. He argued that Confucius, with that kind of power base and loyal following, could become a serious problem for Chu down the line.
A classic political calculation, really. Fear of a rising star.
Pretty much. And King Zhao, well, he listened. He recognized the concern was valid, so he decided to basically put the enfeoffment plan on hold temporarily.
Just postponed, though.
Yeah.
So was there still a chance, maybe after the war?
There probably was, yeah. If King Zhao had won against Wu, maybe taking Kai's territory, he might well have given Confucius some of that land as compensation.
But something went wrong.
Terribly wrong. King Zhao got sick and died, right there on the front lines.
Oh, wow. Okay, that changes everything.
Completely. Suddenly, Chu's priorities shifted entirely. Stabilize the kingdom, figure out the succession, the promise to Confucius, it just got lost in the shuffle.
Forgotten. And his ambition to rule his own small state just evaporated.
Thwarted by fate, really. And there were ripple effects, too. Chu pulling back left Chen's state exposed.
The state they'd been operating in.
Well, Kai was where the spying happened, but Chen was nearby, and his group had connections there. When Chu retreated, Chen surrendered to Wu.
Making Confucius and his disciples persona non grata, since they were seen as Chu allies.
Exactly. Their position became precarious. They had to leave Chen, losing all the influence and connections they'd built up there. A real cascade of bad luck.
Man, what a blow. So, through all this, what did Confucius himself think of the Chu leadership? King Zhao, Zixi?
It's interesting. His disciples' accounts of the time in Chu are kind of brief, evasive maybe, perhaps because he was acting sort of like an observer for Chu, needing to maintain confidentiality.
Makes sense.
But Confucius himself seems to have really respected King Zhao, highly. He didn't seem to have that typical Central Plains prejudice against the southern barbarians.
That's significant.
Very. There's even a record of him praising King Zhao as someone who understands the grand Tao.
The Tao, as in Confucius's core philosophy.
Exactly. The ideal moral and political order he was always searching for a ruler to implement. That's incredibly high praise. He never said anything like that about, say, Duke Jing of Qi or Dukeling of Wei.
So he saw something special in King Zhao, maybe a potential partner for his ideals.
It certainly seems that way. He clearly held Zhao in much higher regard than other rulers he'd encountered.
Okay, and what about Zixi, the prime minister who blocked the fiefdom?
His feelings there seem more complicated, ambivalent maybe?
He must have been frustrated at least.
Oh, certainly. He acknowledged Zixi was capable, respected even, but Zixi was the direct reason the plan failed. And that wasn't just about land, right? It was the lost chance to actually be a ruler, to put his political ideas into practice.
The core ambition.
Right. There's this cryptic bit in the Analects where someone asks about Zixi, and Confucius just says, that man.
Doesn't sound too happy.
Most people read it as showing deep dissatisfaction, something he maybe couldn't say openly. But it is interesting that overall, the records from his disciples paint King Zhao, Lord Yi, even Zixi pretty positively. None of that usual Central Plains bias against the Southerners.
So despite the massive disappointment, did this whole Chu episode change Confucius at all? His perspective?
Oh, absolutely. Even without getting the land. The idea that King Zhao was willing to even consider it, that seems to have been transformative.
How so?
It seems to have made him realize that becoming a ruler wasn't just some impossible pipe dream. It could happen.
A shift in possibility.
Exactly. We see a hint of this later when he praises his student Ran Young. He says, Young is fit to rule. And crucially, he uses the phrase, facing south.
Which means?
That was the symbolic direction a ruler sat, their position of authority. It strongly suggests that after his time with King Zhao, Confucius started seeing actual rulership as achievable, maybe for his disciples, if not himself.
So the failure somehow opened a door in his mind, ironically.
It seems like it. The disappointment sparked a new kind of realization.
Did it also change how he saw the southern states in general, beyond King Zhao?
Yes, definitely. Interacting directly with the true leadership seems to have blown up those old Central Plains stereotypes about barbarians being untrustworthy.
He saw they weren't so different.
Pretty much. He even taught Zheng later that things like loyalty, trustworthiness, sincerity, respect, these work everywhere, even among the so-called barbarian tribes, implying their basic moral capacity was the same.
And politically, did he see differences there?
He did. He actually observed that states like Chu and Wu seemed to have more political order in some ways than the Central Plains states he knew.
Really? How?
Because their rulers had more absolute authority. They didn't have those super powerful hereditary oligarch families constantly undermining the duke like the three Huan did back in his home state of Lu.
The very problem he kept trying and failing to fix in Lu.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
he saw a kind of functional order there that aligned better with his ideals in practice, even if the culture was different.
But he still didn't stay. He admired Chu, but didn't commit.
Right. He remained conflicted. There's that famous line where he says something like, even if barbarian states have rulers, they're still not as good as Central Plains states without rulers, suggesting a lingering cultural preference.
So a fundamental belief in Central Plains superiority despite his
It
observations.
seems so. Plus, King Zhao was dead, the succession was uncertain, and Confucius himself was getting older, 63 by then, maybe just too big a gamble in a volatile situation.
Understandable. So King Zhao dies, the fiefdom is off the table, Chu is unstable. He decides it's time to head north again, back towards home.
That seems to be the thinking. He's 63, been away from Lu for over 4 years. Returning must have been on his mind.
But Lu wasn't exactly welcoming him with open arms, right? The three Han were still in charge.
Still very much in charge, and his relationship with them was strained, to say the least. Plus, he wasn't going back alone. He had this whole group of disciples with him.
Who needed food, work, positions.
Exactly. Finding a way back that worked practically and didn't involve, completely losing face, was a real challenge.
So how did that bridge get built? What started the thaw with the ruling families back home?
Well, interestingly, some groundwork had already been laid, even before he went to Chu. It started with the Ji clan, the most powerful of the three Huan.
What happened with them?
Their leader, Ji Huanzi, died. And there was a bit of a succession mess of a will, an infant son, but eventually Ji Sanfei, who we know as Ji Kangzi, took over.
Okay, a new leader for the Ji clan.
Right. But Ji Kangzi came to power facing a bit of a reputation crisis. He really needed to restore order and, frankly, polish his own image.
And he saw Confucius, or at least his followers, as a way to do that.
It seems so. He needed capable people, and he needed legitimacy. So as a first step, kind of testing the waters, he invited one of Confucius's best students, Ran Yu, back to Lu.
Invited him back for what?
To be his chief steward, a really important job. Think about who held it before, people like Yang Hu, who caused massive trouble, and even Zilu, another of Confucius's own disciples, had held similar roles.
So a significant offer to Ran Yu. How did Confucius take that?
Mixed feelings, probably. On the one hand, great. A student getting a key position, maybe a sign a door back to Lu, was cracking open for everyone.
But on the other hand...
On the other, he likely felt a bit slighted. Why Ran Yu and not him directly? Especially after almost becoming a ruler in Chu.
Yeah, that must have stung a little.
Probably. But he saw it as progress. And you see this pattern, right? When things get shaky in Lu, when there's a power transition, suddenly they remember Confucius and his emphasis on order and morality.
His ideas become useful again when stability is threatened.
Exactly.
So Ran Yu goes back, becomes chief steward. Did that open doors for others?
It did. Ran Yu was apparently very good at his job, at administrative skills and all that, and his influence grew.
And Confucius, did he head straight back to Lu then?
No. Interestingly, he went to Wei first.
Wei again? Why there?
Well, the whole political map up north had shifted while he was down south in Chu. The big civil war in Jin was finally over. That anti-Jin alliance had dissolved. Some hostile rulers had died. Things were different.
And specifically in Wei.
Big changes there, too. Duke Ling had died. His grandson, Duke Chu, was on the throne, but he was young. The real power was the regent, a man named Kong Wenzi.
Kong Wenzi. Any relation to Confucius? Kong.
No relation, just the same surname. But Kong Wenzi had a problem.
What was that?
The old duke's son, the exiled crown prince, who was Duke Chu's father, was plotting a comeback. And he had backing from Zheng.
Okay, so Kong Wenzi needed capable allies, fast.
Urgently.
Yeah.
He needed talent. So when Confucius and his group show up in Wei...
Opportunity knocks.
Right. Kong Wenzi immediately hires Zilu, another top disciple, as his chief steward.
Wow, so now disciples are chief stewards in both Lu and Wei.
Exactly. You see this trend, Zigong, Gong Shiqi, others also getting involved in government. The Confucian group was suddenly in demand because of all these power transitions.
But still, Confucius himself remained on the sidelines, even in Wei.
Still on the sidelines. Kong Wenzi thought about offering him something, maybe for appearances, to boost his own standing.
So he tested the waters.
Yeah, he sent Zilu to sound Confucius out. Asked, basically, if you were in charge here, what would be your first priority?
And Confucius said?
He gave that famous answer. His first act would be the rectification of names.
Right. Rectifying names. Okay, what does that mean in this context?
Zilu was puzzled too. Confucius had to explain. He said, if names are not correct, speech will not be in order.
Meaning?
Meaning, in the Wei situation, you had Duke Chu as the official ruler, but his father, the exiled crown prince, arguably had the more legitimate claim by birthright. Confucius was saying you had to fix that fundamental mismatch between title, name, and reality first. Society needed roles and titles to accurately reflect the proper order.
So he was essentially saying the exiled father should be brought back and made duke.
That's the implication, which was politically impossible.
Yeah.
Because Kong Wenzi, the regent, was dead set against the exiled prince returning. That was the whole reason he needed Zilu. And pretty much the entire Wei establishment agreed with Kong Wenzi.
So Confucius's ideal solution was a non-starter.
Completely impractical in that situation.
Yeah.
So Kong Wenzi dropped the idea of giving him a real job.
What did he offer instead?
Just a stipend. Basically, put him on the payroll as an honorary cultural advisor. Nice, maybe, but...
A massive letdown for someone who'd studied politics his whole life and almost ruled his own state.
Exactly. A pretty bitter outcome, you have to imagine. Staying in Wei for 5 years like that.
5 years in Wei with no real position. So what finally changed? What got him back to Lu?
Relations between Lu and their neighbor Qi went sour, and it broke out into actual fighting.
Lu versus Qi.
Right. The Qi army marched on Lu, and interestingly, the Lu nobility seemed hesitant, unwilling to lead the defense themselves.
So who stepped up?
They ended up appointing Ran Yu Confucius' student, the chief steward of the Ji clan, as the frontline commander.
Wow. High stakes for him.
Very. And other disciples fought too, and Ran Yu. He did it. He successfully led the Lu's forces and pushed back the Qi invasion.
That must have been huge for his reputation, and for the Confucians in general.
Massive boost. Suddenly, Confucius and his disciples looked like heroes, competent leaders who could deliver results, even military ones.
So Ji Kangzi, the leader in Lu, must have taken notice.
Oh, definitely. Ran Yu's success made Ji Kangzi think again about Confucius. Maybe reconciling properly would be smart. Avoid the historical black mark of keeping such a respected figure out. Plus, maybe motivate his Confucian officials even more.
So he decided to finally bring Confucius back.
He consulted Ran Yu first, asked him, how should we handle this?
And what did Ran Yu advise, given his position now?
Very pragmatically. He told Ji Kangzi, essentially, invite him back, absolutely. Give him honor, respect, but don't give him any real power.
Make him an honorary advisor, basically, like in Wei.
Exactly. Keep him respected, but politically neutralized. Ran Win. You also suggested Ji Kangzi should make a show of fixing past mistakes regarding Confucius's followers.
Like what?
Like publicly acknowledging the wrongful arrests of Gong Yechang and Nanrong, other disciples who had been unfairly treated years before, a gesture of goodwill.
And Ji Kangzi went for it.
He did. He followed Ran Yu's advice, made the overtures, redressed the grievances. And Confucius. He accepted.
The formal reconciliation happened.
It did. After all those years, Confucius finally returned to Lu, settled down in the capital, Quofu. His 14 years of wandering were over.
So it's quite a journey. From almost ruling a fiefdom in Chu, facing political blocks, rethinking leadership, challenging biases,
to eventually finding a path back home, facilitated by his students' success, but ultimately without the kind of power he once sought or almost had.
A really complex period that clearly shaped him profoundly. His understanding of power, different kinds of states, his own possibilities.
Absolutely critical years. The Chu experience, even in failure, and the subsequent events really set the stage for his final years and the legacy he left.
It really makes you wonder, though, that final thought. If Zixi hadn't objected, if King Zhao hadn't died, if Confucius had gotten that 700-life fiefdom in Chu,
how different would history look? Would he have succeeded as a ruler? Would his philosophy have spread differently, maybe become more directly political?
Would there have been a state run on Confucian principles centuries earlier? It's fascinating to think about the what-ifs. A great place to leave our listeners pondering. When we think about Confucius, we usually picture this perfectly wise, totally serene sage, right? Someone who just had it all figured out.
Yeah, that's the common image. But today, we're diving into something a bit different, maybe a bit messier.
We're looking at Confucius in his later years, specifically after he came back home to the state of Lu. He was 68.
And it's a period full of, well, surprising challenges, political frustrations, even some pretty deep personal disappointments.
So our mission here is to unpack that reality, get past the sort of simplified poster image of the sage.
Definitely. And what's interesting right away is how his return looked. You know, after all those years traveling, it seemed like a good homecoming.
Auspicious, even. He'd apparently reconciled with the big, powerful families there, the three Han.
That's right, and that was partly thanks to Ji Kangzi, one of the heads of those families. He saw how valuable Confucius's disciples could be. Smart guys.
Confucius was basically a national elder at this point, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Some of those family heads had even been his students years before.
You'd think so, yeah. You'd assume that equals real political influence.
But it wasn't quite like that, apparently. I mean, he got respect, sure, enough that he could actually criticize the three Huan openly now.
Which was a big change from before, when his objections were much more subtle. Like that famous line about rituals, music, and military campaigns originate from the grandees. A bit of a dig, right?
Right. But even with that freedom, his actual role was more like a respected advisor they kept at arm's length.
Pretty much. They'd ask his opinion sometimes, but how often did they actually act on it? That's the question.
So they valued having him around for the prestige, maybe? Using his name?
It looks that way. It really shows the difference between, being asked for advice and actually having your advice followed. A key thing to grasp about his later life.
Okay, let's get concrete. There's this example about nationalizing the army, right?
Ah, yes. So a war with the state of Qi kind of exposed a big weakness in Lu's military.
What was the problem?
Basically,
The noble families were more focused on their own private little armies than on the state military, their own power bases.
But Confucius's students actually fought bravely in that war, didn't they?
They did, yeah, which is interesting. And Jikanzi, the guy we mentioned, he saw this problem.
And he had a solution.
A pretty bold one for the time. He proposed creating a proper national army, funded by taxing the nobles' lands, their fiefs.
Sounds almost like the systems they had later during the Warring States period. Forward thinking.
Very. But you can imagine the nobles weren't exactly thrilled about giving up their private militias. That was their power.
Okay, so where did Confucius stand on this? You'd think he'd support a stronger central state.
Surprisingly, no. He actually opposed it. He favored the old traditional aristocratic system. Didn't want to strip the nobles of their privileges.
That feels like a contradiction, doesn't it? Because his whole project of private education was kind of undermining that old aristocracy anyway, making knowledge available more broadly.
It absolutely is a tension there. It seems like intellectually his work pointed one way, but emotionally maybe he was still attached to the idea of hereditary nobility, a real conflict between theory and practice, perhaps.
And what happened with the reform? Did Jikangzi listen to Confucius?
Nope. He went ahead with it anyway, despite Confucius saying no.
But it failed.
Yeah, it failed. The other nobles just didn't cooperate, which, again, really underlines that point.
Yeah.
They might ask Confucius, but they didn't necessarily listen. His prestige was useful, but didn't always translate to power.
So this pattern of seeking advice but not taking it, it wasn't just about state policy?
No, absolutely not. It extended to his own disciples, too. Many of them ended up working for these same powerful three Han families.
Like Ran Yu, he became chief steward for the Ji clan, right? One of the most powerful.
Exactly, and you can see how that would create problems. These disciples, they had to be pragmatic to survive and succeed in those jobs.
Which sometimes meant compromising on the principles Confucius taught them.
Precisely. And that led to real disappointment for Confucius. Big time.
How did he handle that? Were there, like, specific clashes?
Oh, yeah. Take Ran Yu again. He apparently helped Jikanzi basically squeeze more money out of the common people. Exploitation, really.
And Confucius found out.
He did, and he was reportedly furious. Publicly denounced Ran Yu, told the other disciples to beat the drum and attack him, essentially disowning him.
Wow. Did Ran Yu change his ways?
Doesn't seem like it. Apparently, he remained unrepentant, even kept some of his dealings secret from Confucius afterwards. You can just imagine the disappointment there.
That's heavy. Was that the only time?
No, there was another incident. Jikanzi decided he wanted to perform a super important sacrifice to Mount Tai.
Okay. What's wrong with that?
Well, it was a ritual reserved for the Emperor, the Son of Heaven. For Jikanzi, a mere noble minister, to do it was a massive breach of protocol. Hugely arrogant.
Ah, okay. So Confucius must have confronted Jikangzi directly.
Interestingly, no. He went after Ran Yu again, blaming him for not stopping his boss.
So he held the disciple responsible.
Yeah, he basically said, you couldn't stop this. Even the spirit of Mount Tai wouldn't accept such an improper sacrifice. It shows how Confucius had to navigate things. He couldn't always challenge the powerful directly.
But he could hold his students to account for, well, enabling them?
Right. It seems like he was always trying to balance his own principles, his opposition to these oligarchs, with, the reality that his students needed careers. They needed to function within that system.
So he'd criticize them, but also sometimes praise them to the nobles. That sounds tricky.
It's a real tightrope walk, trying to maintain decorum, protect his students' positions, while still upholding his core values, a constant balancing act.
Now, as he got older, into his 70s, did things change for him personally? Did his outlook shift?
It seems so, yeah. There appears to have been a noticeable shift. That earlier ambition, the drive to reform the world, it seemed to, lessen.
Replaced by something else.
Maybe a kind of detachment. Finding more joy in simpler things. This connects to that Taoist-sounding concept, wu-wei.
Non-action.
Sort of. It's often translated that way, but here it's more like effortless action, governing by letting things take their natural course, maybe through delegation, rather than constant striving.
And this came after years of trying to actively change things.
Exactly. It's like he started to accept that his big dream, restoring the political order of the ancient Duke of Zhou, just wasn't going to happen.
Is that when he said that thing about dreaming?
That's the one. In the past, I often dreamed of the Duke of Zhou, but now I no longer do. This must mean I am truly aging. It's quite poignant, isn't it?
Yeah. So instead of the Duke of Zhou, who did he look to?
He started expressing admiration for the legendary Emperor Chen, Shun was known for this wu-wei style of governance.
How did Confucius put it?
He said something like, Shun embodied wu-wei governance. Why labor busily? One need only sit tranquilly in one's place. A real shift from wanting to actively fix everything.
Did this affect his teaching too?
Apparently so. There were times he seemed less interested, even occasionally refusing requests from disciples to give lectures.
Huh. There's that famous story too, isn't there, with the 4 disciples?
Oh, absolutely. That one really captures it. He asks Zilu, Ran Yu, and Gongxi Qi about their ambitions.
And they all give these big answers, right? Running states, handling diplomacy.
Yeah, grand plans. But then the 4th disciple, Zeng Dian, he gives a completely different answer.
What did he say?
Something really simple. He just wanted to go out on a nice spring day with some friends, swim in the river, enjoy the breeze, sing on the way home, just living.
And Confucius's reaction?
He just sighed and said, I prefer Zeng Dian's vision. It really shows where his head was at by then.
So why this shift? Was it just getting older?
Probably partly that, but also decades of setbacks, right? The reforms in Lushu didn't stick, alliances collapsed, new powers were rising. Maybe a sense of, the futility of struggling against these huge historical tides.
So he found a kind of peace, like that line in the Analects.
Exactly. At 70, I follow my heart's desires without transgressing norms. Finding contentment in daily life, accepting society maybe, as it was, rather than constantly trying to reshape it.
Okay, so that's the professional side, respect, mixed with frustration, ending in a kind of acceptance. But what about his personal life? His family?
Well, that's another layer of complexity. And frankly, it looks quite troubled.
Especially when you compare it to his own teachings, right? He puts so much emphasis on family duties, filial piety, brotherly respect, shouty.
He really did. Yet, his own record in those roles, son, brother, husband, father, seems pretty fraught. He even admitted regret, didn't he?
Yeah, in the Analects, saying he failed to serve his father and elder brother at home.
Now, to be fair, there were circumstances. His father died when he was very young, so fulfilling that duty was impossible. Single-parent upbringing. His mother died when he was a teenager.
Right, and there was that story about him going to a party during the mourning period for his mother, which seems odd given his later emphasis on ritual.
Exactly. And his relationship with his siblings also seems distant. He had an elder half-brother, Meng Pai.
What was their relationship like?
We don't hear much, but Meng Pai was apparently just a farmer, no education, a big social gap between them, and his half-sister. Her funeral was apparently very low-key. Confucius didn't even wear formal mourning clothes. It suggests distance.
And his own son, Con Li.
That relationship also seems formal. Emotionally cool, maybe? There's that bit in the Analects where Kong Li is asked what special teachings he received from his father.
Oh, yes.
Basically nothing special, just study the Book of Odes and study the Book of Rites, just the standard advice.
And the person asking concludes that a gentleman maintains distance from his son.
Right, which might reflect norms, but it still paints a picture of detachment. Perhaps because Confucius himself was raised mainly by his mother's family, he wasn't familiar or comfortable with those paternal dynamics.
Interesting. You mentioned he seemed closer to maternal relatives, like Yan Hui, his favorite disciple.
It seems plausible. And then there's his marriage. Apparently ended in divorce. Quite late in life, too, which suggests pretty deep problems. And it wasn't just him.
What do you mean?
There's a suggestion, I think, from Sima Guang later, that divorce happened for 3 generations in the Kong family. A pattern.
And he had that rather pessimistic quote about women and petty men being hard to manage, didn't he?
Only women and petty men are hard to manage. Draw near and they lose respect, keep away and they bear grudges. Now, not exactly a glowing view.
And he never remarried or took concubines, which was common then.
Nope, which is unusual, yeah. Maybe points to how difficult that first marriage was.
So, summing up his family life, it seems like a struggle. Maybe due to that early fragmentation, class differences, the constraints of the era.
And it creates this real tension with his ethical teachings about family harmony. It's been suggested his upbringing in his mother's clan might have made navigating the expectations of a patrilineal society harder for him.
It's interesting, too. You see parallels sometimes with other major philosophers, Western ones included, who had these profound ideas but struggled with their own family lives.
Right. Is there something about deep, abstract thinking that makes the concrete messiness of family relationships harder? Focusing on concepts over people? That's a fascinating question.
Definitely something to ponder. Okay, let's turn toward the end of his life. How did he face mortality?
He seemed to approach it with that same sort of pragmatic, rational mindset he applied elsewhere. He kept that reverent distance from spirits and the afterlife.
Meaning he didn't deny them, but didn't rely on them either.
Exactly. He didn't want beliefs about the supernatural to dictate how people should behave in this world. The Analects famously say, the master did not discuss strange phenomena, force, chaos, or spirits. Focus on the here and now.
And because he lived quite long for the time, he had the sadness of seeing younger people go before him.
Yes, that's a heavy burden. The deaths of his son, Kong Li, and his absolute favorite disciple, Yan Hui, must have been incredibly hard.
We mentioned Kong Li's funeral wasn't grand because they couldn't afford it. How did he react to Yan Hui's death?
Oh, his grief for Yan Hui was apparently immense, unrestrained. He cried out, "Alas, heaven is destroying me, heaven is destroying me." Really raw emotion.
But there was still that issue with the funeral arrangements, the coffin.
Yeah, that strange detail.
Yeah.
Yan Hui's family was poor, but the disciples wanted to give him a grand funeral, including the fancy outer coffin, the goon, which was technically above his station.
And Confucius objected.
Initially, yeah. He even refused to sell his own carriage, a symbol of his former rank, to pay for it, saying Yan Hui wouldn't have wanted it. But the disciples went ahead and paid for it anyway.
It shows the depth of their love for Yan Hui, but also maybe Confucius wrestling with propriety versus emotion.
Absolutely. And Confucius later reflected that he felt he hadn't been able to treat Yan Hui like a son while alive, maybe implying some regret there too. The bonds with disciples were clearly intense.
So when his own health started failing, how did he approach his own end?
With that same focus on propriety and honesty, it seems. His disciple Zilu started making funeral preparations.
And there was some debate about how grand it should be, like whether to use the title Dai Fu.
Right, an honorary title he held, but technically maybe shouldn't apply without an active position. And Zilu apparently suggested having some students pretend to be official retainers or vassals to make the funeral look more important.
How did Confucius react to that?
He shut it down completely, said something like, "Who would I be deceiving? Heaven, I don't have vassals. Having you disciples here is enough, why pretend?" Really grounded.
And he rejected prayers too, right?
Yeah, basically said his prayer was serving humanity while alive. Famously asked, "You cannot even serve the living. How can you serve the dead?" And understand life first, then worry about death. Always bring it back to human reality.
Sticking to that revere ghosts but keep them at a distance idea.
Right, to the end. But there was more grief to come before his own death. Yes, Zilu, his loyal, impulsive disciple. He got caught up in some court intrigue in the state of Wei and was killed. Apparently, his body was mutilated.
Oh, terrible. How did Confucius take that?
He was devastated, utterly crushed. The story goes he couldn't even stand the sight or taste of minced meat after hearing how Zilu died. Just shows the depth of that connection.
And his own final days.
Very near the end, he supposedly had this moment out in his courtyard. He told Zigong about a dream he'd had.
A dream foretelling his death.
Yeah, he interpreted it as meaning he would pass away soon and that his funeral would be in the style of the ancient Shang dynasty. 7 days later, he died. He was 73.
And the funeral itself.
He was modest, like he wanted. A scholar's funeral, mixing some different rituals. He was buried near his son, Kong Li, in Quafu.
And his students.
They mourned him deeply. Many stayed near his grave for 3 years. That site eventually became the heart of what's known as the 3 Confucian sites, the temple, cemetery, and Kong family mansion. His legacy really began there, with them.
So he faced disappointments, adapted, but held on to his core ideas about human responsibility, even in how he approached death.
Absolutely. A very human figure full of these contradictions, which makes the next part of the story even more fascinating.
Right, because we've seen the man, but how did he become the sage, capital S, that almost divine figure?
Exactly. Because that transformation wasn't just, natural appreciation growing over time. It seemed to have been a much more active process.
Driven by his students?
Largely, yes. Particularly one student, Zigong. And it's important because Confucius himself pushed back against being called a sage. He said, "I am not a sage."
So this image was definitely constructed after his death.
It appears so. And you have to understand the context. When Confucius died, the whole Confucian school, his group of followers, was in a pretty precarious spot.
Why? Wasn't he respected?
Yes. But his public image wasn't universally stellar. Some disciples had lost their jobs due to political chaos in places like Wei and Qi. The 3 Huan families in Luoyang maybe didn't see him as quite so extraordinary anymore. There was a real risk the whole group could just fall apart.
And people were questioning his actual greatness.
Definitely. There was that official, Shusun Wushu, who flat out said, I think Zigong is more capable than Kong Qiu being Confucius's personal name.
Wow. Even comparing him unfavorably to his own student.
Yeah. And apparently even some other disciples like Chen Kang thought Zigong might have surpassed the master. So the legacy was not secure.
So Zigong stepped in.
He did. He was perfect for it, really. Super intelligent, a successful businessman, politically savvy, well-connected internationally. He became the sort of spiritual core they needed to hold things together.
What was his strategy?
Initially, it seems he tackled the comparisons head-on. When people said Zigong was better, he used this analogy.
The palace walls won.
That's it. He said looking at Zigong was like looking at a shoulder-high wall. You can see the nice house behind it. But looking at Confucius was like looking at a massive palace wall, miles high. You can't even find the gate, so you can't see the incredible temples and riches inside. Basically, people couldn't grasp Confucius's true greatness because their perspective was too limited.
Clever. But he didn't stop there, did he?
No. It seems he launched what you could almost call a deification campaign, actively promoting Confucius not just as wise, but as practically omniscient, almost semi-divine, someone to be worshipped.
Was this a totally new idea?
Not entirely. Zigong had apparently tried to flatter Confucius this way during his lifetime, but Confucius pushed back hard.
How did Confucius define a sage?
Much more practically, like a high-level ruler who brought peace and prosperity to everyone. He even suggested legendary figures like Yao and Chen might not fully meet that standard.
And about himself?
He was very clear. How dare I call myself a sage or benevolent? I simply pursue my work without exhaustion and teach without fatigue, that is all. Very modest.
But once Confucius was gone...
Zigong was free to proceed. No one could contradict him using the master's own words anymore.
Okay, but why boost Confucius instead of himself, if people already thought Zigong was great?
Good question. Several possible reasons. One, people praised Zigong for his practical skills, diplomacy, business not for, supernatural wisdom. Deifying Confucius was a different category.
Okay, what else?
By elevating Confucius to this godlike status, Zigong, as the star disciple, shared in that reflected glory. It's like retreating one step to advance two. Elevating the master elevated the whole school, including himself.
Makes sense. And safer too, probably.
Probably. Inventing miraculous stories about someone who's dead is easier than doing it about yourself when you're still around. Plus, a divine founder helped keep the group cohesive and boosted the careers of all the disciples. Shared status.
Do we see examples of these miraculous stories?
Yes. They start appearing in texts compiled a bit later, like the Discourses of the States. Suddenly, Confucius can identify giant prehistoric bones or knows the origin of an obscure arrow found lodged in a bird hundreds of miles away, things he explicitly didn't talk about, according to the Analects.
So, stories presenting him as almost all-knowing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's even a tale in Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian about a failed attempt to get a Confucius look-alike to do fortune-telling shows. People were trying to build this mystical image.
And overall, this campaign worked.
It seems it was pretty successful, yeah. Confucius gradually transformed into this revered, almost omniscient sage in the popular mind. And the Confucian school did thrive. Disciples got good jobs. Zigong himself became prime minister in Luoyang Wei. The philosophy spread, and that divine image helped solidify it.
But not everyone within the school went along with this.
That's the crucial counterpoint. Zigong's deification wasn't the only narrative being shaped.
Because texts like the Analects and parts of the Book of Rites don't show that divine sage, do they?
Not at all. They show the scholar, the teacher, the sometimes failed politician, the man with human flaws and experiences we've been talking about.
So who is pushing back against Zigong's version? And why?
The evidence points towards the students of another prominent disciple, Zeng Can, who you might know as Master Zeng.
Zeng. How do we know it was his circle?
Well, in the Analects especially, he's almost always referred to with the honorific Master Zeng, which is unique among the disciples mentioned, and he appears very frequently. It strongly suggests his followers, possibly led by him, were the main compilers.
Okay, tell us about Zeng Can. What was he like?
He was from the younger generation of disciples. Son of Zeng Dian, the guy who just wanted the simple life, remember?
Ah, right, the one Confucius preferred.
Exactly. Zeng Can became quite respected himself, apparently had ties to the southern state of Yu. Crucially, he also became the teacher of Confucius's grandson, Kongji. So he had prestige, maybe financial means, and a direct link to preserving the family lineage and teachings.
And his goal in compiling these texts, the Analects, the Book of Rites,
It seems his aim was very different from Zigong's. He wanted to preserve what he saw as the authentic Confucius, the real teacher, and his actual philosophy, precisely to counter Zigong's deification efforts. Record the man, not create a myth.
What was Zeng Can like personally? Different from Zigong.
Seems very different. Confucius himself describes Zeng Can as E, which can mean sort of slow-witted or maybe unworldly, straightforward, honest to a fault. A real contrast to his clever, carefree father, Zeng Dian. Maybe a harsher upbringing influenced him.
So not the type to embellish or fabricate.
Probably the opposite. His personality likely made him reject Ziyang's pragmatic myth-making. He valued integrity. And as Zigong perhaps focused more on politics later, Zeng Can's influence as a transmitter of the actual teachings grew.
So the Analects under his influence became a record of sayings based on what disciples actually heard.
That seems to be the idea. No fiction, no miracles. It shows Confucius as learned, sincere, but also, struggling, sometimes failing. And it explicitly says what he didn't talk about, strange phenomena, force, chaos, or spirits. Luoyang, a direct contradiction to the sage image.
And the Book of Rites.
That's a more mixed bag, covers rituals, social norms. But the parts recording Confucius and his circle seem generally credible, again preserving details that aren't always flattering, like the incident with his mother's coffin we mentioned earlier. It shows the human side.
But you mentioned unintended consequences.
From Zeng Can's approach.
Yes, this is where it gets complicated. Because Zeng Can was apparently so literal-minded, so focused on recording rituals and rules exactly, he sometimes amplified their complexity.
How so?
He made them seem incredibly rigid, sometimes almost cruelly strict. Think about intricate family regulations, extreme mourning periods, things that Confucius himself might have intended more flexibly. Remember, Confucius preferred Zeng Dian's more relaxed attitude.
So Zeng Can's meticulousness maybe missed the spirit for the letter, possibly. And the problem is, later scholars, like the famous Zhu Xi, sometimes attributed these very rigid, harsh interpretations directly to Confucius based on Zeng Can's record.
Which means Confucius ended up being blamed for a level of inflexibility that wasn't entirely his own.
Exactly. Critics, especially during things like the New Culture movement centuries later, attacked Confucius for these harsh regulations, making him a scapegoat for aspects of tradition that might have been amplified by Zeng Can's literalism.
Wow. So Zeng Can preserved the human Confucius, fighting the deification.
Yes, he and his school gave us the Analects, the closest thing we have to the real person.
But his own rigid style potentially distorted other aspects of the philosophy.
It's a fascinating paradox. He saved the man, but perhaps unintentionally hardened some of the rules associated with him.
So we have these two major forces shaping the legacy after Confucius's death. Zigong's campaign.
Pragmatic, focus on influence and survival, creating the popular sage image. Short-term success, you could say.
And Zeng Can's resistance.
Rooted in honesty, preserving the authentic human teacher, providing the intellectual foundation in texts like the Analects.
And both paths had huge impacts on how Confucianism developed and how we see Confucius today.
Absolutely. Zigong helped the school gain real-world traction. Zeng Can ensured the philosophical core endured, albeit with that potential layer of added rigidity from his literal interpretation.
It really drives home that the Confucius known to history is a blend of the actual man and the ways his followers chose to remember and present him. He wasn't just a monolithic sage.
Precisely. Understanding these different forces, Zigong's promotion and Zeng Can's preservation, helps us grasp the real Confucius, a complex, flawed, profoundly influential human being, not just a plaster saint, seeing him as he was, a man of his time.
And thinking about all that, it leaves us with a question for you, the listener. Considering these different legacies shaped by Zigong and Zeng, one elevating, one grounding, how does our own tendency, our desire maybe, to create heroes or saints affect how we understand important figures from the past? What do we gain and maybe what do we lose when we focus on idealized versions versus embracing the full, complex, sometimes contradictory humanity of influential individuals?
The life of Confucius was a quiet experiment, testing how far an ideal can carry a man. In the eyes of his time, he failed, but what he sowed was not for one lifetime. He planted a culture that would endure millennia. To succeed is easy. To endure without surrender, that is rare. In an age chasing instant triumphs who still dares to live as an idealist. We genuinely love to hear your thoughts on this. Jump into the comments section and let us know what resonated. Which type of wealth are you focusing on?
Yeah, let us know.
If you found this discussion useful, maybe learned something new, definitely hit that subscribe button. We do these deep dives regularly, exploring valuable ideas.
We appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.